Chapter 38:10. No, we can't just sit here and wait for death. What's the point of us living if something happens to our husband? Ling Yun raised her eyebrows, her eyes filled with determination. Although they had just broken through to the Emperor realm not long ago and were unable to cause any harm to the two Emperor realm Buddha slayers, they would definitely not allow their husband to be oppressed and be on the brink of death. That's right. We will die without regrets for our husband. Longing, bit her lips and looked at Ling Yun and Yu Er. They had already put their lives on the line. If something happened to Jiang Qin, their lives would be meaningless. Motherfucker, you're right. Little Chinzi, I will bite off a piece of meat from these two bastards even if I have to die. Roar, De Huang roared furiously, his battle intent was unparalleled. Although there was a gap between their strength, he was fearless. So what if he was facing the Buddha sect's war god? Once upon a time, they were invincible in Saint Origin world and the 9 continents immortal world. Now, even the Buddha sect's war god was no exception. Big Yellow held the divine spear in his hand and took the lead. Ling Yun and the others followed behind him and joined the battle instantly. The Overlord realm experts were not something that they could fight, but they knew that there was a tiger in the mountain. Even if they knew that they were going to die, they would still stand by Jiang Chen's side. Ling Yun and the others were like that, and so was Big Yellow. None of them were afraid of death. Be careful. Although Jiang Chen was at a disadvantage, he was not powerless against the two Buddha slayers. However, Ling Yun, De Huang and the others joined the battle. Although he knew that they had good intentions, the Buddha Dragon Elephant Slayer and the Vajra Buddha were too terrifying. They could not be defeated in 1 or 2 moves. A bunch of reckless fools. Get lost. The Vajra Buddha unleashed a fist that soared to the sky, causing the spirit energy to fluctuate and space to collapse. De Huang, with the divine spear in his hand, stood out, but he was forced back 100 miles by the remaining power of the fist. On the other hand, Ling Yun and the others were severely injured. Blood spurted out from their wounds. The 3 women looked solemn. They did not hesitate for the sake of their beloved husband. Bastard! Jiang Chen gnashed his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. This Vajra Buddha actually dared to harm his brother and woman. At this moment, Jiang Chen's blood was boiling, and his veins were bulging. His eyes were filled with despair. Wait for me. No one can hurt you anymore. Jiang Chen glanced at Ling Yun and the others and said softly. The moment he raised his head, he had already turned into a demon from hell. Not only tyrant, but even Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva felt suffocated. This fellow was too scary. His sudden outburst of anger was enough to make one despair. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox, Little Brat. Come at me if you're not convinced. You'll die a slow death. The Vajra Buddha sneered. Although Jiang Chen's anger made him feel a little bit of fear, it was not enough to make him submit. Moreover, they were both Emperor Realm experts, while Jiang Chen was just a peak mid-Emperor Realm expert. How could he change his fate? What a fool's dream. You'll pay for this. Jiang Chen clenched his fists tightly. At that moment, his body became incomparably strong. Under the dragon transformation, the ancient soaring dragon technique reappeared, pushing his strength to the sovereign realm. Although the gap wasn't that big, the current Jiang Qin had the combat strength to destroy the heavens and earth. The Vajra Buddha and the Vajra Buddha had completely enraged him. Amitba. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva seemed to have sensed a deathly aura that filled the sky above the Buddhist sect. At this moment, Jiang Qin was like a ray of light, a ray of death that came from hell. Cyan Heavenly Seal. Jiang Chen's aura was unparalleled, like a peerless king, descending upon the world. The Tao accumulation seal struck out, causing the wind and thunder to look sideways. Cyan Heavenly Seal. Admiring Heavenly Seal. The 3 seals struck out together. The Tao accumulation seal was so powerful that the Vajra Buddha and the Vajra Buddha's expressions changed. Especially the terrifying Tao accumulation that Jiang Chen displayed, it directly blocked their escape route. That towering battle intent was like a supreme being above the heavens, they were no match for it. Tao accumulation seal. How is this possible? Impossible. The Vajra Buddha's expression changed drastically. The power of the Tao accumulation seal was well known even in the ancient times. Those who could use the Tao accumulation seal were the most powerful celestial lords in the world. No one could be a match for them. Even the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's expression turned serious. He did not expect Jiang Chen's Tao accumulation seal to be so terrifying and overbearing. The Vajra Buddha and the Vajra Buddha looked at each other and quickly retreated. They were not only shocked by Jiang Chen's Tao accumulation seal, but also because it was too powerful for them to resist. Even though the Vajra Buddha and the Vajra Buddha were already prepared, they still could not resist Jiang Chen's Tao accumulation light. Get lost! Jiang Chen roared as he struck out seal after seal. He did not give them any chance to fight back. Every seal carried the power of Tao accumulation and was irresistible. A deathly aura filled the air. The two of them felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. They could feel the aura of death. None of you can escape from my hands. You hurt my lover. You deserve to die. Jiang Chen's strength was like a bull. His seal was earth-shattering and shocking. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva could feel the tragic scene of the Vajra Buddha and the Vajra Buddha. Vajra Buddha, give me back my golden body. The Vajra Pagoda took Jiang Chen's Dharma accumulation seal head-on. However, his palms were cracked and his bones were crushed. Both of his arms had lost the ability to fight, his flesh and blood had turned into a bloody mist. He was running away in panic, his eyes were filled with fear. Although it wasn't difficult for him to regenerate his arms, Jiang Chen had easily destroyed his Vajra body. It was hard for him to accept that. The peerless Vajra Buddha, I am the only one. The Vajra Buddha and the Vajra Buddha controlled the universe. Its Vajra Buddha's body was also unparalleled and ferocious. However, everything was torn apart by Jiang Chen's Tao accumulation seal. The Vajra Buddha and the Vajra Buddha were no exception. Its body was full of holes and its injuries were critical. Even if it was not killed by Jiang Chen, it was on the verge of death. Chapter 38:11. Retreat. Buddha Dragon Elephant shouted angrily. His face was filled with shock. He pushed the power of the dragon and elephant to the extreme, but he still couldn't escape from Jiang Chen's attack. You want to retreat now? It's too late. You hurt my family, so I'll kill all of you. Jiang Chen was also furious. He had already made up his mind to fight to the death with these two people. Otherwise, he wouldn't let this matter rest. Only death awaited those who dared to touch his woman. The dermic seal of Tao accumulation was like breaking dry weeds and smashed rotten wood. The Vajra Pagoda didn't fare any better. Both the Vajra Pagoda and the Dragon Elephant Pagoda attacked at the same time, but they still couldn't stop Jiang Chen's attack. The terrifying Tao accumulation was something they couldn't defend against. Jiang Chen's soundless attack was invincible. Jiang Chen looked disdainfully at the sky, like a divine soldier descending from the sky. He was unstoppable. The Buddha Dragon Elephant and Buddha Dragon Elephant were defeated one after another, and their situation was worrying. Damn, good job, little Chenzi. De Huang couldn't help but applaud. At this time, he had just come out of the 6 paths of reincarnation. His strength couldn't help Jiang Chen at all, so he could only wave the flag and cheer for him. On the other side, the battle between Tyrant and the 9-Dragon Buddha was getting more and more intense. Both sides were fighting back and forth. The current Tyrant was no longer the seriously injured monk he was before. The might of the Buddha was incomparably strong against the 9-Dragon Buddha. Amitabha, Buddha Dragon Buddha, the sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent and you'll be saved. You should quickly convert to Buddhism. Now that the situation is over, it's impossible for you to win against Jiangqin. Tyrant said with a dignified face. He looked very calm, and the nine-dragon Buddha couldn't do anything to him. The Buddha's charm was melodious, and the atmosphere was magnificent. The current tyrant even faintly had the aura of a supreme Buddha. Even Jiangqin couldn't help but look at him in a different light. Don't even think about it. My Buddha's pagoda will absolutely not admit defeat. The nine dragons Buddha's expression was still cold, and he did not change his attacking stance. Even though he saw the dragon elephant Buddha and Vajra Buddha becoming more and more passive, he still wanted to fight tyrant to the death. The death of the Haimi Buddha had completely aroused his anger. He had the best relationship with the Haimi Buddha, and now that the Haimi Buddha had been killed, he could not just sit and wait for death. The pagoda of Buddha was the strongest force in the entire divine world. How could he bow down to the Buddha? Even though the former Futu was also above tens of thousands of people, his status illustrious, his divine strength overflowing into the heavens, after all, that was then and this was now. Let's see how long you can last. Jiangqin sneered and swung the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. Taking advantage of the victory, he chased after them. His left hand formed a seal and his right hand held the heavenly dragon sword. The Vajra Pagoda and the Dragon Elephant Pagoda could only be beaten passively and their injuries became more and more serious. Jiangqin, don't go too far. It won't be long before Sakra Sage arrives, and all of you will die. The Dragon Elephant Buddha gritted his teeth and said. He was constantly forced to retreat and was in a sorry state. The Emperor Venerable 8 Divisional Pagoda could not fight back at all in the hands of Jiangqin. Jiangqin's anger soared to the heavens. His methods were ruthless, and he did not intend to leave any chance for them. Tyrant was holding back, but Jiangqin was rushing to the heavens step by step. His momentum was at its peak, and the Dragon Elephant Buddha and the Vajra Buddha were badly beaten. That's what you get for being pretentious. Now that you can't be pretentious, you'll have to act like a coward. De Huang sneered and beamed with joy. The Dragon Elephant Buddha and the Vajra Buddha were so angry that they gritted their teeth, but they could do nothing about it. After all, Jiangqin's attacks were too fierce, and the two of them were already feeling strenuous. It wouldn't be long before they would be killed by Jiangqin. Even an Emperor Venerable Realm powerhouse could do nothing about it. Who would have thought that Jiangqin, who their disciples had looked down on in the past, would now force them into a dead end? It was like a nightmare. Jiangqin's growth was too fast, and they couldn't do anything about it. Jiangqin, you mustn't make a mistake. If you surrender now and attach yourself to our Buddha Pagoda, then you'll still have a chance to live. Otherwise, you won't be able to run away even if you want to when Reverend Sakra arrives. The Buddha is a great enemy of our Buddhist pagoda. Do you really want to throw your life away for him? Do you know the consequences of offending our Buddhist pagoda? The Vajra Pagoda roared furiously, trying to force Jiangqin to retreat. What a joke. So what if I offend your Buddhist pagoda? It's not the first or second time that your Buddhist pagoda has tried to kill me. When did you succeed? You're all a pile of dog shit. Not to mention that Tyrant is my good brother, even if he isn't, as long as he's an enemy of your Buddhist pagoda, he's my friend, Jiangqin. Even if I surrender to you, can you protect me? You might not even believe this yourself. Ha ha ha. The two of you might not be able to wait until Sakra Sage arrives. Even if your so-called demon ancestor comes, Jiangqin will not be afraid. Now, I'll start with you guys. You'll end up like the Black Ocean Pagoda. Jiangqin's bloodthirsty eyes flickered constantly. The Vajra Buddha and the Dragon Elephant Buddha looked at each other and felt a deep fear. Jiangqin's aura was too terrifying, and it was as if he wanted to force them into the 18th level of hell. Fight! If we don't fight, we'll all die here. This stubborn bastard doesn't know what's good for him. The Vajra Buddha knew that they had no way out at this time. Moreover, it was very likely that Jiang Qin would consign them to eternal damnation in the next second. They could only fight with their backs against the wall. Mysterious heavenly seal. Jiang Qin clenched his fists and made a seal. The power of Tao accumulation surged and rushed into the sky, completely sealing the Vajra Buddha and the Dragon Elephant Buddha. They had no way out and their lives were on the line. How dare you! A loud shout rang out. After the Vajra Buddha and the Dragon Elephant Buddha, a figure rushed over and clapped his palms on the shoulders of the two. The combined strength of the three finally offset the soaring momentum of Jiang Chen's mysterious heavenly seal. However, the Vajra Buddha and the Dragon Elephant Buddha were already an arrow at the end of its flight. They were in an extremely sorry state, and their faces were filled with bewilderment. Just now, life and death had been decided by a single thought. Old Ghost One Life, you've come just in time. If you had been any later, the two of us would have had to meet the Black Sea Pagoda. The Vajra Pagoda let out a long sigh of relief, sweat dripping down his face. The two of them had never been so close to death. Jiang Qin, I didn't expect you to be so strong. Looks like we've all underestimated you. The world of the stupa nodded and looked at Jiang Qin and Tyrant. He stood there with his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes were incomparably calm, as if he didn't care about Jiang Qin at all. Jiang Qin narrowed his eyes and said, Leng Leng, another pagoda, right? No matter how many come today, I, Jiang Qin, will receive them. I really want to see who can do anything to me. Don't be too full of yourself. Who knows, you might end up kneeling at my feet in a moment. Who knows? The world of the stupa smiled faintly. His calm demeanor caused Jiang Chen's gaze to turn even colder. Where did this guy get his confidence from? I have to say, you're really merciful. A man should be like this. Not bad, not bad. Do you remember the two of them? Chapter 38:12. At that moment, Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with dense killing intent. It was as if the entire sky had darkened. Above the void, there were dark clouds pressing down on the city. It's Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu. These few Buddhas have thoroughly angered little Qinzi. No one understood Jiang Qin better than De Huang. At this moment, a towering rage was spreading out from Jiang Chen's body. That incomparably domineering aura seemed to be above the 9 heavens, invincible. Little Qinzi. Husband. Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing looked at Jiang Qin. At this moment, Yan Qingqing's eyes were filled with tenderness. She had already woken up. Although they had been suppressed in the pagoda, their strength had not fallen behind. Wu Ningzhu had broken through to the Emperor realm, and Yan Qingqing had reached the late Emperor realm because of Princess Azalea's inheritance. The moment she broke through to the Emperor realm, she had completely recalled what had happened in the past. Jiang Chen had been running around everywhere for them, and he had almost died. She had seen everything. You're courting death. Jiang Chen looked at Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing. His body was trembling unceasingly. He then turned to look at the world of the stupas. The corner of his mouth was so cold that it made people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Ha ha ha, I'm so scared. Are you going to kneel down and beg for mercy now? Otherwise, you should be able to imagine what would happen to the two of them. In any case, the two of them were just two breathing animals to me. Life and death are decided by a single thought of mine. You dare to challenge me? Are you going to collect their corpses? The world of the stupas looked at Jiang Chen disdainfully. Now that the power was in his hands, would this guy still dare to act rashly? Don't worry about us. Husband, you must kill this bastard. Yan Qingqing said firmly. Both of them were fearless in the face of death. Even if they were to die, they didn't want to be used by the One Lifetime Pagoda to threaten Jiang Qin. If that happened, Jiang Qin would definitely fall into a passive position. Little Qinzi, we are not afraid of death. You must not be fooled by this guy. Wu Ningzhu clenched her fists tightly. She would die without regrets if she could see Jiang Qin again. You don't have much time left. I'll give you 10 breaths of time. If you don't kneel and beg for forgiveness by then, the two of them will kneel and die. The world of the pagoda stood with his arms crossed in front of his chest. A cold smile appeared on his face. I've heard that Jiang Qin values friendship and loyalty. I don't think you'll give up now, right? Women are like clothes. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's really hard to choose. The words of the One Lifetime Pagoda were like a balm to Jiang Qin. As long as he gave the order, Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing would definitely be hurt. It seems like you're quite confident. Jiang Qin took a deep breath and looked at the One Lifetime Pagoda. At this moment, the other party's arrogant attitude had already made Jiang Qin unable to bear it anymore. You'd better be prepared. Just to protect yourself, I'll make those two guys die instantly. Jiang Qin transmitted his voice to Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing. At this moment, he was already fully prepared. Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing looked at Jiang Qin in disbelief, but they didn't say a word. Jiang Qin had such a great determination. That meant that he must have made some preparations. Jiang Qin would never fight a battle without preparation. Since he was fearless, it meant that victory was already in his grasp. 5, 4, 3, 2, the One Lifetime Pagoda smiled. Everyone held their breath, especially Tyrant, Ling Yun and the others. They were all worried for Jiang Qin. Motherfucker, you despicable bastard. If you dare to touch a single hair on them, I'll bite you to death. De Huang gritted his teeth and said. However, the One Lifetime Pagoda did not care. If Jiang Qin dared to do anything reckless, he would not be merciful. You're not qualified to touch my women. Jiang Qin harumphed coldly. He held the great soul-forming light in his hand and waved it down. Extinguish the soul, light up. Jiang Qin's soul power instantly spread across the void. The two people who were restraining Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing died instantly. Their souls were devoured by the great soul-forming light. The two Emperor Realm experts were powerless against Jiang Qin and died instantly. The One Lifetime Pagoda's expression changed. He never thought that Jiang Qin would be so fearless and use his soul power to suppress two of his pagoda's experts. Jiang Qin's terrifying technique made everyone speechless. Bastard! The One Lifetime Pagoda's expression turned gloomy and ugly. He shouted angrily. At this moment, he could only run towards Jiang Qin. You're not qualified to go against me. Jiang Qin said with a cold smile. The One Lifetime Pagoda had fallen into Jiang Qin's trap. He never thought that he would be in such a difficult situation. Although he had something on him, Jiang Qin had changed the situation in an instant. He, the Dragon Elephant Pagoda and the Vajra Pagoda were forced into a passive position. Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu quickly flew back to Jiang Qin's side. However, their bodies were extremely weak. They had been suppressed in the dark prison all this while. It was already very difficult for them to survive. Jiang Qin, kill me and take revenge for the Black Sea Pagoda. The One Lifetime Pagoda knew that he could only do it himself. He wanted to capture Jiang Qin without putting up a fight. However, the situation had already changed. Anytime. However, all of you must die. How dare you use my, Jiang Qin's women to threaten me? Only death awaits you. Not even the God of Heaven can save you. Jiang Qin held the heavenly dragon sword tightly and patted Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing. The two of them cried tears of joy. They never thought that they would be able to escape and reunite with Jiang Qin. Don't cry. Wait for me to kill these old dogs, then we'll catch up. Jiang Chen felt warmth in his heart. He was relieved that Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu were fine. However, this one lifetime pagoda must die. Jiang Chen had never been threatened by anyone. Those who dared to threaten him were all dead. You don't know what's good for you. How dare you go against the pagoda? Vajra Dragon Elephant, support me. The one lifetime pagoda shouted. His strength had already reached the Middle Emperor realm. He was much stronger than Jiang Chen. He was even stronger than the Vajra Buddha and Dragon Elephant Buddha, 24 moves of sword. Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword once again soared into the sky. Profound Heaven Seal. This time, Jiang Chen had condensed all 7 Tao essence into his body. The profound heavenly seal was unleashed once again. It was even more terrifying than before. The invincible mightiness of the profound heavenly seal had made the Vajra Pagoda and the Dragon Elephant Pagoda silent out of fear. However, the one lifetime pagoda did not believe it. The profound heavenly seal this time was even more overbearing than before. All of you, get lost. The Tao in Jiang Chen's palm was overbearing and invincible. The 3 of them were forced to retreat. Jiang Chen's face turned pale. The Tao energy in his body had been drained by half. However, this seal made the world of the Buddha's facial expression change completely. Jiang Chen's face turned pale. The 3 of them were in a dire situation. Jiang Chen was like a hot knife cutting through butter. He was determined to kill the 3 pagoda. Chapter 38:13. Venerable, save me. Venerable, you have to uphold justice for us. The Venerable is here, Jiang Chen will definitely die. The one lifetime stupa and the others were overjoyed and gradually calmed down. The arrival of Venerable Sakra Tian made them regain their confidence. Venerable Emperor Peak, the current Sakra Tian was only 1 step away from entering the Heavenly King realm. He would soon be able to restore his peak battle strength. For the Buddhist pagoda, this news was too shocking. The one lifetime stupa and the others were all in awe of Sakra Tian. After all, he was the strongest person under the demon ancestor. Regardless of strength or status, the 8 divisional pagoda couldn't compare to him. Although the 8 divisional pagoda was the mainstay of the Buddhist pagoda, it didn't mean that everyone could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. The existence of Venerable Sakra Tian made them feel at ease. This was the strongest battle strength of the Buddhist pagoda. Sakra Tian. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. He thought that Sakra Tian was already dead. However, at the peak of the South Sea, in the purple bamboo forest, this guy was only a soul thought. It wasn't his real body at all. Now, the Sakra Tian who was rushing over was his real body. Jiang Chen, you really have guts. It seems that if I don't get rid of you, this world won't have peace. Sakra Tian looked at Jiang Chen coldly. Now, Jiang Chen was even more troublesome than tyrant. Buddha could just lift a finger, but if he wanted to deal with Jiang Chen, it would definitely be quite troublesome. Previously, he was defeated by Jiang Chen because it was just a soul thought. But now, with his golden body again, Sakra Tian didn't fear Jiang Chen at all. How can a loser be brave? Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen sneered. Sakra Tian's face also became extremely ugly. He looked at Jiang Chen with incomparable anger. Do you think you can become my enemy just because you've defeated my spiritual sense? In my eyes, you are still just a small fry. Sakra Tian's arrogance was indeed justified. Peak Emperor, such strength was indeed not something that the current Jiang Chen could contend with. Who is the small fry? We will only know after we fight. I, Jiang Chen, can defeat you once, and I can defeat you again. Jiang Chen stood with his arms crossed in front of his chest, swearing that as long as the opponent's strength did not exceed the Venerable Emperor realm and had not reached the Heavenly King realm, Jiang Qin was confident that he could fight them. Amitabha. Venerable Socrates, repent. You are the true Buddha. You are the Buddha. How can you commit such a grave sin? Now, the Buddhist sect has been destroyed. Do you want to kill us? Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva sighed in sorrow. Old man, do you really think you have a place in the Buddhist sect? Chen, you, King, Buddha, King, I, King, you, Yun, I, Buddha, King, Huang, King, Ven, King, Buddha, King, Ven, Venerable, why did the Buddhist sect become so weak in his hands? The demon ancestor did the opposite. Overthrowing him was the right choice. My Buddha Tower wants to replace the Buddhist sect, but what can we do? Do you, King, Venerable, Buddha is the only orthodox sect in this world. Don't forget how you were destroyed. Do you have the ability to go against heaven? Heaven can never be defied. The great trial of heaven and earth is not a disaster, but a reincarnation. Those who are fated will survive, but some will die when their time is up. Even you are no exception. Socrates looked arrogant and domineering. His face was full of anger. He didn't take anyone seriously, as if he was the only one in the world. Indeed, he, too, had the strength. Peak Emperor, Venerable Realm. Only a few people in this world could fight with him. Bastard. Di Shi Tian, you're an out-and-out lunatic, you're a bastard. Don't talk nonsense. I, Ksitigarbha Buddha sect, am respected by heaven and earth. What right do you have to criticize me? As the scum of the Buddhist sect, I am ashamed to be associated with you. This was the first time Tyrant revealed an expression of anger. After all, this guy didn't put Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva in his eyes at all. Even Tyrant was filled with reverence for Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. If Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva hadn't worked so hard for the sake of the people of the world, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva wouldn't have become what it was today. So what? Who can fight with me? Jiang Qin. Or a defeated general like you? The Buddhist sect has already been destroyed. What right do you have to negotiate with us? If it wasn't for the demon ancestor, I would have killed you long ago. You are still useful to the demon ancestor. Socrates sneered, his eyes full of contempt. Forget it, monk. This kind of person is already blinded by greed and has no sense of right and wrong. He is the scum of the Buddhist sect. Now, there is no way to save him. There is only one ending. We die, or he dies. Jiang Qin stood up with his sword in his hand. At this moment, there was no chance for reconciliation. Whoever fell first would be a coward, and the one who survived would be the ruler. You are right. There is only one ending. Unfortunately, they can't see through it. Only you can be considered a sensible person. If you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Otherwise, you will die sooner or later. You guys won't be able to survive the calamity of heaven and earth. Why don't you die early and reincarnate? Ha ha ha. Socrates was extremely savage and hysterical. Even his eyes were extremely feminine. Jiang Qin had cut off a part of his soul. He had always harbored hatred in his heart. At this time, he must dismember Jiang Qin into 1,000 pieces. I will accompany you to the end. Jiang Qin raised his sword and stood up. His four eyes met Socrates', his battle intent surging. Little Chinzi, be careful. Tyrant's expression was very unsightly. He was incomparably nervous. No one was clearer than him about how terrifying Socrates was. Back then, it was only a part of his soul that had already forced them into a desperate situation. Now that they were facing Socrates, who had already returned to his golden body, their situation pointed to disaster. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I will definitely return it 10 times or 100 times more. In today's battle, Socrates, let me see how powerful you, the Buddhist sect's war god from billions of years ago, are. Jiang Qin was fearless. The battle was about to begin. If it was me back then, you might not even be able to withstand one move from me. Even today, you will undoubtedly die. I can also exercise my muscles and bones. The hatred from back then, new hatred and old hatred, I will settle it all together. Socrates slowly clenched his fists and looked at Jiang Qin. Venerable One, you must seek justice for us. Kill this Jiang Qin as soon as possible. The world stupa stared fiercely at Jiang Qin and said, My husband, you must be extremely careful. Yan Qingqing's face was filled with nervousness. Jiang Qin looked back and smiled. The current Yan Qingqing's eyes were so familiar. She was no longer that ice-cold woman from back then. Her eyes were filled with tenderness. Her concern flowed in his heart inch by inch. Today, I will let you all witness the might of I, Socrates. Shirzun, I want to let you know that even without you, I, Socrates, can still become the Buddhist sect supreme. No one can disobey me. Chapter 38:14. Retreat. Along with Indra's roar, the 9 dragons pagoda, One World pagoda, Dragon Elephant pagoda, and Vajra pagoda all retreated. Indra descended like a heavenly shadow with unparalleled divine might. Skyscraping palm. Indra struck out with his palm. The heavens and earth trembled, the weather changed, and all living things roared. Jiang Qin held the heavenly dragon sword and slashed out. The 24 moves of sword came from all directions and intertwined with Indra's palm. At that moment, Jiang Qin's expression changed and he retreated in a sorry state. Even with the help of the dragon transformation and the ancient soaring dragon technique, Jiang Qin was still not an Emperor realm expert. On the other hand, Indra had reached the peak of the Emperor realm. His terrifying power permeated the heavens and earth, making it impossible for anyone to resist. Little Qinzi. Husband. Wu Ningzhu, Yan Qingqing, and the others all had their hearts in their throats. Jiang Qin had already used all his strength, but at this moment, it was still difficult for him to make Indra take a step back. Jiang Qin clenched his teeth and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, his eyes were still incomparably cold, without a hint of fear. Indra, get out of here. Tyrant soared into the sky and launched a powerful attack. The obscure Buddhist sect seals in his hands were launched one after another, covering the sky and penetrating the 9 heavens. Great Mahamudra palm. Now that Buddha had regained a new life, the memories of his previous life had completely fused with tyrants. He was extremely familiar with the techniques of the Buddhist sect. The Great Mahamudra palm was his supreme technique in the past. Although its might was greatly reduced now that he was using it, it was still incomparably powerful. Indra's expression froze. He clenched his fist and launched another attack. Facing Buddha's great Mahamudra palm, he did not dare to be careless. After all, this was Buddha's special skill in the past. Boundless Buddhist aura surged and filled the sky. Tyrant had already unleashed all of his abilities. The palm imprint that covered the sky shone with resplendent golden light. However, under Sakra's heavy fist, it actually turned into specks of light in an instant, dispersing in the void. Tyrant was sent flying backward. Just like Jiang Qin, he was also forced to retreat by Socrates and cut a sorry figure. Everyone's heart was rather heavy. Jiang Qin and Tyrant were defeated one after another. Their complexions were unsightly, and their situation was worrying. Sakra was like an unrivaled demon that made Jiang Qin unable to resist. You go first, little Qinzi. I'll handle this. I'm the one he wants. Monk Tyrant dismissed the rewards and punishments and said through gritted teeth. Bullshit. Today, I will definitely not rest until this bastard is dead. Jiang Chen completely ignored Tyrant. However, Tyrant knew that they no longer had any chance. Sakra Tian's true body was simply too powerful. Previously, in order to erase a trace of Sakra Tian's soul, the two of them had already unleashed all of their abilities. Now, wanting to suppress Sakra Tian was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. None of you will be able to leave this place alive. Of course, Buddha is an exception. Because the evil ancestor wants your golden body for other purposes. Ha ha ha. Sakra Tian's face was filled with arrogance. He looked at Jiang Chen as though he was looking at an ant. You don't have the ability to kill me. Jiang Chen's eyes were sharp and murderous. Sword, come. Jiang Chen moved his palm and the wind howled. 108 peak primal origin treasures appeared in the void. Everyone's expression changed drastically. 108 peak primal origin treasures. It was too terrifying. Even the four great pagoda's expression turned ugly. Let's see what tricks you can play. Sakra Tian's expression was solemn. However, Jiang Chen's strength was still too weak. It was completely wishful thinking for Jiang Chen to oppose him at this time. Even if he had the support of the formation and hundreds of primal origin treasures, what could he do? Get out of my way. Sakra Tian roared. His palms flew and his aura was monstrous. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen's Ashura sword formation had completely covered the void. It was impossible for Sakra Tian to escape and destroy the Ashura sword formation. Even he, who was at the peak of the Emperor Venerable Realm, could not break the formation in an instant when facing the sword formation formed by 108 primal origin treasures. Interesting. Sakra Tian narrowed his eyes and sneered. As Jiang Chen's Ashura sword formation gradually formed and the sword formation was fully activated, Jiang Chen's expression became colder and colder. Jiang Chen had made up his mind to kill Sakra Tian here. At that moment, Sakra Tian was greatly shocked. Jiang Chen was only at the middle stage Emperor realm. However, the Ashura sword formation had brought him a lot of trouble even though he was at the peak of the Emperor Venerable realm. However, the Ashura sword formation needed to control 108 primal origin treasures, which consumed a lot of strength. In less than 10 breaths, it had already consumed 1/3 of Jiang Chen's strength. Sakra Tian staggered in the Ashura sword formation. His face was extremely gloomy. This terrifying sword chi was all released by the primal origin treasures. Moreover, it was a peak primal origin treasure. If this continued, Sakra Tian knew that he would definitely die here and exhaust his strength if he could not get out of this sword formation within the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn. However, at this moment, it was obvious that Jiang Chen's strength was not up to his expectations. He could not hold on for half an incense stick to burn. Even 30 breaths was extremely difficult for Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen did not slack off. He had to at least injure Sakra Tian to relieve the hatred in his heart. This arrogant guy was trapped in his Ashura sword formation and could not move an inch. Bastard! Sakra Tian's face was extremely grim. In this Ashura sword formation, he could be obliterated at any time. This Jiang Chen was simply a madman. 10 breaths had already consumed half of his strength. The longer he persisted, the better it would be for Jiang Chen. He might even overdraft his body and send him to eternal damnation. Therefore, at this moment, for Jiang Chen, this battle was a gamble with his life. It was to suppress Sakra Tian. You want to kill me? You're not worthy, not worthy. Chapter 38:15. Jiang Chen's strength was declining step by step because the Ashura sword formation consumed too much of his strength. It was simply unbearable for him. In the blink of an eye, only 20 breaths of time had passed, but Shi Tian, who was above the void, had already been forced into a desperate situation. This scene was watched by tens of thousands of people. Countless people were looking up at Di Tian and Jiang Qin. These two people were like two incomparably dazzling suns. That kind of dazzling brilliance was enough to make anyone flinch. Little Chenzi may not be able to hold on for much longer. De Huang said in a deep voice. His face was solemn. He could feel that Jiang Chen's strength was declining continuously. The suppression power that he could burst out was already inadequate. De Huang understood Jiang Chen better than anyone else. At this time, it was already difficult for him to have a backup technique. The Ashura sword formation could force Di Tian to this step. It was already beyond everyone's expectations. Then what should we do? Yan Qingqing's eyes were solemn, she was very worried. All the women were silently looking at Jiang Qin, wishing that they could take this blow for Jiang Qin. However, both sides were evenly matched. Di Tian was constantly being pressured by the Ashura sword formation and was in an extremely difficult situation. If Jiang Qin could hold on, he would certainly be able to make Di Tian submit, but they were afraid that Jiang Qin would not be able to hold on any longer. He can only rely on himself. De Huang sighed. Others could not help at all. If Jiang Qin could not end Di Tian, the outcome might be reversed by the opponent. Jiang Qin clenched his teeth, but he could not hold on for much longer. Just like what De Huang said, he had to rely on himself. The divine might of the 108 pinnacle origin divine tools made Di Tian, who was at the peak of the Emperor Venerable Realm, shocked. However, at the same time, the power it consumed was also difficult for Jiang Qin to control. The earth-shattering momentum of the Ashura sword formation made Jiang Qin feel extremely strenuous. It was like a whale swallowing, the power in his body was instantly stripped, it was as horrifying as silk being spun out of a cocoon. Bastard, you want to kill me? Impossible. Di Tian punched out one punch after another. Loud explosions shook the world. Layers of sword shadows were repelled by his heavy punches, but he was also constantly retreating, defending the perimeter. It was difficult for him to advance even an inch. Sword chi came from all directions and he had no way to deal with it. Even if his divine fists were invincible and blocked a lot of sword chi, there were still countless sword chi that could penetrate through every pore, making him suffer and riddled with scars. In another 30 breaths' time, Di Tian would definitely not be able to hold on. Now he already felt extremely strenuous. This Ashura sword formation, 108 pinnacle origin divine tools, was simply like a big net between heaven and earth. Even Di Tian, who was at the peak of the Emperor Venerable Realm, could only look at its back. However, at this moment, although Di Tian was distressed, he found that Jiang Qin was already an arrow at the end of its flight and could not continue to hold on. This incomparably huge formation required spiritual chi of heaven and earth, which almost made an Emperor Venerable Realm master like him change his expression. Little bastard, let's see how long you can hold on. Di Tian sneered. He was already prepared to fight to the death with Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin took a deep breath. In the last 10 breaths' time, he began to crazily attack. Regardless of whether he could win in the end, he must go all out and use the last bit of his strength. Even if he was defeated, he absolutely could not let Di Tian have an easy time. Gods descend, 10,000 swords return to origin. Streaks of sharp sword chi continuously burst out from the Ashura sword formation. Di Tian was extremely cautious, retreating step by step, looking extremely embarrassed. Everyone was extremely looking forward to it, but Jiang Qin really could not hold on any longer. The consumption of the Ashura sword formation almost made him a dried-up lamp. Puff, Jiang Qin spat out a mouthful of blood. The bitterness at the corner of his mouth was overflowing. He staggered and finally stood up with his sword, barely holding on. Otherwise, he would have completely collapsed. Di Tian's body trembled. The surrounding airwaves gradually receded and the sword rain also dissipated. The Ashura sword formation broke by itself because Jiang Qin was already unable to hold on any longer. However, Di Shi Tian was also very embarrassed and suffered heavy injuries. Although he was a lot stronger than Jiang Qin, he also felt like he was hitting his own face to look fat. If Jiang Qin could continue to hold on for another 30 breaths, then it would be enough to kill Di Shi Tian and completely seal him off. However, everything was just an if. You are not my opponent after all. I have to say that your Ashura sword formation is indeed very strong. Unfortunately, it is not worth mentioning in front of me. Di Shi Tian said with an arrogant face. Jiang Qin was already an arrow at the end of its flight and no longer had the strength to fight. At this time, he was still the final winner. If it wasn't for me consuming too much energy in the previous battle, you might not be able to escape alive and avoid my Ashura sword formation. Jiang Qin said while gritting his teeth. His face was gloomy. The battle with the three great stupas had already given Jiang Qin a great deal of pressure. Facing Di Shi Tian again was why he was in such a difficult situation. If it was a real peak battle, he might be able to make Di Shi Tian bow his head. But in the end, you still couldn't kill me. Di Shi Tian sneered. History was always written by the victors. The defeated could only become the dust of history. There was no problem at all. This was an unchanging truth since ancient times. This time, you finally know the power of our pagoda, right? Going against us, all of you must die. How can you contend against Venerable Di Shi Tian? You really overestimate yourself. Venerable One, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and kill all of them before anything bad happens. The few venerables behind Di Shi Tian all had gloomy expressions. Jiang Qin brought enough threat and fear to them. If it wasn't for Di Shi Tian taking action in time, they might have all died here. Di Shi Tian, do you know what you are doing? Buddha is the only hope of our Buddhist sect. The devil ancestor is the real devil. Do you want to help the wicked? Countless years ago, have you all forgotten your original intention of becoming a Buddha? May there be no suffering in the world forever, and may the people of the world enjoy eternal peace and happiness. Although Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva didn't have any battle strength left, he still walked forward step by step. His eyes met Sakra's, and their gazes intertwined with each other fearlessly. Di Shi Tian glanced at Ksitigarbha and sneered. In this world, there is no one who can order me around. Even the devil ancestor can't. Because he can give me absolute freedom and let me be unrestrained. To me, there is no difference between killing and saving. Killing millions of people and saving millions of people, life and death, Buddha and devil, it is only a thought. If I want to become a devil, heaven and earth will tremble. If I want to become a Buddha, all living beings will be saved. Chapter 38:16. Becoming a demon and becoming a Buddha are separated by a single thought. Indra, if my death can awaken your desire for Buddha, then I am willing to live and die with the world. The Buddha said calmly with a smile. I only hope that my death can bring back your sincerity. Everyone here is innocent. The only person you want is me. As for them, what do they have to do with you? Indra sneered as he looked on coldly. I don't need others to tell me what to do. Do you know why I don't like you? Because you always talk about benevolence, always willing to share life and death with the world. But the world is still suffering, and you are still high and mighty. You don't have the qualifications to negotiate with me. If the Buddha doesn't save me, I will become a demon. Ha ha ha. Indra's wild laughter resounded through the 9 heavens. Amitabha. It's all because of this little monk. Fate comes and goes, it should end with me. Please let these benefactors go. I am not a Buddha, but I hope that at this moment, you are a Buddha. No matter what, you were once the god of war of the Buddhist sect, enjoying the incense of the heavens. The Buddha was still begging, constantly admonishing Indra, hoping that he could understand the suffering and repent. I am not a Buddha. I am Indra, the overlord of the firmament. Indra's palm moved. A terrifying thunderous palm descended from the sky, slapping towards the Buddha. Jiang Chen's pupils shrunk. Just when he was about to take action, 6 silhouettes broke through the sky and landed in front of Di Shi Tian. The 6 of them joined forces and took on the attack with all their might. Even Di Shi Tian was pushed back by the attack. His eyes shone brightly. It's them. Jiang Chen's heart shook. He didn't expect that the ones who came to save them would be the golden arhats. The ones who didn't receive the attack were Venerable T. Kasayapa, Venerable Virtuous Stainless, Venerable Subadala, and the other 3 were all late-stage emperor experts. Their strength was comparable to Venerable T. Kasayapa and the others. Old bald donkeys, you guys still dare to go against me? Do you all want to die? Indra Sakra shouted angrily. He naturally recognized Subadhara and the others. These people had always remained neutral after the destruction of the Buddhist sect. They didn't announce that they were leaving the Buddhist sect, but they also didn't participate in all the matters of the Buddhist sect. They completely chose to avoid the world and hid in the secular world, in the West Pole divine region. Amitabha, as a disciple of the Buddhist sect, we should protect the Buddha. Everyone is not a saint, and everyone makes mistakes. Even the Buddha is the same. Moreover, all of this is not the fault of the Buddha alone. Don't you dare act recklessly and harm the great monks of the Buddhist sect. Venerable Taikasayapa said solemnly, neither servile nor overbearing. He stood in front of the Buddha, the 6 golden arhats blocking Sakra Heaven's path. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Once I catch all of you in one fell swoop, the might of my Buddhist pagoda will spread throughout the 9 provinces and 18 counties. Sakra narrowed his eyes and stared at Lord T. Kasayapa and the others. Amitabha, the Buddha once said, if I don't enter hell, who will? Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva also said, if hell is not empty, I vow not to become a Buddha. Hell is full of Buddhas. Even if it's the 18 levels of hell, what is there to be afraid of? The Buddha is wandering, and the clown is in the palace. We vow to follow the Buddha until death, and the world will not change. Lord T. Kasayapa's words made Tyrant's eyes burn with passion, his heart surging. Back then, when he risked his life to save Lord T. Kasayapa and the others, it seemed that his Buddhist heart had finally moved them. Venerable, you're exaggerating. The Buddha's eyes were full of emotion. He was even happier than when he regained his strength. The return of the Buddhist sect was just around the corner. Good, good, good. If that's the case, then let me see what you're capable of. Sakra Heaven would not rest until he was dead. Even the appearance of Lord T. Kasayapa and the others could not make him retreat. Amitabha, where are the arhats? Venerable Virtuous Stainless shouted in a deep voice. In an instant, more than 100 Emperor Realm golden arhats soared into the sky and instantly returned to their positions. One by one, the drunken lying arhats stood on the left and right, guarding the Buddha firmly. Their appearances were extremely solemn. Amitabha, make your move. Venerable Subadala looked at Sakra Heaven and said lightly. The corner of Sakra Heaven's mouth twitched slightly. Motherfucker, aren't you challenging me? However, Sakra Heaven knew that the situation was already over. After the fierce battle with Jiang Qin, he had lost the absolute power to dominate. Now that more than 100 arhats had returned to their positions and swore to protect the Buddha, it had become more and more difficult for him. With serious injuries, it was tantamount to wanting to fight all of them by himself. The faces of World Stupa and the others were also grim. If these 100 golden arhats forcibly attacked, they might not have any hope of survival. Ha ha! The auras of countless golden arhats soared into the sky, causing everyone to hold their breaths in rapt attention. The 10 major powers of the West Pole divine region had all gathered together at this moment because they finally recognized their Buddha ancestor. The world had converted to him. After all, there was only one leader, the Buddha ancestor. The great calamity of the world was not directed by the Buddha ancestor. He was also a victim. Venerable Tikasayapa knew that even at this time, the Buddha ancestor was still thinking about their life and death. Apart from the Buddha ancestor that they were once proud of, who else could do it? The heaven and earth were heartless, and all things were like straw dogs, but their Buddha ancestor had never changed. What changed was only the human heart. The Buddhist path collapsed, and the world was in chaos. The great tribulation of heaven and earth rose, and the heavenly Tao fell. The Buddha ancestor was the first person to reincarnate. Perhaps that was the Buddhist sect's great tribulation, and also the Buddha ancestor's great tribulation. Good. 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 500 arhats, right? Today, I, Sakra Heaven, admit defeat. The future is long, and my pagoda will definitely not let you go. Sakra Heaven's eyes were dark and anxious, but he could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. The Buddha ancestor was excited. Even though his Buddhist heart was as steady as Mount Tai, he was still moved by the lineup of Venerable Tikasayapa and the others. Not only the hundreds of golden arhats, but also countless Buddhist disciples flew over from the mountains. That scene made Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva tear up uncontrollably. Amitabha, the Buddha ancestor is sincere, and all laws return to one. The world is endless, and the Dharma is boundless. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's face was full of shock and joy. His efforts had not been in vain after all. He finally saw the rise of the Buddhist sect. Above the West Pole, endless Buddhist light was born again. At this moment, no one could stop the terrifying and shocking Buddhist aura. Chapter 38:17. As more and more experts from the West Pole arrived and the arhats returned, Sakra knew that he had lost the upper hand. At this time, he had no choice but to retreat. He couldn't change the situation of the West Pole with his own strength. Now that this Buddha could summon so many experts from the West Pole, he didn't expect it at all. Jiang Chen, Buddha, sooner or later, I'll catch all of you in one fell swoop. Sakra snorted coldly. Without the slightest hesitation, he brought one world stupa and the others and quickly fled far away. Jiang Chen and Tyrant looked at each other and heaved a sigh of relief. Their expressions returned to normal. If Sakra insisted on fighting, even if they could win, the final outcome would be a heavy blow to the enemy and a heavy blow to themselves. Amitabha. Thank you, Venerables. Tyrant clasped his palms together and said solemnly to Subadalluo. Amitabha. Buddha, you're too kind. You're the ancestor of all Buddhas, the leader of all living beings, the Lord of heaven and earth. Our eyes were blinded by filth, we didn't recognize the true Lord and refused to obey heaven and earth. Back then, when the Buddhism sect was destroyed, we didn't give it our all. Buddha, you'd rather die than harm us. You're a merciful, unmerciful person. I'm deeply ashamed of my Buddha's will. Today, all of you are willing to follow Buddha to restore the prestige of our Buddhism sect and pray for the world. Please forgive us, Buddha. Venerable Savara said with a face full of guilt. His mind was calm and his heart was devoted to Buddha. Amitabha. Buddha is merciful. Please forgive us, Buddha. Venerable Tikasayapa led the arhats and bowed with their palms together. They were filled with endless respect and reverence for Buddha. Tyrant's eyes were burning with passion and his heart was filled with excitement. Not too long ago, he had lost everything. But now that he had reincarnated, there were still so many disciples of the Buddhist sect who were willing to follow him and pray for the people of the world. To Tyrant, this was a great shock and a great honor. Amitabha. There is a reason for this little monk's grave mistake. After all, it started because of me, so I cannot absolve myself from the blame. I thank all the venerables for being willing to forgive me. The heart of the Buddhist sect is to work for the welfare of all living beings in the world. To sacrifice oneself for others, all living beings in the world are the thoughts of Buddha. Now that the venerable ones have returned, I am very happy. I hope that the venerable ones will walk the same path as me. The great calamity of the world is just around the corner. We will definitely risk our lives to protect the land beneath our feet, to protect the last dignity of the people of the world. Tyrant's voice was deafening, and even Jiangchen couldn't help but sigh with emotion. After Tyrant merged with the memories of his previous life, his entire being was filled with the Buddhist charm of a great monk and the aura of a leader. This was the aura that a true supreme being of the Buddhist sect should have. Amitabha, we pledge our lives to fight for the common people of the world. Tyrant was the leader of all the venerables. Jiangchen finally understood the reason why Tyrant was willing to stay in the West Pole. He knew that Jiangchen would definitely be able to awaken the Buddhist disciples of the West Pole and fight for the common people. Venerable Wood Spirit's eyes were glistening with tears as he murmured, Avalokitesvara, if you could see this scene, you would definitely be very gratified. Jiangchen knew that the Buddhist sect had risen in the West Pole, and they already had the capital to contend against the Buddhist pagoda. The Buddhist sect was originally the #1 sect in the world, but due to the great calamity of the world, it fell apart. Even the Buddha was annihilated. The demon ancestor was reborn and split from the body of the Buddha. Only then did he truly obtain eternal life. The existence of the Buddhist pagoda was the demonic claws of the demon ancestor. Husband, Little Chinzi, Yan Qingqing, Wu Ningzhu, and the others rushed in and hugged Jiangchen tightly. At that moment, all of their eyes were filled with tears, and their eyes were filled with longing and love. Ling Yun, longing, Wu Ningzhu, Yan Qingqing, and everyone else were filled with longing for Jiangchen. At that moment, even Jiangchen felt extremely happy. However, Wu Ningzhu knew that Jiangchen was not happy, because the helplessness at the corner of his mouth had already betrayed him. Before Xiaoyu returned to his side, his life was definitely not complete. From today onwards, I will never leave you again, husband. Longing hugged Jiangchen tightly, and did not want to let go for even a moment. Are you guys going to strangle me to death before you stop? Jiangchen said. Yan Qingqing's tears turned into a smile, and her eyes were filled with guilt. Husband, I'm sorry, you don't need to say anything. Do you think I will blame you? Jiangchen retorted, which startled Yan Qingqing. Immediately, she nodded her head and said no more. Why would there be so many apologies between husband and wife? Jiangchen and the others were in a harmonious mood. Even De Huang could feel the warm atmosphere and was filled with excitement. Only one person stood silently at the edge. Jiangchen knew that Lan Lingji had always been worried about Long Shishan. However, both Long Shishan and Han Yan had gone missing at this time. Even in the 6 paths of reincarnation, it was indeed worrying. Even the 6 paths of reincarnation couldn't trap them. This can only mean that these two aren't ordinary people. They each have their own fortune. There's no need to worry. Xidigarba's words made Lan Lingji and Jiangchen feel slightly relieved. However, Lan Lingji had yet to see Long Shishan. It was imaginable how worried she was. Old man, are you saying that I'm very ordinary? Isn't this too ridiculous? Can those two fellows be more powerful than me? De Huang said in an unconvinced tone. How he wished that he was the one who disappeared in the 6 paths of reincarnation. Amitabha. Everything has its cause and effect. Even the heaven can't fix it. Xidigarba said with a smile. Amitabha. Thank you for saving my life, great monk. These people are my good friends. I thank great monk again on their behalf. Tyrant's expression was solemn as he spoke sincerely. Amitabha. This old monk has once made a vow: if hell isn't empty, I won't become a Buddha. Now that the 6 paths of reincarnation have been lost, hell is empty. I know that my sins are very heavy. However, with the reincarnation of Gautama Buddha, Buddhist sect has once again regained its Buddhist radiance. I can now leave with peace of mind. Leave behind the Sarira and the 3 lives Buddha charm to Gautama Buddha. Heaven and earth shall meet again. Ksitigarbha said plainly and slightly nodded. In a flash, his figure had already faded away. A karmic fire rose spontaneously and incinerated his figure. Great monk, Bodhisattva, countless people from the Buddhist sect were shocked. No one had expected that Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva would fulfill his vow at this moment and pass away. Amitabha. The sorrow in Tyrant's eyes was overflowing. Ksitigarbha was the pillar of the Buddhist sect, a living fossil of the Buddhist sect. Now that he had passed away, he left behind the Buddha charm of 3 lives to revive the Buddhist sect. This filled Tyrant with endless emotions. At this moment, a blood-red light streaked across the sky from a distance, heading straight for the West Pole Divine region. Chapter 38:18. Holy shit, why do I feel a chill running down my spine? De Huang said with a dark expression. Back then in the Luo God clan, he was more familiar with this aura than anyone else. It's her. Jiang Qin knitted his brows. He also sensed this familiar aura, but the current her was much stronger than before. Her azure robe fluttered in the wind and her crimson eyes made Jiang Qin feel that the current her was very different from before. No one knew how terrifying that cold and austere aura was. It wasn't any weaker than Di Shi Tian, because her crimson eyes were bewitching and cold without the slightest gentleness. Jiang Chen had mixed feelings in his heart. He was even a little puzzled. What did she experience in this period of time? Why did she become so cold? Was she still the Qing Luo that he knew? Everyone could see that the azure-clothed lady was coming towards Jiang Chen. Who is she? Why is she coming for husband? Yan Qingqing's face was grave and filled with vigilance as she stared at the azure-clothed lady. No matter who it is, we can't let her hurt husband. Wu Ningzhu and the rest were also on the verge of a showdown. They were extremely cautious of this outsider. Long Ying, Ling Yun, and Yu were all on the alert, as if they were afraid that Jiang Qin would be snatched away. She doesn't come with good intentions. Tyrant said in a low voice. But now that they had over 100 golden arhats with them, they would definitely not let her hurt Jiang Qin. Motherfucker, little Qinzi, when did you provoke this tigress? Why did she come looking for you? De Huang said with lingering fear. Back then in the Luo God clan, only Luo Qing was in existence that he was afraid of. Back then, Luo Qing was doing very well in the younger generation of the Luo God clan, but he was also above everyone else. Do I look like a womanizer to you? Jiang Qin said faintly. You don't look like one, because you are. You even dare to provoke this tigress, I really have to hand it to you. I can't afford to offend him. De Huang said timidly and hid behind Jiang Qin. What? Your senior sister is here. Are you not going to acknowledge her? Don't you remember everything that the Luo God clan has given you? Luo Qing looked at De Huang indifferently. De Huang seemed to be a little afraid, and Jiang Qin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. De Huang, who was not afraid of anything, was actually afraid of Luo Qing. It could be imagined that Luo Qing must have abused him a lot in the past. Bullshit, senior sister. If it wasn't for the fact that I couldn't beat you back then, I wouldn't have been trampled so miserably by you. De Huang said fiercely. It seems like you still want to stretch your muscles. Luo Qing Lengleng said. Big Yellow turned around and hid behind Jiang Qin. He said in a low voice, Little Qinzi, it's up to you now. You must subdue this tigress. She's here for you. Jiang Chen shrugged and couldn't help smiling. It's been a long time. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. He felt a little complicated in his heart. Since Luo Qing had come to find him, it meant that she had collected the other 7 pieces of the God Luo scripture. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to find him. Jiang Chen knew that after the two of them parted ways, he was no longer Chen Jiang, and Luo Qing was no longer the same Qing Luo. Things remained the same, but people had changed. The once youthful youth had turned into sand and vanished into thin air. Jiang Chen even missed the time when the two of them met. You didn't know me, and I didn't know you. You were happy because of me, and I was happy because of you. It was the simplest and purest way. Jiang Chen, we finally meet again. Luo Qing turned her gaze to Jiang Chen. She didn't seem to have any intention to continue arguing with De Huang. Qing Luo is no longer here. Tell me, why are you looking for me? Jiang Chen said straightforwardly. If it wasn't for the last piece of the God Luo scripture, the two of them might never meet again. Follow me to the south of the Luo River. Luo Qing's expression was cold. Her blood-red eyes made Wu Ningzhu, Yan Qingqing, and the others afraid that she would harm Jiang Chen. Why? Is it for the God Luo scripture? What do you want? Jiang Chen looked at Luo Qing with a burning gaze. Yes and no. As long as you follow me to the south of the Luo River, you will understand. The last piece of the God Luo scripture is in your hands. Without you, the God Luo scripture will not be complete. Luo Qing said in a deep voice. He stared into Jiang Chen's eyes. His eyes were filled with passion and determination. What if I don't go? Jiang Chen said coldly. At this moment, there was no reason for him to leave the West Pole Divine region and go to the south of the Luo River. Jiang Chen didn't know what kind of secret the God Luo scripture was hiding. If you want to know your past and present lives, if you want to know where the person you love the most is, if you want to know the past of the tribulation of the heavens and earth, I will be waiting for you south of the Luo River. Remember, you can only come alone. Of course, you can bring this cute puppy. That's all. Luo Qing's words made Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu hold their breaths. What does this demoness mean? Is it her aim to get rid of us? Husband, don't be fooled by her. She doesn't look like a good person, Long Ying said in a low voice. Long Ying said in a low voice. If Jiang Chen really went to the meeting alone, they would be extremely worried. However, Luo Qing's words really touched Jiang Chen's heart. His past life, his beloved, and the great calamity of the world. Could it be that there were so many things recorded in the God Luo scripture? Luo Qing turned around and left. However, Jiang Chen fell into deep thought. He couldn't guarantee his own life, but he had no choice but to go. Even if he knew that it was a dragon's pool and a tiger's den, he still had to go. Luo Qing's figure came and went without a trace. She waved her sleeves and didn't take away a single cloud. Jiang Chen was incomparably solemn. He took a deep breath. He had no reason to refuse. No matter what the reason was, it was worth the risk. After all, Luo Qing wouldn't let him walk into the trap just because of the God Luo scripture. Jiang Chen still had this bit of confidence. Husband, you mustn't go. This is obviously a trap. Ling Yun said solemnly. She was afraid that Jiang Chen would fall into the tiger's mouth. That woman was definitely not someone easy to deal with. That's right, husband. I can tell that she's not a good person. Chapter 38:19. Jiang Chen's heart was heavy. Luo Qing's appearance had completely messed up his thoughts, including Yan Qinyu's sudden departure. He was filled with doubts and worries. Where was Xiao Yu now? She left for the great calamity of the heavens and earth. Jiang Chen had no idea where she was going. Jiang Chen had fallen into a crossroad. Jiang Chen really wanted to know what Luo Qing meant. What did his previous life and current life represent? Most importantly, if Xiao Yu's situation was really worrying, then he had no choice but to go. Although Luo Qing did not force him, the last piece of the God Luo scripture was in his hands. If Luo Qing wanted to make a change, she would have to snatch the God Luo scripture from him. However, she did not do so and asked him to go and investigate. Although she was no longer Qing Luo, she did not directly attack him. This showed that deep in her heart, she did not want to be his enemy. Xiao Yu, oh Xiao Yu, why did you leave me in the end? Although you've already broken free from the control of others and gained your own freedom, you still need my protection in my heart. How can I be at ease when you leave by yourself for the sake of the great calamity of the world, regardless of whether you live or die? Jiang Chen was struggling in his heart. At this moment, he could not tell anyone because he had to take this step by himself. Luo Qing had said that he must not bring anyone along. Otherwise, no one would know what the result would be. This trip to the south of the Luo River would be filled with unimaginable dangers. Now that Wu Ningzhu, Yan Qingqing, Ling Yun and the others had just reunited with him, how could Jiang Chen bear to leave them behind? However, what he could do was too little. Husband, you can't go. That woman has obviously laid out an inescapable net to invite you into the trap. Yeah, little Chenzi, you can't fall into her trap. Husband, you really can't leave us again. If something happens to you, what should we do? Tui, what nonsense are you talking about? My husband is blessed by the heavens, he will definitely be fine. Wu Ningzhu, Ling Yun and the rest were extremely reluctant. However, if Jiang Chen were to leave, he would definitely not allow them to follow him. If that was the case, their lives would be at stake. It was hard for them to be at ease. Only De Huang knew that as long as Xiao Yu was involved, Jiang Chen would never sit still and wait for death. Moreover, Luo Qing was not someone who was easy to deal with. At this time, only he could help Jiang Chen and walk side by side with him. Don't worry. With me around, little Chenzi will be fine. Big Yellow patted his chest and said. But with his current strength, he had just broken through to the sovereign realm. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile and looked at Big Yellow. I think the one who really needs protection is you. Big Yellow's face reddened as it continued, with me around, you know what to do. We don't need to be afraid of any monsters or demons. It's just a mere Luo Qing, we can just get rid of her. This is what you said. When the time comes, you will help me get rid of that woman. Jiang Chen swore solemnly. Little Chenzi, do you really have to go? Tyrant was a little worried. However, at this moment, the West Pole had just recovered and the Buddhist sect had just started to improve. He could not choose to leave at this time. Now, he must unite all the disciples of the Buddhist sect and form a united force. This force was to fight against the great calamity of the heavens and earth and even the slaughter pagoda. Jiang Chen knew about Tyrant's situation. What he needed to do now was to completely integrate the Buddhist sect and unite the West Pole divine region. Even if they couldn't restore their former glory, they must at least let more experts of the Buddhist sect return to their positions as soon as possible. Whether it was the great calamity of the heavens and slaughter pagoda, both made it hard for Tyrant to leave. Tyrant was well aware of Little Yu's position in Jiang Chen's heart. Once he decided on something, no one would be able to pull him back. Jiang Chen nodded with incomparable determination. He also wanted to know what kind of secrets his previous life held for Luo Qing. Take care. Tyrant nodded heavily. He took a deep breath and patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. The worry in his heart was obvious. However, since Jiang Chen had already made up his mind, he would definitely not stop him. Wait for me here. I believe that you guys will be very safe in the Buddhist sect. Jiang Chen said softly as he looked at Wu Ningzhu and the others. Sister Ning, I'll leave them to you. take good care of them. Forgive me for my universal love, but all of you are equally important in my heart. Wu Ningzhu hugged Jiang Qin tightly. She wasn't willing to let go. Jiang Qin was good at everything, but his emotions were too rich. Wu Ningzhu didn't mind. If you loved someone, you had to wholeheartedly love and tolerate everything about him. She was only worried about Jiang Qin's safety. Jiang Qin left without a trace. Wu Ningzhu and the others were very reluctant to part with him. However, they were all clear about Jiang Qin's character. Even 9 bulls wouldn't be able to pull him back. Jiang Qin didn't do it for himself. He did it for Xiaoyu, so that everyone wouldn't have to worry anymore. That's why he left so resolutely. Tyrant took a deep breath. He had mixed feelings in his heart. Since things had come to this, he couldn't say anything more. However, the Buddhist sect was no longer as panicky as before. Although he couldn't completely control the West Pole divine region, the Buddhist sect's return was unstoppable. Even Sakra could only watch helplessly. Venerable Savara and Venerable Taikasayapa led the people of the Buddhist sect back. What they felt was the unparalleled confidence and belief that the Buddha had given them. Although the Buddha had committed sins in the past, it wasn't entirely his fault. Therefore, there were still people willing to stand beside him and fight alongside him. The south of the Luo River belonged to the Luo God clan. In the northwest, on the border between the northern cold divine region and the west pole divine region, there was a mountain range that spanned tens of thousands of miles. Flowers bloomed on the other side of the mountain, while wind, frost, rain, and snow covered the other side. Above the ice and snow, within the belly of the mountain, a river slowly flowed from the depths of the extreme north. By the time it reached the Luo God clan, it was already spring and the flowers were blooming. The Luo God clan was located at the peak of this mountain, dominating the northwest. Chapter 38:20. The northern mountain divine hall of the Luo God clan was shrouded in snow. The reason why the Luo God clan was revered by the world was largely due to the 4 heroes of the northern mountains that appeared in the Luo God clan in ancient times. Back then, the 4 heroes of the northern mountains possessed powerful strength that far exceeded the heavenly king realm. They were genuine supreme sovereigns that were renowned throughout the entire divine world. Thus, the Northern Mountain Divine Hall was built to worship the spirits of the 4 ancestors. It was also the most mysterious and solemn place in the entire Luo God clan. The Northern Mountain Divine Hall represented the ancient divine might of the Luo God clan. It represented the dignity of the current world. No one dared to trample on it. The Luo River was the mother river of the Luo God clan. For millions of years, it was unknown how many descendants of the Luo God clan had inherited it. Every single one of them was famous in the world, but there were very few experts of the Luo God clan in the world. That's because the motto of the descendants of the Luo God clan was to not associate with the secular world. As an ancient clan, they did not appear in the world after the calamity. However, there wasn't anyone that didn't know of the existence of the Luo God clan in the northwest of the Luo River. Before the Northern Mountain Divine Palace, an azure silhouette flew over and landed at the foot of the northern mountain. For majestic statues of their ancestors stood tall, brimming with fighting spirit. This was the greatest glory of their Luo God clan, something that they would remember for the rest of their lives. The green figure was naturally Luo Qing, returning from afar. The doors of the Northern Mountain Divine Hall slowly opened. A deep and cold passageway appeared before Luo Qing. Luo Qing took a step and directly entered the Northern Mountain Divine Hall. The reason why it was called the Northern Mountain Divine Hall was because every patriarch of the Luo God clan would retire after serving for 10 million years and enter the Northern Mountain Divine Hall to cultivate. The Northern Mountain Divine Hall could be said to be the highest hall in the entire Luo God clan. Luo Qing was the direct disciple of the last patriarch of the Luo God clan. In the Luo God clan, He was incomparably glorious and was also the candidate for the next patriarch of the Luo god clan. The northern mountain divine hall was located in the belly of the mountain, and the Luo river that flowed from the extreme north also flowed through the mountain. The gurgling water was quiet and full of poetry and zen, making people feel at ease, very carefree. At the end of the passageway of the northern mountain divine hall, a man stood with his hands behind his back. He was skinny, but he had the spine of a mountain. He stood beside the Luo river, staring at the flowing river. Who knew what he was thinking? You still have the face to return without finding the god Luo scripture. Emperor Luo Yun said calmly. Luo Qing's expression was extremely solemn. She stared at the back of the figure that was as tall as a mountain and fell into silence for a while. After a long while, Luo Qing finally opened his mouth slowly and said in a low voice, "Master, what secrets are hidden within the god Luo's diagram? Is it really an ancient ruin of my Luo god clan? Do you know who you're talking to? How dare you question me?" Emperor Luo Yun said coldly as he shook his head. "You've disappointed me. The Luo god clan is the strongest clan in the world. None of the 8 primordial clans are our opponents. Tens of millions of years ago is too long ago. It's the final inheritance left behind by the ancient gods, a secret that my Luo god clan has been protecting. It's the inheritance of my Luo god clan, and you dare to question my words. Do you think that the ancestors of the Luo god clan would lie to you? Do you think that you have the ability to change the world? Why do you think that we're staying in the northwest? You don't understand, nor do you know, how terrifying the great tribulation of the heavens and earth was. My Luo god clan was the cornerstone of the great tribulation. Which of the other ancient god clans could compare to my Luo god clan? But it's precisely because of this that our Luo god clan suffered great losses. Whether it's the Heavenly Clan, the Dragon Clan, the Shepherd Clan, or the Xianyuan clan, all of them stood above us. We fell apart in the primordial war, and we suffered the most miserable outcome. The Luo god clan has existed since the beginning of the world, and the Luo god clan's diagram is the ultimate divine image of the world. Even the 4 grand ancestors of the Northern Mountain Divine Hall couldn't completely unravel the secrets of the 8 god Luo's diagrams. Therefore, we've spent countless years searching for the god Luo's diagram. This is the inheritance that belongs to our Luo god clan. Only by gathering all the god Luo's diagrams can we stand at the apex and become a supreme god clan that stands above any other forces. Even the Buddhist sect, which had disciples all over the world, wasn't as glorious as our Luo god clan. But it's a pity that it was short-lived. After Luo Shen's death, the Luo god clan lost the qualifications to become a supreme god clan. Therefore, even if our Luo god clan has to sacrifice our entire lives for this, it's understandable. As a member of the Luo god clan, we should have such an understanding long ago. We're born as humans, and we're the descendants of Luo Shen. You have to understand your mission. Emperor Luo Yun's words were like pearls of pearls. His gaze was sharp and decisive, as if he was looking down on the world. The Luo god clan wasn't a pushover. The Luo god clan had a deep foundation. Even amongst the 8 primordial clans, there weren't many that could compete with them. In this world, the Luo god clan's existence was unparalleled. Luo Qing didn't really understand, but when she tried to piece the 7 pieces of the god Luo scripture together, she could feel the endless magic contained in the god Luo scripture. Even her heart was trembling. After that destructive power entered her body, Luo Qing felt countless things that she had never seen before. The fragments were like the dust of the history of the ancient world, passed into her mind. That invisible power and silent will made her feel incomparably complicated. Because of this, her strength had improved by leaps and bounds, reaching the peak of the Emperor realm. It wouldn't take long for her to reach the Emperor realm. This was something that even Luo Qing's master, Emperor Luo Yun, hadn't thought of. In the distant south of the Luo River, there seemed to be another country. It was a brand new territory, and when the Luo God scripture in her hand was completely pieced together, she might be able to decipher the direction of the Luo God scripture. The vanished Permitha, the slumbering netherworld, the heavenly dragon of the Luo River, and the awakening of the earth seemed to be inextricably linked to the Luo God scripture. Everything that she knew originated from the Luo God scripture, something that even Emperor Luo Yun wasn't aware of. Chapter 38:21. Luo Qing didn't know that those scattered fragments in her mind were like excavations from the depths of her memories, but they were incompatible with her. However, these 7 pieces of the God Luo scripture had become so strange and complicated. When Jiang Chen completed the last piece of the God Luo scripture, Luo Qing didn't know what kind of memories and inheritance she would have because she saw something that she shouldn't have seen. She wouldn't even mention her master. Disciple understands. Thank you for your enlightenment, master. Luo Qing nodded. She still couldn't get rid of the depression in her heart. The 7 pieces of the God Luo scripture had been gathered, and now there was only one left. Everything was in the hands of Jiang Chen. Luo Qing believed that as long as Jiang Chen brought the 8th piece of the God Luo scripture to her, the doubts in her heart would be solved. It's good that you know. Keep the God Luo scripture well. When all 8 pieces are gathered, you can give it to me. I believe that you will understand my good intentions. Emperor Luo Yun said in a deep voice. In an instant, he disappeared into the void. Her master's strength had already reached the emperor realm, which was completely beyond her imagination. However, the doubts in the God Luo scripture had always been lingering in her heart. She believed that it was a prophecy, something that could change the world. The inheritance that the God Luo clan had been protecting for thousands of years, the other shore that they were searching for, might be solved in the near future. However, only Luo Qing knew about this. She wasn't sure how her master would react if she told him about this. It wasn't that she didn't believe in her master, but there seemed to be a voice in her heart telling her that this was her mission, a mission that couldn't be changed. Luo Qing knew that Jiang Chen would definitely come. With his pride, conceit, and single-mindedness, the words that she said would definitely make him unable to sleep at night. Not long after, Jiang Chen would definitely arrive at the south of the Luo River. The morning sun shone brightly. High above the 2 mountains, the tides surged as the great river flowed eastward. As the waves surged, the water rippled once again. On the riverbank, a myriad of colors shone, creating a beautiful scenery. 30 miles of plum blossoms were scattered everywhere, and the 8,000 feet tall cliff stood tall. Between the clouds, 2 figures shot over and landed in front of the riverbank. This is the south of the Luo River, the mother river of the Luo God clan. If we head further north, we'll reach the Luo God clan. De Huang said extremely solemnly. His eyes were filled with deep fear because Luo Qing was indeed a shadow in his heart. Is that guy that scary? It's not like you're a demon. Your eyes are filled with fear. Jiang Chen said with a smile. De Huang, on the other hand, was extremely cautious and kept quiet out of fear that Luo Qing would appear beside him in the next second. Sigh. You don't know how much abuse I had suffered in the past. It was all because of this bastard. If it wasn't for Goddess Luo, I would have died in his hands long ago. Big Yellow said dejectedly. The mention of Luo Qing was like its nemesis. I wonder how my goddess is now. De Huang's eyes were filled with incomparably complicated emotions. However, he did not dare to enter the Luo God clan alone. To him, it was like a cage. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's insistence, he would probably never come back again. Rest assured, your goddess Luo is from the Luo God clan. What can they do to their own clansmen? Don't worry about it. Jiang Chen said as he patted on De Huang's stomach. At this moment, a green figure floated down from the upper reaches of the river. On the bamboo raft, the wind and waves were rippling, but but she remained as still as a mountain. Her green dress complemented her gentle and elegant beauty. The matching green dress made Luo Qing look even more elegant and refined. The bamboo raft floated against the current and stopped before Jiang Qin. The two of them looked at each other. Luo Qing's expression was extremely complicated. She had expected Jiang Qin to come, but she felt that Jiang Qin's appearance made her feel uneasy. "You still came," Luo Qing said. "You know that I'm not someone who backs down. Furthermore, your offer was too tempting, so I had no choice but to come." Jiang Qin shrugged his shoulders. Since they were already here, he might as well take things as they came. Although the two of them had parted ways and reunited a few times, in the end, they still met at the south of Luo River. One had to admit that fate was a magical thing. The god Luo scripture belongs to the Luo god clan. As long as you hand it over to me, I will definitely not disappoint you. Luo Qing looked at Jiang Qin and vowed. It's true that the god Luo scripture belongs to the Luo god clan. But after millions of years, your Luo god clan still hasn't found the god Luo scripture. But now, you're looking for it. Isn't it thought-provoking? Jiang Qin smiled with a calm expression. His words even made Luo Qing speechless. Yeah, the god Luo scripture belongs to the Luo god clan, but the Luo god clan hasn't found it for millions of years. Now that they're looking for the god Luo scripture, it doesn't seem to be groundless, right? There are some things that you will naturally understand after you hand the god Luo scripture to me. I swear that I will definitely not disappoint you. At that time, no matter what compensation you want, the Luo god clan, and I will make it up to you. What I promise you, I will definitely not deny it. I can't tell you about the things in the god Luo scripture, but the things that it can predict are things that you and I can't even imagine. Luo Qing said. Aren't you trying to get something for nothing? Why should we believe you just based on a few words? Do you think that the two of us are fools? We're in the territory of your Luo god clan right now. Isn't it just a word from you? De Huang curled his lips. Luo Qing glared at him, but De Huang still didn't take a step back. With Jiang Qin around, he had a backing. Not to mention that everything that he said was reasonable, so why couldn't he say it? Luo Qing looked at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin went silent for a brief moment before he sighed. I believe you, but I don't believe your Luo god clan. Jiang Qin believed that he wouldn't misjudge a person. Even if Qing Luo was no longer around, her heart definitely hadn't changed. He was willing to believe in Luo Qing, which meant that he was willing to believe in Qing Luo. Luo Qing felt relieved. The two of them exchanged gazes. Both of them seemed to be apprehensive, but at the same time, they weren't willing to let each other down. Then, please believe in me, all right? Chapter 38:22. All right. Jiang Qin said as he passed the thickest piece of the goddess Luo scripture to Luo Qing. Little Qinzi, this, De Huang still wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Jiang Qin. Since he chose to trust her, then he should let her have no worries. Otherwise, what trust would there be? De Huang was also doing this for Jiang Qin's sake. In his heart, Luo Qing was no longer worthy of trust. That woman had tortured him to the point of suffering. When he becomes the master one day, he would definitely not have a good time. De Huang fiercely glared at Luo Qing, fearing that she would harm him and Jiang Qin. Luo Qing took the god Luo scripture from Jiang Qin's hand and took a deep breath. Her expression was incomparably solemn and dignified. At this moment, she couldn't wait to see the prophecy in the god Luo scripture, as well as those blurry and scattered images. The goddess Luo scripture represented the Luo god clan, and it was the greatest treasure of the Luo god clan. Only by gathering all 8 pieces of the goddess Luo scripture would one be able to understand it. At this moment, Luo Qing held on to the last piece of the goddess Luo's scripture with excitement in her heart. She was finally going to gather all 8 pieces of the goddess Luo's scripture. All the secrets and the inheritance of the Luo god clan would be revealed. When the 8 pieces of the goddess Luo's scripture gathered together, 8 red lights appeared in the sky and soared into the sky. They were like 8 dazzling rainbows that illuminated the south of the Luo River. The surrounding space rippled with ripples of light. The 8 pieces of God Luo's painting intertwined with each other and formed an irregular and obscure diagram. It looked like the 8 trigrams, but it had a different appearance. The inscriptions on the diagram made people sink into it. The diagram was very complicated. It appeared in the sky and was reflected on the top of Jiang Qin and the others' heads. Not only Luo Qing, even Jiang Qin and Big Yellow could see it clearly. It was like a deep tunnel that could captivate one's soul, attracting them to enter it continuously, both physically and mentally. What a terrifying trigram diagram. It can actually control our minds. Jiang Chen's heart trembled and his face was dark. That's because this unfathomable diagram was actually able to attract people's attention. At times, it was like an army, and at times, it was like a chaotic picture that was pieced together to form a deep universe. In the depths of the universe, there was a bottomless black hole that seemed to be able to devour one's mind. If Jiang Chen's spiritual strength hadn't reached the Heavenly King realm, he probably wouldn't be able to wake up so quickly. Those deep imprints seemed to have been branded in the depths of their hearts, which left Jiang Chen confused. The goddess Luo's scripture started to devour the water of the Luo River. In the end, a vortex was formed in the middle of the Luo River. It was bottomless and looked like a massive whirlpool. In the end, the sea and the sky were linked together. The goddess Luo's scripture and the whirlpool were linked together, and a mysterious and unfathomable aura filled Jiang Chen's mind. "Wake up!" Jiang Chen roared. Only then did Luo Qing and De Huang come to their senses. That's because their minds were nearly devoured by the goddess Luo's scripture. The diagram had edges and corners. Half of it was sharp, while the other half was smooth. The undulating appearance was like a towering mountain, yet it also looked like an ancient and cryptic painting. What is this thing? Is the inheritance of the Luo god clan this diagram? Jiang Chen was extremely puzzled. Facing the thing that appeared in the goddess Luo's scripture, he fell into silence for a moment. His gaze was focused on the diagram. Chapter 38-23. The dark heavenly river avenue was like the netherworld. Jiang Chen and Luo Qing's expression was solemn. They did not dare to be careless. The surrounding void was getting darker and colder. When they looked up, they could no longer see the colors of the sky. They could only see a trace of light through the blue river. The heavenly river avenue behind them was getting narrower. It seemed like the surrounding waves were getting smaller and smaller. However, the two of them went deeper into the Luo River. It was like an underground maze. I don't know what the god Luo's scripture is, but it's definitely an inheritance of the god Luo clan. I don't have any intention of harming you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have waited until now. I'm also worried about De Huang being dragged into the vortex. I'm indeed cold to him, but I don't have any ill intentions. I only want to train him. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain it to my sister, Goddess Luo. Luo Qing said. She knew that in Jiang Chen's eyes, she couldn't be compared to his brother. Luo Qing couldn't help feeling sad. How good would it be if she wasn't a member of the god Luo clan? Only then would he be able to be like an ordinary person, love a person, without any restrictions. I hope so. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. He no longer had the mood to argue with Luo Qing. The most important thing now was to find De Huang and ensure his safety. However, Jiang Chen's worry was getting more and more serious as he looked at the heavenly river avenue. The unknown is always scary. It's like the dark night, slowly devouring you. I've never known that there's such a broad avenue under the Luo River. Luo Qing was obviously also very curious about the Sky River Avenue. At this time, the diagram in her hand exuded a strange red light, illuminating a radius of tens of meters around them. The dazzling light made people feel uncomfortable. Jiang Chen looked at the diagram in Luo Qing's hand. He felt that this thing was ominous and made him feel extremely uncomfortable. In the depths of the Tao, an octagonal altar appeared in front of Jiang Chen and Luo Qing's eyes. It had the aura of the 8 trigrams and was surrounded by the 5 elemental diagrams. The heavenly stems and earthly branches were dazzling. Why is the Luo God clan's 8 trigram stage here? And it's so well preserved. Luo Qing's face was filled with shock, and his grip on the diagram tightened. The Luo God clan also has such an 8 trigram stage. Jiang Chen looked at Luo Qing in surprise. That's right, but the 8 trigrams platform is in the ancestors' land, and it's completely ruined. However, the 8 trigrams platform is so well preserved. It's really amazing. What's the origin of this 8 trigram stage? Jiang Chen continued to ask. Connecting yin and yang, understanding the heavens and earth, seeing through the past and present, severing the cycle of reincarnation, the 3 realms are all within my eyes. Luo Qing's words caused Jiang Chen's heart to become even more solemn. Isn't this too abnormal? That also meant that everything in the world could be derived from the 8 trigram stage. The heavens and earth couldn't deviate from its form. The Luo God clan has another name, the Heavenly Wrath clan. Because the ancestor of the Luo God clan saw through the boundless of the world, the power of the world was in his hands. That's why he would attract a disaster. Back then, the ancestor of the Luo God clan was a powerhouse in the rebirth realm, but he couldn't continue facing the punishment of the heavens. Luo Qing murmured. There's no me in the world, 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 there's no me in the world. Luo Qing's eyes were cold as she stared at the 8 trigram stage. Jiang Chen knitted his brows. Luo Qing's eyes weren't as clear as before. That also meant that the person before him might not be her. To open the heavenly river path and retrieve the river diagram and Luo book, you're the one who controlled everything. Chapter 38-24. What does it have to do with you? Looks like you're courting death. Emperor Luo Yun didn't admit it, but he didn't deny it either. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Jiang Chen. Die! Emperor Luo Yun launched a palm strike towards Jiang Chen. The terrifying palm print was extremely powerful. A mid-Emperor Realm expert could easily repel an Emperor Realm expert, let alone kill Jiang Chen with his full strength. Divine Golden Bell. God Sealing Prohibition. Jiang Chen's Eastern Emperor Bell collided with Emperor Luo Yun. The terrifying palm print gradually disappeared. Jiang Chen wore a prideful expression. The autumn screen and the Eastern Emperor Bell were becoming more and more domineering. The myriad chi cauldron was starting to show its effects in repairing the divine weapons and artifacts. After advancing to the Emperor realm, Jiang Chen had enough myriad chi to repair the divine weapons and artifacts. Eastern Emperor Bell. You have the Eastern Emperor Bell. Emperor Luo Yun's face was filled with shock. However, he was overjoyed because the Eastern Emperor Bell was definitely going to be his. Looks like you still want to kill me. The God Luo clan is indeed not a good place. It's filled with evil and schemes. No wonder De Huang would rather die than stay here. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice as he looked at Emperor Luo Yun disdainfully. The reason why Luo Qing wasn't able to retrieve the 8 pieces of the God Luo scripture should be because of you. After I eliminate you today, I'll send the 2 of you to reunite in the underworld. Emperor Luo Yun looked at Luo Qing coldly with killing intent. So what if Luo Qing was his disciple? What he wanted was unique in this world. Even his disciple couldn't stop him. He had waited for this day for too long. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Jiang Chen smiled as he looked at Emperor Luo Yun. Both of them were ready to fight. He wasn't even afraid of Di Shi Tian, so why would he be afraid of Emperor Luo Yun? Di Shi Tian was at the peak of the Venerable Emperor realm, only one step away from the Heavenly King realm. The Eastern Emperor Bell is mine. Emperor Luo Yun's eyes were cold as he coveted the Eastern Emperor Bell in Jiang Chen's hand. If you want to obtain what I have, you might have to pay with your life. Jiang Chen's expression was calm. With the Eastern Emperor Bell in his hand, he activated the Eastern Emperor Limitless Art. At this very moment, the Eastern Emperor Bell emitted golden light. The divine bell was matchless as it swept across the sky. Heaven Execution Divine Fist. Emperor Luo Yun launched a heavy punch. His punch was swift and powerful. The Eastern Emperor Bell in Jiang Chen's hand buzzed from the impact. Emperor Luo Yun continued to launch a series of attacks. Jiang Chen also channeled his power into the Eastern Emperor Bell. The divine might of the Eastern Emperor Bell was unparalleled. Under the Eastern Emperor Limitless Art, the bell was like a tiger that had grown wings. Rays of dazzling golden light and cries of cranes could be heard. Both of them had unleashed their skills at the same time. Emperor Luo Yun didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so ferocious. It seemed like Jiang Chen wouldn't know how powerful he was if he didn't show him what he was capable of. Emperor Luo Yun displayed his venerable emperor battle prowess, forcing Jiang Chen back a few times. Terrifying overlapping waves crashed down on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen immediately raised his saber and calmly took out the Eastern Emperor Bell to block the attacks. Facing Emperor Luo Yun's ferocious divine fist, Jiang Chen retreated as he fought. Jiang Chen had to admit that Emperor Luo Yun's ferocious aura was very powerful. Jiang Chen had no choice but to avoid the attacks. You're courting death. Let's see how long you can stay arrogant. You've overestimated yourself. Humph. Emperor Luo Yun threw out another powerful attack. Divine wind kick descended from the sky as if it was going to split the heavens and earth. 24 moves of sword. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and soared into the sky. As he fought with Emperor Luo Yun, his limitless sword was unparalleled in the world. Emperor Luo Yun squinted his eyes and took a steady step forward. At this moment, Jiang Chen became more and more courageous. Under the dragon transformation, his aura swallowed the heavens. Both of them were equally matched. Neither of them took a step back. Good lad, I've underestimated you. You're actually able to fight against an venerable emperor. Looks like you're not that bad. Emperor Luo Yun sneered. Although he was shocked, he did not panic. He changed his attack again, turning his fist into a palm. God Luo Palm. Emperor Luo Yun struck out with his palm. The sound of wind whistling could be heard, and the heavens and earth changed color. Jiang Chen felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy. At this moment, he couldn't care too much and had to go all out. The Luo God Palm was indeed a heaven-defying technique, giving Jiang Chen immense pressure. Emperor Luo Yun's eyes were cold and murderous. Jiang Chen must die and the Eastern Emperor Bell must be his. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and released his aura. He did not dare to be careless. However, as soon as Jiang Chen raised his head, a graceful figure blocked his path. Puff, Emperor Luo Yun's palm landed on Luo Qing. At that moment, Emperor Luo Yun's eyes were cold and emotionless. However, Jiang Chen's heart sank. Do you want to die? Jiang Chen roared. The palm landed on Luo Qing's dantian, shattering it. Her dantian was severely injured and her life was hanging by a thread. What a reckless fellow. Betraying me and helping outsiders. This is your end. Emperor Luo Yun snorted, completely ignoring Luo Qing's life. You fool, why did you block that palm for me? Jiang Chen's face darkened. He clenched his fist tightly. That palm strike felt like it landed on his chest. Blood gushed out from the corner of Luo Qing's mouth. His expression was extremely unsightly, but the corners of his mouth remained extremely calm. If I didn't block it, you might have died. Luo Qing's words made Jiang Chen's heart ache. This silly girl, she was too silly. In a battle of life and death, she forcefully blocked the palm strike for him. But in the end, she sent herself to the guillotine. I'm sorry, Master. From today onwards, we don't owe each other anything. Luo Qing looked at Emperor Luo Yun with a complicated gaze. It was a gaze that she had never seen before. From this moment onwards, she was no longer Emperor Luo Yun's disciple, nor was she a member of the Luo clan. You're a member of the Luo God clan alive, and a ghost of the Luo God clan in death. Even if you die, you're still a traitor of the Luo God clan. Emperor Luo Yun's words were like pearls, filled with hatred for Luo Qing. You traitor, do you think I'll let you off just like that? Both of you will die, and you will die without a burial place, the kind where your bones will be ground to dust. Emperor Luo Yun's face was dark. Luo Qing's face was pale from the anger. Blood gushed out from her mouth, and her life hung by a thread. Once again, Emperor Luo Yun tried to block it with both of his hands. This time, his arm was completely chopped off. Emperor Luo Yun's expression became gloomy and he retreated in fear. Bastard, you dare to hurt me. The God Luo clan will never let you go. Emperor Luo Yun roared fiercely. He did not dare to confront Jiang Qin as this Emperor Realm fellow was a great threat to his life. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. You don't have a way out. The God Luo clan is not worth mentioning in my eyes. They can't be compared to Qing Luo. Since you killed Qing Luo, a life for a life. Jiang Qin clenched his fist and smashed it down. Emperor Luo Yun's chest was penetrated by Jiang Chen's punch. Bone spikes protruded out from his flesh. It was a terrifying sight. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. Emperor Luo Yun's face was pale and blood was gushing out of his body. He was in great pain, but he was not willing to just sit there and wait for his death. His palm strike was still swift and fierce, but Jiang Chen's punch managed to shatter his arm. That steel-like body and willpower made Jiang Qin even more furious. He was like a tiger that had grown wings and was unstoppable. Emperor Luo Yun was defeated by the dragon transformation divine mightiness. Emperor Luo Yun did not have any chance to fight back. Emperor Luo Yun saw that the situation wasn't good. He tried to escape with his soul. You want to leave? You won't be able to. You'll have to pay with your life for Qing Luo. Jiang Qin grabbed Emperor Luo Yun's neck tightly and moved his soul. Soul movement, light. Jiang Qin casted the great Yu soul-forming light and instantly sealed Emperor Luo Yun's divine soul. No matter how Emperor Luo Yun screamed, he still couldn't escape his fate. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with sorrow. Qing Luo's soul was shattered and her dantian was torn apart. She had lost her life. Jiang Qin didn't believe it and used the myriad qi to prolong Qing Luo's life. However, it was meaningless now. When Jiang Qin turned around, he found out that Qing Luo's body had already entered the 8 trigrams platform. A green light was hovering around Qing Luo's body. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with astonishment. Could it be that Qing Luo still has a chance? Jiang Chen's heart was filled with excitement. Qing Luo's body became dazzling as she entered the 8 trigrams platform. The green light seemed to be healing her body. Edited by Lifer, Finger Fox. I hope you can stand up again. Jiang Chen murmured, his heart rekindled with boundless hope. However, at this moment, Qing Luo's body was sucked into the 8 trigrams platform and disappeared. The profound yellow dragon shell, he too, and Luo Shu fell to the ground. Jiang Chen grabbed it and his eyes were filled with doubt. What kind of secret was hidden in the He Tu and Luo Shu? What kind of inheritance did it hold? Maybe Qing Luo's prophecy was all in there. Jiang Chen held the He Tu and Luo Shu tightly. Although it was smooth, it was a huge tortoiseshell. There were obscure inscriptions on the tortoiseshell that Jiang Chen couldn't understand. Chapter 38-26. Jiang Chen guarded the 8 trigram stage for 10 years. His cultivation had already reached the late Emperor realm and he was only a step away from the Emperor realm. But the 8 trigram stage didn't change at all. Suddenly, the 8 trigram stage trembled and Jiang Chen locked his brows as he stared at the 8 trigram stage. Chen Jiang, leave. I might not wake up anytime soon. My injuries are too severe. This 8 trigram stage was left behind by the ancestor of my Luo god clan. It can help me get through this crisis. As for the river diagram in the Book of Luo, take it with you. Don't let the Luo god clan find out about it. Everything you want to know is in the river diagram in the Book of Luo. Take care of yourself, I'll find you one day. Qing Luo's voice calmed Jiang Chen down. At least he knew that Qing Luo wasn't dead. She was still alive, but she wouldn't wake up anytime soon. After Qing Luo finished her words, the 8 trigram stage calmed down. All right. You're alone. Take care. Jiang Chen knew that he had no idea how long it would take for Qing Luo to wake up if he continued to guard this place. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with determination. He finally broke through the water and left the Luo River. But when he appeared at the Luo River, he noticed several silhouettes waiting for him on the Luo River. Brat, you must be tired of living to dare to behave atrociously in my Luo god clan. Are you related to Emperor Luo Yun's death? I think he's the one who killed the Cloud Emperor. I can sense the Cloud Emperor's aura from him. That's right. We can't let this brat live. The 4 experts of the god Luo clan stood on his left and right, which made Jiang Chen extremely serious. Because all 4 of them were at the venerable emperor realm, they were extremely strong. Jiang Chen once again understood the dreadfulness of the god Luo clan. It was no wonder that the god Luo clan was one of the ancient god clans. One could imagine the strength of the god Luo clan. But the 4 of them were filled with killing intent for Jiang Chen. They had been waiting for him for a long time. I killed Emperor Luo Yun. Let's see if you can catch up to me first. Jiang Chen snorted coldly. He stepped on a shadow and flew away, disappearing into the horizon. Chase! We can't let him escape. That fellow might be carrying a treasure of our Luo god clan. Luo Yunchen spoke in a solemn voice. When Emperor Luo Yun's ancestral shrine was destroyed, they had already rushed over. However, they couldn't find the door and could only wait here, hoping to find the culprit behind Emperor Luo Yun's death, hoping to find some clues. From the looks of it, they were right to wait here. 10 years had passed in the blink of an eye. They had not waited in vain. For streaks of light soared into the sky and chased after him. Jiang Chen sneered and pushed the Great Void technique to the limit. In the blink of an eye, he was already 1,000 miles away. Jiang Chen headed towards the north while the 4 of them chased after him. Jiang Chen frowned. It seemed like it wouldn't be easy to get rid of these 4 Emperor Realm experts. The northernmost land was the border of the northern cold divine region. Jiang Chen was filled with emotions when he returned to the northern cold divine region. His father was still in the northern cold divine region. Those seniors and juniors who fought alongside him and the plants and trees of the profound Feng sect were all deeply attached to him. Where do you think you're going? You must die if you want to go against the Luo God clan. Luo Yunchen took the lead and chased after Jiang Qin. He had no intention of letting Jiang Qin go. They would not give up even if they had to go to the ends of the world. To these old men, time was just a fleeting cloud. As long as they could catch Jiang Qin, everything would be worth it. Jiang Qin, I've finally found you. However, they were stopped. Heavenly Venerate, please show mercy. Luo Yunchen and the other 4 Emperor Realm experts arrived quietly. They smiled and looked at Heavenly Venerate's Scarlet Moon in shock. Luo Yunchen knew about Heavenly Venerate's Scarlet Moon. This guy was the mainstay of the martial Dan Hole. He was a supreme expert that existed since ancient times. God Luo Clan. Chapter 38-27. Today, no one can stop me from killing this bastard. Heavenly Sovereign, you've misunderstood. Heavenly Sovereign's might is unparalleled, so we naturally don't dare to disobey you. However, Jiang Qin has taken away our Luo God clan's ultimate treasure. How can we let him go? Therefore, we're here to kill Jiang Qin, not to save him. As long as we get our Luo God clan's ultimate treasure, we'll leave immediately. In the future, we'll definitely pay a visit to the Martial Pellet Hall to thank you, Heavenly Sovereign. Luo Yunchen smiled. He had no choice but to lower his head. With Heavenly Sovereign Scarlet Moon's strength, even if the 4 of them joined forces, they might not have an absolute chance of winning. The Luo God clan and the Martial Pellet Hall were both prestigious clans, so Heavenly Sovereign Scarlet Moon wouldn't completely disrespect the Luo God clan. Alright, you can take him away, but he must be dead. Today, Jiang Qin won't be able to escape even if he grows wings. Wind Chaser, Lightning, Yao Yu, Bai Yun, and friends from the Luo God clan, let's kill this bastard together. Heavenly Sovereign Scarlet Moon's words made Luo Yunchen's eyes light up. It seemed that Heavenly Sovereign Scarlet Moon didn't completely fall out with them and join forces against Jiang Qin. They just wanted to tear Jiang Qin into pieces. Thank you, Heavenly Sovereign. Luo Yunchen looked at Jiang Qin with a smile on his face. His eyes were filled with the aura of death. Since that's the case, then come. I'd like to see if you can kill me, Jiang Qin, here. Jiang Qin stood with his arms crossed and said with interest. Among these people, there was only one who posed a real threat to him, and that was Heavenly Sovereign Scarlet Moon. However, Luo Yunchen and the other Middle Emperor Realm experts weren't easy to deal with either. Jiang Qin knew that he would most likely lose this battle, but there was no way to escape. He could only fight with his life on the line. If you knew this would happen, you wouldn't have done it in the first place. Humph! With a wave of Heavenly Venerate's Scarlet Moon's hand, Luo Yunchen and the others joined forces with Wind Chaser, Lightning, Yao Yu, and Bai Yun, the 4 divine generals of the Martial Pellet Hole. The 8 powerhouses rushed towards Jiang Qin. Isn't it easy to die? Let me help you. Luo Yunchen sneered and rushed to the front. The 4 Emperor Realm Masters of the Luo God clan were all extremely powerful and their auras were unstoppable. Terrifying airwaves were unleashed one after another, completely sealing Jiang Qin within. Jiang Qin directly performed the Dragon Transformation Technique and the Ancient Soaring Dragon Technique. His strength was close to that of a venerable sovereign. He threw a heavy punch at Luo Yunchen. Jiang Qin's fist momentum was monstrous. Sword shadows filled the air as Jiang Qin attacked from both sides. Luo Yunchen hadn't expected that Jiang Qin would be able to force him to retreat. Luo Yunchen's strength kept rising, and it was now no different from a venerable emperor. 5 Elements Divine Dragon Seal. Jiang Qin threw a seal and hit Lightning and Wind Chaser. The two of them moved forward steadily. Even though they were hit, they still rushed forward fearlessly. As the divine generals of the martial pellet hall, the four of them were peerless experts personally trained by Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Moon. They wouldn't be defeated so easily. Luo Yunchen led many experts and joined forces. Jiang Chen's face was gloomy. He exerted all his strength to fight against the 4-peak Emperor Realm and 4 Emperor Realm Masters of the middle stage. The 24 moves of sword were exquisite and its sword momentum was unparalleled. However, facing the siege of 4 people, Jiang Chen was still staggering. He could be seriously injured at any time. He could only retreat in order to advance and defend instead of attack. The situation was very critical. 24 moves of sword, extreme rebirth. The heavenly dragon sword roared with the limitless sword, shaking the heavens and the earth. Even Luo Yunchen, a middle-stage Emperor Realm Master, didn't dare to be careless. This sword attack brought out Jiang Chen's strength to its peak. Terrifying airwaves rolled like waves. Boundless sword intent was rapidly reborn in the state of extreme rebirth, turning into even more terrifying sword blades that slashed the heavens. The strength of Jiang Chen's body was unparalleled under the dragon transformation. Even though he was only a late great emperor, he was still able to fight the frenzied attacks of these fellows in an orderly manner. Even though he was fighting 1 against 8, he was still calm and composed. Layers upon layers of attacks came one after another. Jiang Chen changed his tactics in an instant, replacing defense with offense. He started to counterattack crazily. If he kept retreating, it would only make his situation worse. He might even be completely suppressed and have no strength to fight back. What Jiang Chen wanted was to conquer all changes with consistency. The limitless sword was unparalleled and endless. At this moment, the 24 moves of sword underwent another qualitative transformation. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with ecstasy. Under the surging pressure, Jiang Chen was reborn in a desperate situation. It was like the true meaning of the 24 moves of sword. In a desperate situation, he began to show his strength. Although the 24 moves of sword was very difficult to attack, Jiang Chen could feel that the 25 moves of sword was close at hand. However, Jiang Chen still needed to change it bit by bit and discover it bit by bit. The 24 moves of sword was getting stronger and stronger. Although it had not completely broken through the shackles and reached its ideal state, it was still full of gratifying power. The combination of the heavenly dragon sword and the limitless sword was seamless. If there were not too many opponents, Jiang Chen would be exhausted. He was even confident that he could defeat Luo Yunchen within 10 moves. Unfortunately, these people were too shameless. The 8 great experts joined forces to attack. Even the God Luo clan and the Martial Dan Hall, who had no relationship with each other, also cooperated at this time, which made Jiang Chen complain incessantly. However, with the greater the pressure, the stronger his motivation became. The more he fought, the more courageous he became, and the more powerful he became. Good lad, so many experts can't kill you. It seems that you are a talent. Heavenly Master Scarlet Moon said with a smile. The coldness at the corner of his mouth was impermanence. If they were really defeated, then it would be his turn. As a heavenly master of the Martial Dan Hall, he would not easily make a move. Wind chasing, lightning, moon beckoning, get into formation. Bai Yun's face was cold and murderous. The 4 of them looked at each other and started to form a formation. In an instant, it enveloped Jiang Chen. After the 4 of them formed the formation, their strength obviously increased a lot. It even brought great trouble to Jiang Chen, and the limitless sword also increased gradually. Good timing. Jiang Chen sneered. He never cared about the changes of the formation. He was a formation grandmaster. There was nothing in the world that he could not break. The formation of these 4 people was just a combination formation to fight against the enemy and increase their strength. If he wanted to break it, it could be broken with just a thought. It was nothing to be afraid of. On the contrary, Luo Yunqin and the others were his current threat. For Emperor middle stage experts were quite difficult for Jiang Qin. He had to go all out and dare not be careless. Limitless sword, advance without limit. Chapter 38-28. Jiang Chen pushed Luo Yunqin back again and started a crazy counterattack. Jiang Chen's swordsmanship and swordsmanship were perfectly integrated. The more he fought, the fiercer the limitless sword became. Jiang Chen was unstoppable. Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword had fused perfectly with him. Currently, no one could stop the momentum of his sword. Although it was still the 24 moves of sword, the slightest difference could lead to 1,000 miles difference. A slight difference was enough to kill Zhui Feng, Lightning, Yao Yu, Bai Yun and the others and send them to Avicii hell. Be careful. Heavenly Sovereign Scarlet Moon's eyes flickered. Before Jiang Chen arrived, the sword's shadow had already descended from the sky and caught the reincarnation. The moment Zhui Feng, Lightning, Yao Yu and Bai Yun raised their heads, Jiang Chen's sword had already pierced through their bodies. Blood splattered everywhere and their heads were sent flying. 4 peak sovereign realm experts were killed with a single slash. The speed of the slash was shocking and unparalleled. Jiang Chen's attack was unparalleled. Luo Yunqin took a deep breath because in the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen had attacked him again. The people of the god Luo clan were all holding their breath and waiting. Damn it! Heavenly Venerable Scarlet Moon clenched his fists tightly. It was already too late when he saw Jiang Chen's movement. It was useless to tell them. Wherever the sword's shadow passed, not even a blade of grass was left. 10 li of rivers and 100 li of forests were left in dead silence. 4 peak sovereign realm experts had fallen just like that. Heavenly Venerable Scarlet Moon didn't expect that Jiang Chen would kill all 4 of the divine generals of Marshal Dan Palace before he even took any action. In any case, those people were all top-notch experts that he had personally nurtured. But in Jiang Chen's hands, they were so weak and vulnerable. Lord Heavenly Sovereign, what are you waiting for? Luo Yunqin was worried because he was worried that Jiang Chen would attack with all his strength at this time. Even they were in a bad situation. Although Jiang Chen was only a late-stage martial emperor, even a mid-stage martial emperor like him was no match for his terrifying strength. Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Moon's face was gloomy. The 4 experts of the martial elixir hall had been killed by Jiang Chen right under his nose. He was also very displeased and embarrassed. Today, I will definitely crush your bones and scatter your ashes to relieve the hatred in my heart. The glory of the Marshal Dan Hall is inviolable. Heavenly Sovereign Scarlet Moon took a step forward. Just like Sakura, she was unstoppable. However, Jiang Chen had broken through to the late-stage Emperor realm. Although the gap between them wasn't small, Jiang Chen wouldn't be helpless against Heavenly Sovereign Scarlet Moon. Luo Yunqin was overjoyed. With Empyrean Scarlet Moon taking action, things would be much easier. Killing Jiang Chen was just around the corner. Originally, as long as he took action, he would definitely be able to kill Jiang Chen quickly. Unfortunately, Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Moon was too arrogant, or rather, Jiang Chen was too abnormal. Who would have thought that even they couldn't do anything to him? Then all of you can die for me. Jiang Chen was as still as a mountain. His eyes were like torches as he clenched the heavenly dragon sword in his hand tightly. Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Moon had taken action. His life and death battle had just begun. Humph, reckless guy. Let's see how long you can be arrogant now that Heavenly Venerate has taken action. Luo Yunqin shouted angrily and took the lead to attack, opening a path for Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Moon. Then I'll start with you. Jiangchen formed seals in his hand and attacked with the open heaven seal. Open heaven seal. Open heaven seal. Envy heaven seal. Jiangchen used 3 seals together and the power of Tao accumulation swept across the sky. Luo Yunchen and the others' faces changed. Jiangchen's power of Tao accumulation was becoming more and more terrifying. At this moment, facing the oppression of the open heaven seal, Luo Yunchen and the others were no match for Jiangchen at all. They could only retreat in defeat. Heavenly Venerate, save me! Luo Yunchen shouted in a low voice. There was no way to retreat. In the face of Jiangchen's Tao accumulation seal, not to mention Luo Yunchen, even Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Moon had a solemn look on his face. His subordinates, Zhui Feng, Lightning, Yao Yu, and Bai Yun, were already dead, but they were still alive. How could Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Moon not be angry? Although they had joined hands to fight against Jiangchen, in Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Moon's mind, he alone was enough to deal with Jiangchen. He didn't need Luo Yunchen and the others at all, so their life and death had nothing to do with him. The 3 Tao accumulation seals attacked from the sky. Luo Yunchen and the other 4 people of the god Luo clan were shocked and kept retreating as if they were facing a great enemy. However, the oppression of the power of Tao accumulation was far from what the world Yuan Qi could compare with. It was a kind of Tao accumulation pressure that came from the depths of the soul. Once the Tao accumulation appeared, the world changed color. Luo Yunchen and the others didn't have the power of Tao accumulation. Even if they had reached the Emperor realm, they couldn't comprehend their own Tao accumulation. Therefore, they were helpless against Jiangchen, who had his own Tao accumulation Emperor realm Tao accumulation expert. However, Luo Yunchen wasn't willing to give up. He went all out to seek a chance of survival. You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Die. Those who kill will be killed by others. If you didn't kill me and kept forcing me, why would I, Jiangchen, be your enemy? Jiangchen looked on coldly. Seeing the 4 people being completely suppressed by the Tao accumulation seals and struggling, he looked calm. Even Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Moon didn't have the slightest intention to help them. However, Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Moon attacked Jiangchen from behind without any scruples about his Heavenly Venerate identity. In his opinion, as long as he could kill the enemy, it would be enough. What was the difference between a conspiracy and an open conspiracy? Dead people wouldn't care so much. No, Luo Yunchen's face turned pale and he complained incessantly. However, the horror of the 3 Tao accumulation seals was completely beyond their expectations. In the face of Jiangchen's heaven-dominating Tao accumulation, they didn't have the slightest ability to resist. The 3 seals overlapped and didn't give Luo Yunchen and the others the slightest chance. Finally, the moment the seals fell, the 4 people's bodies and souls were completely destroyed by the Tao accumulation and turned into ashes. Jiangchen's expression turned serious and he quickly retreated. The palm seal of Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Moon was far more powerful than Luo Yunchen and the others could compare. That kind of terrible power could even smash a mountain into ashes in an instant. Jiangchen countered the attack with his fist, but his steps were messed up, and he was forced to take a few dozen steps back. He could feel a burning sensation coming from his fist, and he didn't dare to be careless. You're really cruel and merciless. However, if you want to kill me, it depends on how strong you are. Jiangchen was awe-inspiring and fearless. He formed another seal with his hand and the 4th Tao accumulation seal rushed to the top of the void. Black Heaven Seal. Do you think that you only have the power of your Tao accumulation? Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Moon snorted coldly and punched the world. Evil Moon Great Way, Return of the Heavens. 1,000 miles of moon wheel, condense my Tao accumulation. Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Moon punched out with a fierce Tao accumulation. The half moon was like a hook and was full of murderous intent. The Black Heaven Seal collided with Heavenly Venerate Scarlet Moon's Tao Accumulation Divine Fist. Even Jiangchen didn't expect that he would be knocked back again because he had never met such a powerful master, and the power of the Tao accumulation was so exaggerated. After all, the gap between the two was too big. Although Jiang Chen's Tao accumulation was terrifying, the Black Heaven Seal was not enough to make up for such a big gap between them. Chapter 38-29. Jiang Chen looked serious and did not dare to be negligent. In the face of Heavenly Master Red Moon's Tao accumulation, Jiang Chen took a deep breath. His face was incomparably solemn. The battle was imminent, and he was afraid that he would have to use all his strength. In this battle, he did not have any reinforcements to speak of. If he was defeated, it was likely that he would die here. Therefore, he must defeat Heavenly Master Red Moon. Moon like a hook, divine accumulation formed by heaven. Heavenly Master Red Moon's fist surged and surged. Each of his moves was ruthless, and the power of Tao accumulation poured out. The terrifying divine fist of the Great Path was majestic and unstoppable. Red Heaven Seal. Jiang Chen's mind and spirit were one, and his Tao accumulation was endless. Although his strength was not as good as Heavenly Master Red Moon's, his Tao accumulation was unusually strong. Tao accumulation was released one after another, and the Red Heaven Seal soared in the sky. The seal technique was matchless and silent. The Heaven Expansion Seal used Tao accumulation to evolve the Heavenly Spirit Impermanence. It used heaven and earth as the beginning of the seal technique to activate the powerful power of Tao accumulation. Heavenly Venerable Scarlet Moon's pupils shrunk. Each seal of Jiang Chen's Rising Heaven Seal was stronger than the previous one. Even for Heavenly Venerable Scarlet Moon, the pressure was quite strong. As soon as the fifth seal was unleashed, Heavenly Venerable Scarlet Moon could feel the pressure. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen's Tao accumulation was stronger than his. If it wasn't because of the difference in strength, he would probably be more miserable than Jiang Chen. What a good Jiang Chen! What a terrifying Tao accumulation! Heavenly Master Red Moon's mind raced. In the face of Jiang Chen's terrifying heaven-soaring Tao accumulation, he knew that his Tao accumulation was completely inferior. He had mixed feelings in his heart. He did not expect that his opponent's Tao accumulation could be so strong. What kind of Tao was his Great Path? However, even though he was shocked, Heavenly Master Red Moon did not dare to be careless. Fighting against Jiang Chen was a matter of life and death. The slightest mistake could lead to failure on the verge of success. Now, all four of his subordinates had been obliterated. Even the four Emperor Venerable Realm Luo God Clan Middle Stage Masters couldn't escape. Now, he was his only hope. However, he relied on the fact that his strength was higher than Jiang Chen's by a whole great realm. Otherwise, he would have been defeated long ago. Heavenly Master Red Moon knew that he must not underestimate Jiang Chen at this time. Otherwise, he would definitely suffer a loss. Jiang Chen's Tao accumulation was so terrifying and powerful that it could completely crush him in terms of Tao accumulation. The two complemented each other, which was why the battle was in full swing. Jiang Chen's fifth seal did not disappoint him. The Scarlet Heaven Seal completely repelled Heavenly Master Red Moon. Jiang Chen's breathing became heavy and his Tao accumulation was constantly released. His body had become more and more tense. Heavenly Master Red Moon's strength was extraordinary and he had Tao accumulation. However, Jiang Chen's Tao accumulation was also very precious. Although they seemed to be evenly matched, Jiang Chen had completely reversed the situation with his Tao accumulation. Otherwise, the gap between his strength would be too great. However, this time, Jiang Chen had already begun to prepare the Ashura sword formation. As long as he could withstand the final blow, killing Heavenly Master Red Moon would be a piece of cake. It just depended on how long he could persist. Previously, when he fought against Di Shi Tian, he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. In the final battle, he was just a hair's breadth away from killing Di Shi Tian. Unfortunately, things didn't go according to his wishes. With Jiang Chen's strength, supporting the Ashura sword formation was like trying to put out a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. I didn't expect you to have some skills. However, it's impossible for you to compete with me. The Marshal Dan Hall will never let you get away scot-free. Today's enmity is absolutely irreconcilable. I'm going to capture you and bring you back to the Marshal Dan Hall to let everyone see how a bastard like you will be killed. Heavenly Master Red Moon said fiercely. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he constantly attacked Jiang Qin. His divine fists were awe-inspiring. Facing the continuous attacks of Heavenly Master Red Moon, Jiang Qin was completely unable to completely release it. Although his own Tao accumulation was completely above Heavenly Master Red Moon's Tao accumulation was more solid, and his strength was even more abnormal. Jiang Qin could only passively defend. The power of one blow seemed strong, but it forced Jiang Qin to face the multiple attacks of Heavenly Master Red Moon. Is that so? Then let's see who will have the last laugh. Jiang Qin sneered. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. With a wave of his hand, the Ashura sword formation instantly enveloped him. Heavenly Master Red Moon's eyes flickered. He was solemn and did not dare to be negligent. I've heard that your sword formation is very terrifying. I'd like to see if you have the ability to do so. Although Heavenly Master Red Moon was shocked, he did not panic. He knew that Jiang Chen's Ashura sword formation was very domineering. Even Sakra Heaven had suffered a loss in his hands. Hence, Heavenly Master Red Moon would not underestimate Jiang Qin. At least, he would not look down on him. Once the Ashura sword formation was used, Heavenly Master Red Moon would at least give Jiang Qin enough respect. Activate. Jiang Qin activated the Ashura sword formation. 108 peak primordial origin treasure artifacts instantly took their positions and firmly locked onto Heavenly Master Red Moon. Sword shadows filled the air. 10,000 swords returned to origin. Countless terrifying sword lights shot out in all directions. Heavenly Master Red Moon's expression changed drastically. He had already guessed that Jiang Chen's Ashura sword formation was definitely not simple. However, he still did not expect that a guy whose strength was an entire great realm lower than his could actually force him into this situation. Heavenly Master Red Moon retreated step by step. His situation was worrying. The endless sword rain fell one after another, making it difficult for him to move. Jiang Qin clenched his teeth. Activating the Ashura sword formation also consumed a terrifying amount of his strength. At this time, Jiang Qin also cut off all means of retreat. He knew that even if he killed Heavenly Master Red Moon, he would probably be seriously injured. However, he had no other choice. This was the only and last resort. After all, this abnormal monster was too terrifying. An emperor late stage. If it was an ordinary person, they would have already run away. How could they have the courage to fight a life or death battle like Jiang Qin? Jiang Qin clenched his fists tightly. The Ashura sword formation would become stronger when facing strong opponents. As the sword light swept across, even an Emperor Realm Master could be killed. Heavenly Master Red Moon was, after all, an Emperor Realm Supermaster. At this time, he could only retreat step by step and escape in panic to avoid this terrifying Ashura sword formation. However, his situation was also extremely worrying. Heavenly Master Red Moon was not as strong as Di Shi Tian. Jiang Chen's current strength was also extremely strong. It was impossible for him to leave any chance for Heavenly Master Red Moon. His strength was under the god Luo clan's Luo River. After 10 years of bitter cultivation, he had broken through to the Emperor late stage. With all these combined, Jiang Chen now had an absolute advantage in killing Heavenly Master Red Moon, which was something that Heavenly Master Red Moon had never imagined. Bastard! This father will kill you! Heavenly Master Red Moon roared again and again. He could no longer remain silent in this life or death situation. If there was even the slightest mistake, he might die. Tao accumulation divine fist, full moon becomes one. You're really strong and abnormal, but it's a pity that you're going to die in our hands today. Bai Qi sneered. His eyes were sharp like a blade, tearing Jiang Chen's heart apart. Let's do it. Kill him and we can rest easy. The Baji sect and the Mountain and Sea sect have always been the strongest sects in the Central Region Divine Land. I didn't expect them to be humiliated by such a brat. Peng Yichang said with a cold face. All right. Bai Qi did not continue to speak as he was afraid that something bad might happen. Killing Jiang Chen was the most important thing for him at this moment. Buzz, a deep buzzing sound was heard in the sky. A stone fell from the sky and directly pierced through Bai Qi's body. Blood flowed out and Bai Qi's face turned pale as he staggered backwards. A stone was able to injure Bai Qi. How powerful was that technique? Jiang Chen was shocked. Bai Qi and Peng Yichang were trembling. Who was that expert? How could he be so domineering? How dare you act rashly in the Northern Liang land? A voice that sounded like Sanskrit in the world made Peng Yichang and Bai Qi feel as if they were facing a great enemy. Their bodies trembled. Originally, they had wanted to reap the benefits of a third party. They hadn't expected that they would end up with such a terrifying fish. You're just trying to be mysterious. Hurry up and come out. Don't be arrogant. Peng Yichang's face was gloomy and cold. He put on a strong front, but he was cowardly at heart. He walked slowly and stared at every stone, flower, and blade of grass around him. Phew! Another stone pierced through Peng Yichang's chest from behind. Peng Yichang was dumbfounded. He exchanged glances with Bai Qi and his body trembled uncontrollably. I'm sorry, Senior. We failed to recognize you. We'll scram now. Bai Qi and Peng Yichang looked at each other. They felt that they had no chance of winning. The person who attacked them in the dark was simply too terrifying. They couldn't even find the silhouette of the other party. How could they fight with others like this? Scram. When Xiao Chen said, scram, Bai Qi and Peng Yichang felt like they received a great pardon. They quickly turned around and left. Joy appeared on their faces as they scrambled away. Jiang Chen looked at this scene in a daze. He had mixed feelings in his heart. However, he already knew who this person was. The Northern Liang King. You live up to your reputation. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. His lips curled into a faint smile. Thank you, Senior, for saving us. You actually know who I am. Looks like I didn't misjudge you. He. Jiang Chen, what a great Jiang Chen. What a great river dragon. The entire divine world, north, south, east, south, central, 9 regions and 18 counties are all stirred up by you. Ha ha ha. A burst of laughter could be heard. A middle-aged man in white robes appeared. He had a majestic aura and was talking cheerfully. The domineering aura between his brows didn't make one feel pressured at all. However, Jiang Chen couldn't resist him at all. Greetings, Northern Liang King. Chapter 38-31. The Northern Liang Emperor Clan Master waved his hand and smiled. Looks like your growth is much faster than I expected. You even killed Heavenly Master Qi Yu, a late-stage emperor. You've really widened my horizons. Senior Northern Liang, you must be joking. I was just lucky. Jiang Qin shrugged. There aren't many people who are lucky. It's not luck that you can win against a stronger opponent every time. Ha ha ha. But today's battle has really shocked me. You're now a famous person in the divine realm. That's right. I wonder how many people want to kill me. Otherwise, if it wasn't for Senior Northern Liang's help, I might have already died. Jiang Qin smiled bitterly. You can't say that. Your strength is obvious. Hee, you're standing here today because of your own strength. Those two guys just wanted to take advantage of you. The Northern Liang Emperor clan master looked at Jiang Qin calmly. He was full of admiration for Jiang Qin. Senior Northern Liang, you're flattering me. Jiang Qin said. From now on, I'm afraid you'll have a heavier burden on your shoulders. The stronger you are, the greater your responsibility will be. I think you should know about the great tribulation of heaven and earth. Now, even emperor masters are recklessly rushing out of this world cage. You can imagine that more and more people will quickly join in. In the future, the entire divine realm will be in a state of panic. The Northern Liang Emperor clan master said in a deep voice. The world calamity belongs to those who are capable. We should do our best to benefit the world and create a new world for ourselves. Jiang Qin said solemnly. Looks like I don't need to say anything more. You already know about the world calamity. So, are you willing to face the world calamity with me? Jiang Qin, I'm willing to do it. As soon as Jiang Qin's voice faded, the two of them looked at each other with a confident smile on their faces. You're still not strong enough. You need to improve your strength as soon as possible. Even if you can defeat a late-stage Emperor Master, it's still not enough. Only if you can surpass the Heavenly King realm will you be able to gain a foothold in this world and fight against this great tribulation. The Heavenly King stage. Jiang Qin's heart shuddered, and his eyes became extremely solemn. With his current strength, if he didn't break through to the Emperor realm, he would be completely unable to contend against a Heavenly King realm expert. Senior Northern Liang, did you want to recruit me from the very beginning? Jiang Qin smiled. In this world, there will never be a lack of geniuses. The only thing lacking is the determination to become strong. And you happen to be such a person. Since the day you rose in the northern cold divine region, I could tell that you were not an ordinary person. I didn't expect you to not disappoint me. You have started to grow at an insane rate in such a short period of time. Even I can't believe it. However, resisting the great tribulation of heaven and earth is not as simple as you think. Strength is the true foundation. Without ability, you can only be a subordinate. However, if you want to become a superior person, you must make sacrifices. The greater the responsibility, the heavier the mission. The great tribulation of heaven and earth occurs once every billions of years. We managed to avoid the previous great tribulation of heaven and earth, but this time, it will be even more difficult. The Lord of the Northern Liang said with a heavy heart. His face was filled with worry and worry. When the boat reaches the bridgehead, it will straighten out. There will always be a solution. Jiang Qin said. I hope so. This time, I will find the 4 divine signs and work together to resist the great tribulation of heaven and earth. 4 divine signs. The 4 extremes divine signs are the masters of the northern cold, southern extreme, western extreme and eastern victory extreme. The 4 of us are the 4 extremes divine signs that protect this world. We are the final guardians of this world. This time around, the great calamity of this world will definitely be even more difficult. Soon, a drastic change will occur in this world. At that time, we will finally begin our true retaliation after waiting for millions of years. The Northern Liang Emperor sighed, and his eyes became extremely solemn. 4 divine signs. The other 3 divine signs must be extremely powerful. With the 4 of you, we will definitely succeed in resisting the great tribulation of heaven and earth. Jiang Chen said with a smile. You don't know how terrifying the great tribulation of heaven and earth is. Even we are just a drop in the bucket. However, for the sake of this familiar world, for the sake of the safety of the divine world, we can only do our best. The Northern Liang Emperor said with extreme sadness. Jiang Chen's heart trembled. One could imagine how terrifying the great tribulation of heaven and earth was. The Northern Liang Emperor was just a drop in the ocean. Jiang Chen trusted the Lord of Northern Liang very much. After all, he had saved him twice. The Lord of Northern Liang was a man of high status and strength, but he was still so approachable. It was very gratifying. Jiang Chen understood that no one could escape the so-called Great Tribulation of the heavens and earth. Therefore, all they could do was to give it their all. At least, they wouldn't be a deserter on the battlefield when the Great Tribulation of heaven and earth arrived. Oh yeah, there's something that I need your help with, Northern Liang Emperor. Jiang Chen said softly. Feel free to speak. Senior Northern Liang, can you help me decipher this? Jiang Chen took out the river diagram and inscription of the Luo. In an instant, the Northern Liang Emperor's face changed and his eyes were filled with shock. You. Why do you have the river diagram and inscription of the Luo? Isn't this the peerless treasure of the Luo god clan? It said that it's the supreme inheritance of the Luo god clan. The Northern Liang Emperor's heart was filled with shock and disbelief. It's just a coincidence. Otherwise, the Luo god clan wouldn't be chasing after me so closely. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. However, he knew that the river diagram and inscription of the Luo must be extraordinary for the Northern Liang Emperor to treat it with such importance. Let me try. The Northern Liang Emperor's eyes turned solemn as he tried his best to decipher the river diagram and inscription of the Luo. However, he failed after several attempts. Looks like the river diagram and inscription of the Luo isn't easy to decipher. With my current strength, I'm still unable to decipher the seal on it. Only after I decipher the seal will I be able to decipher the entire thing. The Northern Liang Emperor shook his head in disappointment. However, with his strength at the Heavenly King stage, it wasn't enough for him to decipher the river diagram and inscription of the Luo. That meant that the river diagram and inscription of the Luo wasn't ordinary. After I've gathered the 4 extremes divine forms, there should be hope for us to work together. The Northern Liang Emperor continued. Alright, I'll have to trouble you, Senior Northern Liang. Jiang Chen nodded his head as his eyes flickered with a mysterious light. That's because the black-yellow dragon armor was too bizarre and powerful. Even the Northern Liang Emperor couldn't do anything to it, which gave Jiang Chen a headache. Chapter 38-32. Senior Northern Liang, I might be about to make a breakthrough. I need to go into seclusion for a period of time. Don't worry, I'll protect you. The Northern Liang clan lord said calmly. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. With the Lord of Northern Liang protecting him, he would be able to rest assured. Thank you, Senior Northern Liang. Jiang Chen quickly sat cross-legged and started cultivating. At this moment, he was ready to refine the firmament pearl when he made a breakthrough. He wanted to see what realm he could reach. Not long after, Jiang Chen started cultivating. He was about to make a breakthrough. The divine origin chi in his body had already reached the peak. Hence, he would definitely make a breakthrough. Jiang Chen swallowed the firmament pearl and prepared to refine it. A terrifying aura instantly exploded in Jiang Chen's body. That kind of crazy heaven and earth yuan chi was wreaking havoc, as if it was going to tear Jiang Chen's body into pieces. What did this kid swallow? The Lord of the Northern Liang frowned and his expression turned solemn. Jiang Chen had no idea what he had swallowed, but his body was bursting out a terrifying heaven and earth yuan qi at this moment, wreaking havoc around his body. Even the Lord of the Northern Liang felt worried for him. Jiang Chen's body trembled. The unprecedented heaven and earth yuan qi kept tearing his body apart. The heaven and earth yuan qi was so majestic that Jiang Chen could not control it. But now that things had come to this, Jiang Chen could only do his best. Motherfucker, I don't believe it. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and started to devour the heaven and earth yuan qi crazily. His body was being torn apart and it felt like he was being tempered. He was in agony between life and death. However, Jiang Chen still stopped. In the blink of an eye, 27 years had passed. Jiang Chen had gradually calmed down from his initial madness. Even the Northern Liang sovereign was amazed. Given Jiang Chen's strength, he was actually able to cultivate for 27 years. He wasn't comprehending the Tao but was devouring the heaven and earth yuan qi. Such a huge amount of heaven and earth yuan qi was the final result. If it was comprehending the Tao, not to mention 30 years ago, even if it was 300 years ago, it would still be normal. But just the devouring of the heaven and earth yuan qi was so crazy, it was shocking to the extreme. On the other hand, Jiang Chen's strength continued to rise, and the dragon marks in his body began to grow exponentially. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with mixed feelings. He broke through to the Venerable Emperor realm in one fell swoop, from the Middle Emperor realm to the Late Emperor realm. Terrifying heavenly lightning descended from the sky. Thunder rumbled, the wind howled, and the dark thunderclouds surged. The wind and clouds changed, as if the end of the world had arrived. This isn't heavenly lightning, it's the heavenly punishment. The Northern Liang Emperor suddenly stood up, his face extremely gloomy. This was the heavenly punishment personally controlled by the Heaven Patroller. It was no longer heavenly lightning, it was the punishment of the heavens. This guy, what kind of sin did he commit? The Northern Liang Emperor didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This Jiang Chen was really hard to guess. How powerful was he to trigger the heavenly punishment? The heavenly punishment was personally punished by the Heaven Patroller. What did Jiang Chen do to offend them? However, Jiang Chen was still as calm as a mountain in the face of this terrifying heavenly punishment. His eyes were extremely sharp, and he was being baptized by the heavenly lightning. You want to kill me with heavenly lightning? I'd like to see how powerful you are. Jiang Chen roared angrily, and his eyes were like arrows, pointing at the top of the sky. The gods are watching, my fate is in my own hands, not in the hands of the heavens. Jiang Chen's murderous aura swept across the heavens and earth, and the heavenly lightning roared above his head. The might of this punch was destructive, and the heavenly lightning was completely extinguished at this moment. The dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body were spread all over his body. The 50 million dragon marks were like heavenly lightning, and the wind and dust were billowing. The might of this punch was like the roar of a divine dragon, and it was unstoppable. Boom! A deafening explosion was heard, and Jiang Chen's eyes were shining with excitement. He never dreamed that his strength would directly advance to the Late Emperor realm. This was an unparalleled experience. The terrifying power shocked Jiang Chen like never before. At this moment, he even wanted to compete with the Northern Liang Emperor realm. Late Emperor realm, this was really awesome. Jiang Chen now had the strength to fight against a heavenly king realm. What did you devour? The Northern Liang Emperor looked at Jiang Chen and asked hesitantly. The heavenly treasure. Jiang Chen smiled. Puff! The Northern Liang Emperor staggered 2 steps back. His face was extremely gloomy, and he looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Heavenly treasure. Are you sure? Is this thing valuable? Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. It's the heavenly treasure, the essence of the heavens. The Northern Liang Emperor's expression became solemn, and even his breathing became heavy. In other words, I might have devoured the heavens. Jiang Chen was a little hesitant, and he looked at the Northern Liang Emperor in surprise. You can say that. Why you're really too scary. There aren't many lost pearls of the heavens under the heavens. Furthermore, they're the essence of the heavens. They were left behind by the experts of the divine world after they defeated the heavens during the primordial war. They're the essence of the heavens, just like the essence of us cultivators. The Northern Liang Emperor was completely shocked by Jiang Chen this time. This guy didn't even know that he had devoured the heavens, and that's why he was punished by the heavens. However, Jiang Chen's strength was no longer at the late Emperor realm, and he had reached the late Emperor realm. Such a transformation was like heaven and earth. Jiang Chen and the Northern Liang Emperor understood how terrifying the heavenly treasure was. Looks like I have to keep a low profile. Jiang Chen shrugged and said, but he didn't look like he was going to keep a low profile. The heavenly punishment is carried out by the heaven patrollers. In other words, you have most likely attracted the attention of the heaven patrollers. The calamity of the world is coming, we must be careful. Those heaven patrollers are all powerful and ruthless. As long as they notice someone, they will definitely not show mercy. The Northern Liang Emperor said in a deep voice, as a reminder to Jiang Chen. Otherwise, if the heaven patrollers targeted him, he wouldn't have a good time. Even though Jiang Chen's strength had reached the late Emperor realm, and he could even fight against a heavenly king realm expert, the final result was still worrying. Don't worry, Northern Liang Emperor. I will definitely protect myself. Even if the heaven patrollers come to find me, I, Jiang Chen, will not be afraid. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen said with a laugh. He was calm and composed. Now that he was facing Di Shitian again, Jiang Chen was absolutely confident that he could defeat him easily. The Northern Liang Divine region is right in front of you, why don't you go and have a look? The Northern Liang Emperor looked at Jiang Chen and asked. Jiang Chen shook his head. It's a pity that you're too arrogant to swallow the forgotten pearl of the heavens. I will make you spit it out. The sky patrollers' eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. They were not afraid even with the Northern Liang Emperor around. After all, it was impossible for a heavenly king realm expert to deal with them. The gap between the heavenly king realm was not something that could be changed with just a few words. It was completely different from the gap between the divine king realm and the divine emperor realm. It was extremely difficult for a heavenly king realm expert to deal with two sky patrollers. A heavenly king realm patroller dares to show off here. Do you really think that the Northern Liang Emperor is a pushover? The Lord of Northern Liang faced the three heavenly king realm patrollers fearlessly. He exchanged a glance with Jiang Chen. He was afraid that they wouldn't be able to avoid this battle. This battle started because of me. If you can't beat them, you must leave immediately. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Don't worry. Not many people in the Northern Liang Divine region can do anything to me. Even these sky patrollers are no exception. Without sky patrollers at the rebirth realm, why should I, the Northern Liang Emperor, be afraid? The Lord of Northern Liang said firmly. Jiang Chen sighed with emotion. But at this moment, he was also filled with fighting spirit. He wanted to see how powerful he was as a late emperor, and whether he could really fight against a heavenly king realm expert. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. You're courting death. Both of you must die. The sky patroller said in a deep voice. At this moment, there were already 3 terrifying auras gathering. The battle was imminent. Jiang Chen's heart was a little heavy. In the end, this matter started because of him. The power of the heavenly lost pearl was too great. Not only did it raise his strength to the late emperor realm, but it also attracted the sky patrollers. Jiang Chen knew that the news of him possessing the firmament pearl was not only known by the Sky Patroller, but all the experts above the Heavenly King realm. Although it was only his guess, he could not deny that it would put him in deep trouble and become the target of public criticism. However, the sword had already been unsheathed. He had no other choice. He could only fight with his life on the line. Jiang Chen held the Heavenly Dragon sword in his hand. The Heavenly Dragon sword chi buzzed deafeningly as it clashed with one of the Sky Patrollers. Meanwhile, the Lord of Northern Liang was fighting against two Sky Patrollers at the same time. "Brat, you dare to devour the Heavenly Pearl? Looks like you're really tired of living. Now, I'll let you see the consequences of devouring the Heavenly Pearl. You'll die without a burial. You didn't even let go of the heavenly essence. The ignorant are truly fearless." Humph. The Sky Patrollers clenched their fists and charged towards Jiang Chen. The terrifying power caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. The attack of a Heavenly King realm expert made Jiang Chen's expression change. The space around him had completely collapsed. A terrifying black hole appeared beside him like a bottomless abyss. Chapter 38-34. Great Heaven Luo Fist. As the Sky Patroller threw a punch, Jiang Chen immediately held his blade horizontally and moved his palm to display the Taoist connotation seal. Under the attack of the mysterious Heaven seal, the Sky Patroller did not move at all. However, he managed to stabilize his body. At least, this seal made the Sky Patroller's expression change greatly. On one hand, he was shocked by Jiang Chen's strength, and on the other hand, he was filled with horror by Jiang Chen's mysterious Heaven seal. Mysterious Heaven seal. You know the expanding Heaven seal? The Sky Patroller was obviously a little secretive about the expanding Heaven seal, but he was also very afraid of it. Previously, he was full of disdain for Jiang Chen, but now he became serious. It's good that you know. Die. Under the dragon transformation, Jiang Chen brandished his sword and the 24 moves of sword had reached its peak. It was constantly changing and attacking. The limitless sword was changing layer by layer and advancing endlessly. Jiang Chen was getting more and more familiar with the evolution of the limitless sword. The 24 moves of sword had reached the point where a slight mistake could lead to a huge error. Jiang Chen did not dare to be careless. As long as he could continue to evolve the 24 moves of sword and complete its transformation, it was likely to reach another supreme realm of the limitless sword. His strength directly jumped to the late Emperor realm. The benefit of Jiang Chen swallowing the lost pearl of the firmament was that it made him extremely powerful. Even in the face of an expert of the Heavenly King realm, he was not afraid at all. The limitless sword was always successful. The 24 moves of sword was invincible in desperate situations. Jiang Chen and the Sky Patroller of the Heavenly King realm were fighting fiercely. The Sky Patroller was also extremely surprised. Not only could Jiang Chen display the expanding Heaven seal, but he was also able to compete with him with the strength of a late Emperor realm. This was simply incredible. Those below the Heavenly King realm were all ants. However, Jiang Chen had completely overturned this saying, because his strength was just too terrifying. He used the Great Void technique and leapt into the air continuously. His silhouette was flying and the limitless sword and the Heavenly Dragon proudly conquering the world made the patrolman complain incessantly. On the other side, the Lord of Northern Liang was also quite confident in fighting 1 against 2. As the divine statue of 4 extremes, the ancient war god, the Lord of Northern Liang was not nervous at all. His strength must have been shocking in the past. Every move, every punch, every palm, was natural and without any hesitation. It was as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in a courtyard. However, the attacks he made caused the sky to change. The sky above the northern cold divine region was darkened and the wind and clouds were surging. On the top of the void, the Lord of Northern Liang was fighting 1 against 2, but he was firmly suppressing the 2 sky patrollers of the Heavenly King realm. He was in an extremely difficult situation. The Lord of Northern Liang displayed his peerless demeanor. Even Jiang Qin could not help but admire him. The Lord of Northern Liang was indeed worthy of being the ruler of the divine region. With the strength of a Heavenly King realm, he did not flinch while fighting 1 against 2. Instead, he had an absolute advantage. On the contrary, Jiang Chen's limitless sword was also becoming more and more powerful at this moment. The 24 moves of sword attacked again and again, advancing endlessly. However, he could not touch the threshold of the 25 moves of sword, which made Jiang Chen very anxious. However, the sky patrollers were being suppressed by his limitless sword. Moreover, Jiang Chen became more and more courageous as the battle went on. The 24 moves of sword had already reached a perfect level. Although he had not completely comprehended the 25 moves of sword, he had already won the battle. You want to kill me? Dream on. Even if you can suppress me, it is impossible for you to kill me, the sky patrollers said arrogantly. The patroller said arrogantly, as if he was still fearless of Jiang Chen and was filled with battle intent. The 25 moves of sword, where is the 25 moves of sword? I keep attacking and evolving, but I still can't change the sword essence of the 24 moves of sword. Jiang Chen was extremely anxious and angry. Indeed, the sky patrollers were right. Even if he could suppress an expert of the Heavenly King realm, it was still extremely difficult to kill him. Heavenly King Godly Form Fist. The sky patroller's fighting spirit was unparalleled. He attacked aggressively, and his shocking fighting spirit brought with it an unparalleled power of heaven and earth and the destructive power of the Taoist connotation. He was determined to fight back and fight to the death with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen frowned. As he retreated, the 24 moves of sword had a flash of inspiration. Jiang Chen was overjoyed and his body trembled. He finally knew how to evolve the 25 moves of sword. Retreat. Advancing and retreating, defending and attacking could change the attacking momentum of the 24 moves of sword. It was good to advance without limit, but taking a step back was the vast sea and sky. Advancing without limit would only make him fall into a dead cycle, and he would never be able to find the trick of the 25 moves of sword. Jiang Chen withdrew his heavenly dragon sword. His sword momentum was big and he no longer blindly attacked. Instead, he chose to take a detour and take a step back. When advancing without limit reached the extreme, if he did not know how to be flexible, he would be possessed by the devil. Jiang Chen was suddenly enlightened. He only knew how to attack blindly, but he had forgotten the essence of the limitless sword. It was without self, without heaven, and without sound. Only when he reached the state of nothingness and used the state of nothingness to overcome the state of nothingness, was the beginning and end of the state of nothingness. 25 moves of sword, I am free to soar in the vast sea and sky. Jiang Chen was in high spirits. He finally mastered the 25 moves of sword at this time. The 9 heavens absolute sword, the vast sea and sky. His sword was more terrible than the Ashura sword formation. Not only did it come from all directions, but it also came from the vast sea and sky. It was a kind of sword formed by the will. Only by advancing and retreating in an orderly manner could the limitless sword reach the extreme state of being firm without desire. Entering the end of the endless, it was a prophecy, the vast sea and sky. The 25 moves of sword was invincible. The sky patrolmen of the Heavenly King realm had no power to fight back. The 24 moves of sword shook the heaven and earth and crushed down, which had already put him in a dire situation. Now that the 25 moves of sword had appeared, he had no power to fight back. No, with a cry of surprise, he was surrounded by the sword chi in all directions. The majestic chi of the 25 moves of sword swept across, making the sky patrolman completely unable to hide. The limitless sword, advancing without limit, and coming back from a desperate situation. Jiang Chen's sword momentum combined with the power of his 9 dragons and 10 elephants completely crushed the sky patrolman to death, leaving him no chance of survival. Even the other 2 Heavenly King realm experts and the Emperor of Northern Liang were shocked. The Emperor of Northern Liang did not expect that Jiang Qin could fight against a Heavenly King realm expert after breaking through to the late Emperor realm. He had the absolute upper hand and crushed the sky patrolman to death. It was unbelievable. "Save me, big brother, save me." The sky patroller screamed for help, but there was no response. After all, the 2 of them couldn't even take care of themselves. Go to hell. Be a good person in your next life. Jiang Qin sneered. The moment the 25 moves of sword fell, the sky patrolman of the Heavenly King realm was completely torn apart by the sword chi. His body and soul were both destroyed, and he fell into the reincarnation cycle forever. Chapter 38-35. It's terrifying. What kind of experts are fighting against each other? This is way too terrifying. We could be affected at any time. Yeah. Within 100,000 li radius, the people are living in misery. Mountains crumbled and rivers stopped flowing. It's like the end of the world. I heard that the Central Region Divine Land and the West Pole Divine Land are in a state of panic. Our Northern Cold Divine Land is still peaceful, but it seems like it's also filled with danger. The battle between the supreme experts doesn't care about our existence at all. It's really painful. Beneath the Northern Cold Divine Land, countless people and cultivators were extremely troubled. Because their situation was much more dangerous than the birds and beasts in the mountains or the fish in the water. They might even be killed by a supreme expert at any time. All of these were not groundless rumors. Above the profound Feng sect, Xian Qingming looked at the peak of the sky with a solemn expression. Although the profound Feng sect was still peaceful, the surrounding experts were sighing with emotion at the scene in the sky tens of thousands of li away. Many experts were fighting everywhere, but the ones who suffered were the innocent commoners. Sorcerers' clouds covered the sun. Wind and rain were falling. When will the moon appear? When will the war end? Jiang Chen, oh, Jiang Chen. I wonder where you are now. You've made a name for yourself in the Central Region Divine Land. However, our profound Feng sect has always been isolated from the outside world. We don't even know how you're doing. Jiang Chen said. Xian Qingming sighed. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Zhenhai appeared in the sky and stood beside Xian Qingming, looking at the peak of 100,000 miles in the sky with worry in his heart. I seem to have seen it. That person in the 9 heavens seems to be little Chenzi. Jiang Zhenhai's eyes flickered with an unnoticeable radiance. He had forgotten how long it had been since he last saw his son. Where was he? Was he doing well? Jiang Zhenhai felt that his son was in the battle between the supreme experts in the 9 heavens. Jiang Chen's talent is peerless, and he's extremely smart. The heavens help the worthy. Brother Jiang, you don't have to worry. I believe that Jiang Chen will come back one day. Xian Qingming smiled. Even though he was worried, he could only guard this land silently. Profound Feng sect was now one of the top sects in the Northern Cold Divine region. Even though it was not as powerful as the other sects, it still had many experts. Lin Yukong and the other experts, even the peerless geniuses from the Profound Connection Divine Palace had joined Profound Feng sect. Currently, Xian Qingming and Jiang Zhenhai were both early Divine Emperor realm experts with unfathomable strength. The Profound Feng sect was growing stronger day by day. With the protection of Zi Qin Tian, Lin Yukong, the profound connection Divine Palace and the protection of the Lord of the Northern Cold Divine Region, the profound Feng sect could be considered as one of the top 10 forces in the Northern Cold Divine Region. I hope so. Jiang Zhenhai stared at the sky and murmured. His eyes were filled with longing for his child. A heavenly king realm expert was killed by Jiang Qin. The power of the 25th sword was too terrifying. Jiang Chen's hand was trembling slightly. The 25th sword was almost completed. The limitless sword had reached its peak. Because of this, the heavenly dragon sword and the limitless sword had reached its peak. The sword swept across the sky and killed the heavenly king. Good. Good kill. Ha ha ha. The Lord of Northern Liang laughed. The other two sky patrollers were scared out of their wits as they were constantly being suppressed by the Lord of Northern Liang. Now that Jiang Qin had killed their third brother, they were in a dire situation and were in dire straits. Kill without mercy. Jiang Qin and the Northern Cold Lord looked at each other. Both of them did not hesitate at all. Because these people deserve to die. They must be killed. If they were to show mercy, they might be in danger in the future. Since they had decided to kill, they must be prepared to be killed. Under the joint attack of Jiang Qin and the Northern Cold Lord, the two Heavenly King Realm patrollers had nowhere to hide. In less than 20 moves, they fell into despair. Don't kill us. We were forced to do this. Northern Cold Lord, please let us go. The leader of the Sky Patrollers said bitterly. He was in a sorry state. Let you go. Who let us go? You were forced to do this. Didn't you become the lackeys of the 9 heavens? Do you think I don't know? The real Sky Patrollers have yet to appear because they are afraid of death. They are afraid that that person will start a massacre. Before the great calamity of heaven and earth arrives, they can only let you puppets come out to fight. Humph, the Northern Cold Lord sneered. Jiang Qin was confused. He did not expect the Sky Patrollers to be puppets in the Northern Cold Lord's eyes. If they are puppets, then there is no need for them to stay. Jiang Qin said in disdain. All right. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. The two Sky Patrollers' faces were ashen. Their death was coming. Jiang Qin and the Northern Cold Lord were not kind-hearted people. They would kill those who deserved to be killed. Moreover, these people were useless to them. So what was the point of keeping them alive? These people are substitutes that the Sky Patrollers found. Before the great calamity of heaven and earth begins, the 9 heavens cannot enter the divine world. Therefore, the Sky Patrollers do not dare to act recklessly. They are afraid that they will be killed by that person. They can only hide in the dark or hibernate for thousands of years. However, after this incident, we should be more careful. I'm afraid that many people know that you have devoured the firmament pearl. You are in a very dangerous situation now. The Northern Cold Lord said. This is just an appetizer. What we have to face next will be even more difficult. Yes. Jiang Qin nodded. I'm afraid that his days of danger will never end. Let's go. We shouldn't stay here for long. Let's go to the Central Region Divine Land first. The Northern Cold Lord said. When the two of them were about to move, Jiang Qin frowned. The Zulong Tower was shaking violently. Jiang Qin was extremely worried. Although the ancestral Dragon Emperor had left the Zulong Tower would definitely react if something happened to the ancestral Dragon Emperor. No, I have to go to the Dragon Clan. This is not a small matter. Senior Northern Cold, you might have to go alone. After I go to the Dragon Clan, I will go to the Central Region Divine Land to look for you. Chapter 38-36. Jiang Chen ran towards the dragon clan. At this moment, the Zulong Tower in his body was shaking violently. I hope you'll be alright, Ancestral Dragon Emperor. Jiang Chen did not dare to be careless and went straight for the dragon clan. Along the way, Jiang Chen's speed was extremely fast. He flew over thousands of mountains and rivers and finally arrived at the dragon clan. At this moment, Jiang Chen saw the Ancestral Dragon Emperor being pushed back and suppressed. It's that Li Feng. Jiang Chen's heart shuddered. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor was forced into a passive position. Li Feng stood in the void above the 9 heavens, using his divine mightiness to stand above the Ancestral Dragon Emperor. No one could stop him. I've already absorbed all of your dragon yuan. Ancestral Dragon Emperor, there's only one ending for you now. Surrender. Otherwise, you won't be able to defeat me. Li Feng said indifferently. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor gritted his teeth. If Li Feng was alone, he might be able to fight against her. However, after Li Feng had devoured his dragon yuan, she had summoned the 9 Heavenly King Realm dragon souls from the ancient land of the Dragon Clan. These dragon souls were extremely terrifying. Although they might not have the fighting strength of a Heavenly King Realm expert, the 9 dragon souls were enough to fight against 2 or 3 Heavenly King Realm experts. In addition to Li Feng, who had devoured his dragon yuan, the Ancestral Dragon Emperor was in a very passive position in this battle. He did not expect that even though he had reached the Heavenly King Realm, he still could not turn the situation around. I, the Ancestral Dragon Emperor, will not let you get what you want even if I die today. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor said while gritting his teeth. He hated Li Feng to the core. However, all of this was his own fault. If he didn't bring Li Feng to the Dragon Clan, such a situation wouldn't have happened. In the end, it was his fault that he didn't know Li Feng's true colors. That's why she harmed the Dragon Clan even more, causing the Dragon Clan to fall apart. All of this was because Li Feng wanted to unify the Dragon Clan and become the true ruler of the Dragon Clan. Don't rush. After I devour your dragon souls, I might be able to reach the rebirth realm. By then, who could be my opponent? Li Feng approached the Ancestral Dragon Emperor step by step. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor looked solemn. Am I really going to die here? Wishful thinking. You want to devour the Dragon Clan? Ask me first. Jiang Chen soared into the sky and rushed towards Li Feng, standing in front of the Ancestral Dragon Emperor. At this moment, the Ancestral Dragon Emperor's body trembled, his eyes were filled with excitement and emotions. He never thought that Jiang Chen was the only one who could save him in such a desperate situation. You have not reached the Heavenly King Realm yet. Jiang Chen, run. We are not his opponents. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor said. Even if you don't come, I will go and find you. Why do you have control over the Dragon Clan's belongings? The Zulong Tower belongs to me. Li Feng was not worried at all when she saw Jiang Chen. Because he had not reached the Heavenly King Realm yet. Everyone below the Heavenly King Realm was like an ant. Even a peak Emperor Realm cultivator was nothing in front of her. Walking right into the trap is exactly what I want, he. The corners of Li Feng's mouth curled up coldly. It was a rare smile, but it was extremely sinister. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor looked at Li Feng and murmured, it wasn't like this in the past. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor's heart was in pain. But as time passed, billions of years had passed. What was impossible in the world? I wanted to be a peerless empress back then. You just don't understand. Li Feng said coldly. I will deal with the 9 dragon souls. I will leave the rest to you. Senior Ancestral Dragon Emperor, it's time to clean up. Trust me. She is not your opponent. Jiang Chen looked at the Ancestral Dragon Emperor. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor nodded. He was filled with determination. Be careful. The ancestral dragon emperor was afraid that Jiang Qin wouldn't be a match for the 9 dragon souls. Those were the ancient dragon souls that Li Fenglai had summoned from the ancient land of the dragon clan. All of them were at the heavenly king realm. But now, there were only the puppet dragon souls left. The power of the 9 dragon souls was equivalent to 2 to 3 heavenly king realm experts. Moreover, they didn't have their own consciousness and were all controlled by Li Fenglai. A mere emperor realm cultivator dares to say that he can fight against my dragon souls. You're courting death. Li Feng said and attacked the ancestral dragon emperor. Even without the help of the dragon souls, she would not lose to the ancestral dragon emperor. Jiang Qin and the ancestral dragon emperor looked at each other and started to fight back. Li Feng did not know that the 9 dragon souls were not that powerful in Jiang Qin's eyes. Because Jiang Qin's soul was his strongest. His soul had reached the peak of the heavenly king realm. The 9 dragon souls were no match for him. Soul move, light up. Jiang Qin moved his palm and the great Yu soul forming light appeared in his hand. A terrifying spiritual pressure spread across the sky, suppressing the dragon souls. Jiang Qin had the absolute upper hand. Although the 9 heavenly king realm dragon souls were extremely terrifying when facing the ancestral dragon emperor, the 9 dragon souls fell into a passive position after Jiang Qin activated the great Yu soul forming light. They did not have the strength to fight back at all. Roar, an ear-piercing buzzing sound could be heard. Neither Li Feng nor the ancestral dragon emperor expected that the heavenly king realm dragon souls could not even fight back against Jiang Qin. The ancestral dragon emperor's morale was boosted as he fought against Li Feng. Both of them were heavenly king realm cultivators. If the ancestral dragon emperor's dragon Yuan was not devoured by Li Feng, he would not lose to her. The ancestral dragon emperor had no choice but to fight back. However, he was the ancestor of all dragons, the true ancestral dragon of the dragon clan. His strength should not be underestimated. Although he had not recovered to his peak, he was not an easy opponent. The ancestral dragon emperor could only hope to kill Li Feng and take back his dragon Yuan. At that time, his strength would increase by another level. How could this be? Li Feng was quite worried because Jiang Qin was suppressing the 9 heavenly king realm dragon souls. That kind of terrifying aura made her heart palpitate. The great Yu soul forming light could completely suppress the 9 dragon souls. The killing intent in Jiang Qin's eyes became more and more intense. Devour. Against a heavenly king realm expert, even if it was 1 against 3, Jiang Qin would still be able to win. Roar, a terrifying roar reverberated across the heavens and earth. The entire dragon clan heard the roar of the ancestral dragon emperor. The return of an honorable, the rebirth of an expert, the return of a hopeless situation, unparalleled in this chaotic world. At this moment, Jiang Qin's expression changed when he saw the ancestral dragon emperor. This fella has surpassed the heavenly king realm. Why? You don't recognize me? Ha ha ha. The ancestral dragon emperor looked at Jiang Qin and said. It's not that I don't recognize you, but you're too powerful. You scared me. Ha. Jiang Qin laughed heartily as well. I haven't broken through to the rebirth realm yet. I'm only a half step away from it. However, in order to become a rebirth realm expert, I'm afraid I'll have to undergo a transformation of my soul. My soul strength is still at the heavenly king realm now. When I'm able to comprehend the rebirth realm, I'll be able to break through to the rebirth realm. Jiang Qin understood what the ancestral dragon emperor said. Even so, it was already terrifying enough. At least he was half a step into the rebirth realm. Jiang Qin could imagine how terrifying that realm was. Once you've broken through to the heavenly king realm, there's no difference in levels anymore. The next level in the heavenly king realm is the rebirth realm. The next level in the rebirth realm is the supreme heavenly realm, the godly realm. With your strength, you'll be able to break through to the heavenly king realm soon. I hope so. I met the Northern Liang Emperor and he saved my life. Now, he's heading to the Central Region Divine Land to meet with the other 4 divine forms. The Heaven Patrollers have appeared. The great trial of the heavens and earth will descend soon. Jiang Qin said. For divine forms, Northern Liang Emperor. Looks like this is the most dangerous moment. The Heaven Patrollers have appeared earlier than expected. It'll definitely make the divine world more difficult. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor said. That's right. I'm afraid I've already been targeted. After devouring the Heavenly Pearl, my strength has reached the late Emperor realm. I can fight against a Heavenly King realm expert. However, if there are too many Heaven Patrollers, my situation will be hard to predict. I've already made an agreement with the Northern Liang Emperor to deal with the great trial of the heavens and earth. Jiang Chen's expression was solemn as he spoke confidently. I got it. It seems like the great tribulation of the world this time will start completely at some point in time. You're really crazy. To think you've devoured the Heavenly Pearl. He. The Dragon Clan is unstable. I need to go back. It might take some time. You should go to the Central Region Divine Land first. I'll come back after I've dealt with the Dragon Clan. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor pondered for a while. The Dragon Clan had always been in Li Feng's hands. It had already fallen apart. Now that the Ancestral Dragon Emperor's strength had fully recovered, he must rebuild the Dragon Clan and restore the vitality of the Dragon Clan. Alright. See you at the Central Region Divine Land. Chapter 38. At this moment, the Central Region Divine Land was peaceful and the sun was shining brightly. The Northern Liang clan master stood on the shore with his hands behind his back. He looked to the east, west, and south silently. His eyes were filled with anxiety. Ha, sorry to keep you waiting. Brother Mo Bei, it's been a long time since we last met. You're still as good as ever, a golden-haired young man said with an elegant smile. Shi Tiandong, you're finally here. The Northern Liang Emperor, Mo Bei, said bitterly. Shi Tiandong was the East Victory Emperor and the protector of the East Victory Divine Land. What's the rush? The calamity hasn't arrived yet, right? At this time, it was time to enjoy the moment. What's the point of worrying? Ha! Shi Tiandong shrugged and said noncommittally. The Northern Liang Emperor smiled bitterly. This guy has always been like this. Above the southern sea, a figure stepped through the air. He had the demeanor of an immortal and his long beard fell to the ground. Chininan, Brother Chin, it's been a long time. Mo Bei stepped forward and cupped his hands. Chininan nodded slightly with a calm expression. He was the protector of the South Victory Divine Land, the Emperor of South Victory Divine Land. The calamity hasn't arrived yet. I'm afraid you must have some plans for us to rush over. Chininan's white robe fluttered in the wind. He had the demeanor of an immortal and nodded slightly at the two. I won't hide it from you, Brother Chin. Although the calamity hasn't arrived yet, the Heaven Patrollers have already appeared. That's why I rushed you here. It might happen at any time. The Northern Liang Emperor nodded with a solemn expression. Why isn't Eastern Green Gate here yet? Did something happen in the West Pole Divine Land? Counting the days, he should have been here earlier than the two of you. The Northern Liang Emperor shook his head and frowned worriedly. I heard that the West Pole Divine Land is in chaos. Perhaps Eastern Green Gate has something to do. It's not too late to wait. Cheninan said. Not long after, the Northern Liang Emperor and the other two didn't see Eastern Green Gate. Instead, they saw Jiang Qin. Northern Liang Emperor, I'm not too late, right? Jiang Qin heaved a sigh of relief. He had been rushing to the central continent divine land ever since he came out of the dragon race. It's not too late. Let me introduce you. This is the ruler of the Nantung Divine Prefecture, Cheninan. This is the ruler of the Dongxing Divine Prefecture, Shi Tiandong. This is the Jiang Qin I mentioned to you before. The Lord of Northern Liang said with a smile. Greetings, seniors. Jiang Qin nodded. Jiang Qin, your name is like a thunderclap piercing our ears. Ha ha ha. East, west, north, south, central, all of them have been tossed about by you. In the entire God world, there aren't many people who don't know your name, Jiang Qin. But I like it. Shi Tiandong patted Jiang Qin's shoulder, and the two smiled at each other. You're able to kill a heavenly king realm expert when you're only a late-stage emperor. It seems like you're indeed different from ordinary people. Cheninan also revealed a look of admiration towards Jiang Qin. Although he was a senior, he was still only a heavenly king, so he did not look down on Jiang Qin at all. Could something really have happened to the West Pole Divine Prefecture? The Lord of Northern Liang finally could not sit still, and so could Jiang Qin. If something really happened to the West Pole Divine Prefecture, Yan Qingqing, Wu Ningzhu, and the others would still be there. I heard that the West Pole Divine Prefecture might have been attacked by the Slaughter Pagoda. Could it be true? Shi Tiandong said in surprise. Why didn't you say so earlier? The Lord of Northern Liang frowned, and he was extremely worried. You didn't ask me. Shi Tiandong shrugged, as if he was a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. You're going to piss me off. Let's go to the West Pole Divine Prefecture now. The Lord of Northern Liang rolled his eyes at Shi Tiandong, and the four of them immediately set off for the West Pole Divine Prefecture. Whether the rumor was true or not, the Lord of the West Pole Divine Prefecture did not appear in the agreement of the four divine forms, which meant that it was not a trivial matter. The old haunt of the Buddhist sect had already shown a scene of prosperity. After more than 30 years of transformation, the entire West Pole Divine region and the land of the Buddhist sect had become prosperous and prosperous. Countless disciples of the Buddhist sect had returned and merged all the monasteries in the West Pole Divine region. Today, the Buddha had once again become the ancestor of all Buddhas. He was in charge of hundreds of arhats, and his strength was formidable and his prestige was unparalleled. In the great accomplishment hall, Tyrant's expression was calm as he looked at the hundreds of arhats and golden-bodied venerables around him. His heart was incomparably heavy. The war was imminent, and the Slaughter Pagoda's invasion had caused the entire West Pole state to be in a state of panic. Above the great accomplishment hall, a skinny middle-aged man stared at Monk Tyrant with a solemn expression. Buddha ancestor, this time, the Slaughter Pagoda is invading. It seems like we have to join forces to resist the enemy. Brother Shiman, the calamity of the heaven and earth is approaching, and the Slaughter Pagoda is attacking us one after another. You disregarded the danger and came to our aid. The Buddhism sect is extremely grateful. Monk Tyrant said in a deep voice. He was extremely meticulous. Shiman Qing waved his hand and said bluntly, Buddha ancestor has also helped me in the past. Although I, Shiman Qing, am the protector of the West Pole Divine Prefecture, I am willing to follow Buddha ancestor and fight against the enemies. Whether it is the Slaughter Pagoda or the calamity of the heaven and earth, I am duty-bound. Tyrant's expression was solemn as he nodded his head heavily. With a raise of his hand, the Great Achievement Hall, which was originally shining brightly, was shrouded in a thick layer of haze. A bloody mouth pounced forward like a skeleton, looking extremely terrifying. It even wanted to swallow the entire Great Achievement Hall in one gulp. 10,000 Buddhas paying respects to the sect. The tyrant monk struck out with a hand seal, dispersing the terrifying black fog skeleton and allowing it to see the light again. However, at this moment, the sky above the West Pole Divine Prefecture was shrouded in a thick layer of dark clouds. It gave off a feeling that the dark clouds were pressing down on the city. What should come has finally come. Tyrant slowly stood up. Looking at the hundreds of golden arhats, he said with a stern expression, "Venerables, this matter concerns the life and death of our Buddhism sect. The calamity of the heaven and earth is imminent, and the slaughter pagoda is invading us. We, the Buddhas, are duty-bound. In today's battle, only death awaits us. Now that the demon ancestor has returned, we, the Buddhas, will definitely fight to the death with him. We pledge our lives to follow Buddha ancestor and fight for the people of the world." Hundreds of golden arhats shouted in unison, their voices surging to the heavens and rumbling like thunder. Tyrant's current strength was extremely terrifying. He had reached the peak of the heavenly king realm. This was because his Buddhist charm came from the power of faith. The West Pole Divine Prefecture had regained its light, and the Buddhism sect had re-established itself. The Buddhist charm was melodious, condensing the Buddhist charm and the power of faith of the heavens. Tyrant's strength was also increasing day by day, and he could step into the rebirth realm at any time, returning to his former peak. Chapter 38-39. A furious roar shook the entire land of the West Pole Divine region. Above the void, dark clouds slowly gathered to form a giant skeleton. Its blood-red eyes were like flames that could pierce through the earth. Countless people sucked in a breath of cold air and blushed with shame. "Demon ancestor, you're just an evil thought of our Buddha. How dare you try to attain the Tao? You're delusional. Surrender now and beg for the Buddha's mercy. That's right, you bastard. You messed up the Buddhist sect and caused the West Pole Divine region to be in chaos. Now, you dare to return to the Buddhist sect. You're courting death. Heaven's net has a long way to go. This time, our Buddhist sect is working together. We will definitely not let you, a traitor, have your way. Amitabha. It's not too late for you to stop now. Don't wait until the last moment to regret it." Countless Buddhist sect arhats were guarding the Buddha, and there were many Emperor Realm and Venerable Emperor Realm arhats. This battle was not going to be easy for the Buddhist pagoda. Many disciples were enlightened by the Buddha. Their Buddhist aura was everlasting and they had recovered to the Emperor Realm. There were more than 10 of them. The Buddhist sect was terrifying now. They might not be any weaker than the Slaughter Pagoda. "You're just a bunch of rabble. How dare you speak so bravely? Buddha, is this your Buddhist sect? Ha ha ha. It's unbearable." The giant skeleton said in a deep voice, causing the entire Buddhist sect to be enraged. "Amitabha. Demon ancestor, you're just an evil thought in my heart. You're so full of yourself. You've cultivated the Tao and you want to devour me. You're so ambitious. Today, I'll give you a chance. The sea of bitterness knows no bounds. Repent and you'll be saved. If you're willing to bow your head and think of the world, Buddha is merciful. Put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha." Tyrant said with a calm expression on his face. "Put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. Ha ha ha, what a joke. One's appearance is born from one's heart. Since I was born from your heart, I no longer belong to you. Today, I will take back everything that belongs to me. Your golden body will be mine." The demon ancestor let out a roar as the millions of feet tall skeleton spewed out a mouthful of turbid air. Instantly, the entire Buddhist sect was plunged into darkness. "Demon ancestor, you lunatic. You will die a horrible death. The Pure Land of the Buddhist sect is not a place for others to act rashly. Buddha, as long as you give the order, we will definitely head there. Buddha, please give the order to kill this fiend. For the entire Buddhist sect, they hated the demon ancestor to the bone. No one knew how the Buddhist sect was defeated by the demon ancestor in the past, and the Buddha ancestor was surrounded by enemies. On one hand, he had to fight the demon ancestor, and on the other hand, he had to fight against the great tribulation of the world. It could be said that he gave his all until his death. Since that's the case, if you insist on becoming enemies with the Buddhist sect, then I'll have to clean up the sect. Tyrant said faintly. Initially, he wanted to subdue the demon ancestor. After all, if he succeeded, he could be a part of the fight against the great tribulation of the world. However, he didn't expect the demon ancestor to be so rampant. This battle was unavoidable. Sigh, we were born from the same root. Why are we in such a hurry to kill each other? Shimin Ching sighed. The demon ancestor and the Buddha ancestor were like fire and water. The strength of the demon ancestor was definitely not below the Buddha ancestor. In fact, he might even be stronger than the Buddha ancestor. The fact that he was able to survive the previous great ancient war proved that the demon ancestor's strength was definitely not ordinary. Shimin Ching might not even have a chance of winning against the demon ancestor. 10,000 Buddhas convert, infinite Maha. Tyrant moved like lightning. A terrifying Buddha charm was unleashed. With a single palm strike, the heavens and earth shattered. The Buddha ancestor, who was at the peak of the heavenly king realm, was already unparalleled in the world. The demon ancestor's shadow continued to change and shrouded the front of Tyrant. It was like a ferocious tiger, unstoppable. Heavenly demon transformation. The demon ancestor's hand transformed into a green cloud, directly suppressing the boundless Buddha charm of Tyrant. The terrifying power caused the heavens to tremble. The battle between the Buddha sect and the Buddha pagoda had completely begun. The Buddha pagoda had originally evolved from the Buddha sect. This battle had caused countless people's hearts to ache. Now that the Black Sea pagoda was dead, the 7 great pagoda had all returned to their positions, led by Sakra. Now, under the guidance of the demon ancestor, Sakra had also reached the heavenly king realm after a few decades. The 7 great pagoda were all the same. They were once war gods of the Buddha sect, but now, they had all become supporters of the Buddha pagoda. One had to say that to the Buddha sect, this was a great irony. Buddha ancestor, don't worry and fight. Leave Sakra and the others to me. Shimin Ching took a step forward and faced Sakra directly, fighting crazily. Reckless fool. For divine images, Shimin Ching, didn't you say that you don't care about worldly affairs? As the guardian of the West Pole divine continent, you actually got involved in this. Looks like you're tired of living. Sakra controlled the universe. His expression was stern and domineering. With the demon ancestor leading the way, he was fearless. You are the ones who don't know what's good for you. The Buddha sect is the orthodox Buddha pagoda. Dream on. I, Shimin Ching, am duty-bound to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Shimin Ching held a powerful weapon in his hand, the 9-feet cloud saber. Its divine might was unparalleled. All right, then I'll fulfill your wish. Sakra Tian and Shimin Ching went all out. At this moment, the entire Buddha sect was already in a state of turmoil. Suba Tualuo and the others also faced the people of the Buddha pagoda. With the One World Stupa in the lead, the Heavenly King Realm Stupas were all ready for battle, their auras imposing. The Vitra Stupa, the Dragon Elephant Stupa, the All-Life Stupa, the 9 Dragon Stupa, the Hell Stupa, and the Prajna Stupa were all present. Kill them. The One World Stupa roared hoarsely as he charged into the Buddha sect's crowd. The appearance of the Heavenly King Realm Masters made many of the Buddha sect's people complain incessantly. Even the Emperor Venerable Realm Masters couldn't stop them at all. Taikasayapa also charged forward at this moment. However, they were all peak Emperor Venerable Realm Masters and couldn't fight the 8 divisional stupa at all. The former god of war of the Buddha sect was evident. Sakra Tian intimidated Shimin Qing with his strength, making it difficult for him to move forward. The fully recovered Sakra Tian was unstoppable and invincible. On the other side, the 7 great stupas slaughtered their way in and out of the Buddha sect's territory, dyeing it red with blood. The one who was in the most difficult situation was still Tyrant. What he didn't expect was that the demon ancestor had already broken through the Heavenly King realm and reached the rebirth realm. Tyrant couldn't handle his terror at all. Chapter 38-40. Today is the day of your Buddhist sect's destruction. The demon ancestor's voice was deep and deep. The huge skeleton swept across the sky, forcing Tyrant to retreat several times, causing him to suffer heavy injuries. Truly a traitor. If not for the Buddhist sect, how could you, demon ancestor, be as glorious as you are today? To think that you want to destroy the Buddhist sect. Wishful thinking. A white-clothed figure arrived by stepping on the air. Jiang Chen looked at them with disdain as he stood beside Tyrant. Little Chenzi. Tyrant's eyes lit up. At this moment, he was extremely excited. Jiang Chen had finally returned after dozens of years. He had already broken through to the late Emperor realm and was extremely powerful. However, it was still a drop in the bucket when facing the demon ancestor. Jiang Chen. I never thought that you would dare to walk right into my trap. In today's battle, all of you will die for me. The demon ancestor's voice was as loud as thunder, shocking everyone. Yes, husband. Yan Qingqing's current strength was extremely terrifying. She had reached the Heavenly King realm because she had perfectly inherited the inheritance left behind by Princess Du Wan. Wu Ningzhu, Ling Yun, Long Ying, Yu, and the others had also reached the Emperor realm. Although they could not play a decisive role in the battle against the Buddha Pagoda, they could at least defend the Buddhist sect against the strong enemies. Everyone was incomparably overjoyed. Their expectation had finally come to fruition. However, this battle was full of crisis for the entire Buddha sect. Even Jiang Chen alone was not enough to turn the tide of the battle. Evil deeds are doomed to destruction. Demon ancestor, today is the day of your death. The Lord of Northern Liang Mo Bei, the Lord of Nantung Cheninan and the Lord of Dongxing Shi Tiandong stood beside Jiang Chen at this moment. Shimin Qing's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. These guys have finally come. Not bad at all. 4 divine images. Interesting. Then, today, I will take you all in. The demon ancestor said indifferently. He was not afraid of the 4 divine images at all. Senior Shimin, leave Indra to me. The 4 of you will join forces with the Buddhist ancestor to fight against the demon ancestor. Jiang Chen looked at Eastern Green Gate and said in a deep voice. All right. Eastern Green Gate, the Northern Cold Master, and the other 2 gathered together, and the 5 of them instantly started a great battle, fighting to the death with the demonic ancestor. I didn't expect you to still be alive. Sakra narrowed his eyes. When enemies meet, their eyes would turn red. The appearance of Jiang Chen had made him even more ruthless and fierce. Late-stage Emperor realm. Ha ha ha, how interesting. I wasn't able to kill you back then. Today, we'll settle our old and new debts together. Di Shi Tian sneered. Although Jiang Chen's strength had improved by leaps and bounds, he still hadn't reached the Heavenly King realm and couldn't fight with him. In this battle, he had already made up his mind to cut down Jiang Chen. There's no point in saying more. Make your move. Let me see just how powerful your so-called Heavenly King stage is. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Sakra had already closed in on Jiang Chen. The terrifying power of Tao gushed out, determined to kill Jiang Chen in one fell swoop. You're courting death. Sakra's palms overlapped as a terrifying palm fell from the sky. The power of Tao swept across the sky, determined to kill Jiang Qin. 24 moves of sword. Jiang Chen's sword swept through 14 prefectures. His divine might was unparalleled and unparalleled. Get out of my way. Di Shi Tian sneered. His palm struck out towards the sky, destroying everything in its path. He didn't give Jiang Qin any chance at all. Everyone was holding their breath, thinking that Zhang Tianze was going to be killed by Di Shi Tian. 25 moves of sword. Jiang Qin came back from the jaws of death. The moment his sword was unleashed, the heavens and earth trembled, the limitless sword was in chaos. Di Shi Tian's expression suddenly changed. This sword was filled with the power of the heavens and earth, filled with the cycle of despair, making him unable to resist. No, Sakra's face changed. He was instantly defeated by Jiang Chen's sword and was sent flying. The terror of the 25 moves of sword was evident. Suddenly, the faces of the people in the pagoda changed drastically. They never thought that Jiang Qin, a late emperor realm expert, would be so terrifying. Too strong. This guy is simply shameless. Buddha Long Xiang smiled bitterly. Now that Jiang Qin had returned, even Di Shi Tian was no match for him. This battle was going to be a tough one for them. Why aren't you helping me? Sakra wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and roared. Instantly, the 8-sectioned Buddhas rushed towards Sakra. The 8 of them joined hands and surrounded Jiang Qin. At that moment, Jiang Chen's eyes finally fell on Prajnafutu. We meet again. Jiang Qin looked at Prajnafutu. Only one of us can survive. Prajnafutu said indifferently. There was a cold light in her beautiful eyes, as if she was emotionless. However, she was holding a murderous sword in her hand, the heart of broken love. It's difficult to achieve great things with love. Prajna, you should know what you should do at this moment. Ishan Futu looked at Prajnafutu and said coldly. What is love? It's only a matter of life and death. Jiang Qin sneered. What is love? It's hard to find true love. Then let's fight. I'd like to see how strong you are. Jiang Qin fought against the top 8. The 8 heavenly kings surrounded Jiang Qin. At that moment, Jiang Qin was in a difficult situation. No matter how strong he was, no matter how terrifying the 25th sword was, he couldn't fight against them. Jiang Qin was very careful and was injured everywhere. The 25th sword couldn't save him. Under the strong attacks of Sakra and the others, it was already difficult for Jiang Qin to hold his ground. However, Jiang Qin wasn't a person who gave up easily. Therefore, he would definitely fight to the end. Be careful, husband. Wu Ningzhu and the others were worried about Jiang Qin. However, the stronger one was, the greater the responsibility. Jiang Qin would definitely fight to the end because of Tyrant, the Buddhist sect, the entire divine world, and more importantly, because he wanted to protect his beloved. Jiang Qin tried his best to hold the situation. However, Sakra's attacks were stronger and stronger. If this continued, Jiang Qin would definitely be killed. At that moment, the situation changed. Jiang Qin was facing great pressure. Even the 25th sword couldn't help him break through the encirclement. The 8 heavenly kings made it difficult for Jiang Qin to move. Die. Today, you won't be able to escape. Ha! Sakra regained control of the situation and was filled with killing intent. At that moment, Prajnafutu's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. She knew that she couldn't cross the threshold. Chapter 38-41. In the next moment, Indra suddenly turned around and forced Prajnastupa to retreat with a palm strike. His situation was worrisome as he staggered 2 steps back. His strength was greatly weakened. However, Jiang Chen began to fight back at this moment. 6 Heavenly King realm experts, plus a seriously injured Indra, he had a great chance of winning this battle. However, as the saying goes, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. At this time, no one could predict what the situation would be until the last moment. Although Jiang Chen was relieved, Indra, and the others were still attacking fiercely. Both sides fell into a stalemate, while Prajnastupa was like an outsider, standing there blankly. Jiang Chen looked at Prajnastupa, raised the sword in his hand and placed it on his neck. There was a smile in his eyes, but it was more complicated. Don't, Jiang Chen's pupils constricted and his face changed, but he was powerless. He could only watch as Prajna took her life and fell from the sky. Jiang Chen's eyes were red with killing intent. He held the heavenly dragon sword tightly, and the power in his heart surging, and his fighting spirit was high. All of you, die. Jiang Chen was like a divine soldier descending from the sky. Under his rage, he swept away thousands of enemies. The 25th sword continued to attack. The limitless sword, in Jiang Chen's hand, was unparalleled. No one could stop Jiang Chen. Now, he was like a peerless demon god, rushing towards the 8-divisional pagoda. Indra was directly slashed by Jiang Chen's sword, and both his spirit and body were destroyed. The entire pagoda was shocked. The other 6 pagodas also fell into a dead silence at this moment. Because Jiang Chen's second sword was 1 against 6. With one sword, thousands of swords were broken. The heavenly dragon sword shone brilliantly, and killing intent filled the air. The 6 people were all torn apart by the heavenly dragon sword, and there was no chance of survival. The sky above the West Pole divine region became incomparably quiet. Jiang Chen flew over and caught the figure of the Prajna Buddha. At that moment, blood had already dyed her clothes red, and she was on the verge of death. Why did you do that? Why? Jiang Chen watched as the Prajnastupa's life force drained away. She had already destroyed her Dantian region and sea of energy, and split her divine soul. She was dead, and not even a god could save her. You are the only reason why I'm still alive. I don't know how I've lived through these hundreds of millions of years. However, on the roof of Zhou Mountain, you made me understand that a person should have their own emotions. I heavily injured Sakra and the 8-divisional stupa, just like me, we are like sisters. I can't face them. My hands are stained with blood, my eyes are filled with darkness, but at least in my heart, you are still there. Hanya faintly smiled, the light in her eyes gradually dissipating. Jiang Chen tightly held Bo Ri's hand, and there was a trace of despair in his eyes. I don't know where love starts, but it goes deep. You don't have to remember me, as if we never met. Bo Ri's eyes gradually closed. Jiang Chen's heart sank to the bottom. A tear fell from his eyes and disappeared into Bo Ri's eyes. My tears are your tears. Bo Ri's death was a huge blow to Jiang Chen. Even if he had 1,000 skills, he couldn't reverse the situation. At that moment, he realized that he wasn't a god, and he couldn't change anything. Pagoda, I want you to fall into the cycle of reincarnation forever. Jiang Chen raised his sword and killed his way in and out. Tens of thousands of people from the pagoda, including more than a dozen venerable sovereigns and more than 100 martial emperors, were all killed by Jiang Chen's sword and turned into souls that would fall into the cycle of reincarnation forever. At this moment, under the joint efforts of the 4 divine extremes and Tyrant, they managed to push back the demon ancestor. However, only at this moment did Tyrant realize that this was not the real demon ancestor. It was merely a clone of him. Even if it was just a clone, it was still enough to cause a huge ruckus for them. Neither the four divine extremes nor tyrant dared to let their guard down as they gave it their all. Demon ancestor, go to hell. Jiang Chen's eyes were already red from killing. He went straight to the demon ancestor, and together with the four divine extremes and tyrant, the power of the six of them was like a hot knife through butter. The demon ancestor couldn't fight anymore, and the giant black skeleton also became smaller and smaller. Damn it, you want me to submit? You're still too young. The demon ancestor snorted coldly. He wasn't afraid of Jiang Chen and the others at all. Although he was losing, he was still full of confidence. Now, I'll show you who's the real winner. Ha ha ha. The demon ancestor laughed crazily. Blood spurted out from his giant mouth, and two figures appeared in the void. Jiang Chen and Tyrant's eyes narrowed. They didn't expect that these two people were actually Long Shersan and Han Yan. Impossible, this is impossible. Tyrant's eyes were gloomy as he stared at the demon ancestor. He exchanged a glance with Jiang Chen, and both of them were extremely excited. Nothing is impossible. I used the Great Reincarnation Gate to open the Minor Reincarnation Gate and let the two of them into the Great Reincarnation Gate. The two of them didn't disappoint me. The three realms and 6 Tao, billions of living beings, all gathered in their bodies. Now, their strength is not any weaker than yours. Buddha, I'll annihilate all of you in today's battle. From now on, the Buddhist sect will disappear from the divine world without a trace. Jiang Chen clenched his fist tightly. At this moment, Long Shersan and Han Yan's eyes were bloodshot. Unsurprisingly, the two of them were completely controlled by the demon ancestor. At this moment, they were in deep trouble, and they didn't know how to continue this battle. Let them go, and my golden body belongs to you. Tyrant said in a deep voice, looking straight at the demon ancestor. Is that so? He, unfortunately, I don't need it, because the two of them are enough to capture you. My left and right arms, not bad, right? Ha ha ha. Brothers killing each other, let's see who will be the final winner. The demon ancestor sneered, while Jiang Chen and Tyrant fell into silence. No matter who won or lost, the final loser would be them. Then what do you want? Tyrant clenched his fist tightly. These were his brothers. You guys have no way out. What do you want to do? Isn't it up to me? Defeat my left and right arms first, but I'm afraid you guys won't be able to do it. The two of them have devoured all the living beings in the 6 Tao of reincarnation. Even though I'm the one controlling them, it took me a lot of effort. Just wait for your deaths. This is your only ending. The demon ancestor said faintly. However, these words made Jiang Chen's heart sour, and he felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. Brother, my brother. Chapter 38-42. Brother Shersan. Lan Lingji called out softly. Her eyes were filled with tears of blood, but no matter how hard she called, the other party didn't respond. Jiang Chen's eyes were like torches. This ancestor devil was simply a bastard. He actually separated Long Shersan and Han Yan from the minor samsara gate, allowing them to be corroded by thousands of divine souls in the 6 paths of samsara. Eventually, they devoured all the divine souls in the 6 paths of samsara, turning them into what they were now. Kill them all. Ancestor devil bellowed. Thunder rumbled in the sky. Long Shersan and Han Yan attacked instantly, pressing towards Jiang Chen and the others. Be starred. Tyrant glared at Ancestor Devil. This was the first time he, as the myriad Buddha ancestor, cursed. This Ancestor Devil was simply an unpardonable bastard. Long Shersan and Han Yan were his brothers. Leave the two of them to us. Senior Northern Liang, I'll have to trouble you to deal with Ancestor Devil," Jiang Chen said in a low voice. The Northern Liang sovereign nodded slightly and rushed towards Ancestor Devil. The war was still going on. No one knew what the outcome would be until the very last moment. Jiang Chen looked at the duo and exchanged a glance with Tyrant. At this moment, both of them had mixed feelings, but they had no choice but to fight. Not only did they have Buddha sect behind them, but also the whole world and the common people. Their brothers couldn't be hurt. Jiang Chen looked at Dragon Shersan and Han Yan, then exchanged a glance with Tyrant. Jiang Chen faced Long Shersan head-on. Long Shersan's palm of the universe was invincible, simple and violent. Their auras were unparalleled and unstoppable. No one could contend against them. Although it was just a simple attack, it had already caused the entire void to collapse. The might of both of them shocked Jiang Chen. He didn't dare to underestimate them. Jiang Chen and Long Shersan fought with their lives on the line. They fought with their lives on the line. Their punches were heavy and ruthless. Neither of them took half a step back. The battle between Jiang Chen and Long Shersan was getting more and more intense. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with a dim light. He wanted to use the great soul-forming light to deal with Jiang Chen. But in the end, it was useless. Their divine souls were suppressed in the depths of their souls. They didn't even know if their divine souls still existed. Even the great soul-forming light couldn't harm their souls. Their current strength was because they had devoured the entire 6 paths of reincarnation. The divine souls in their bodies only had one thought: fight, fight, fight. Moreover, they only obeyed the orders of the demon ancestor. Jiang Chen and Long Shersan were evenly matched. At this moment, Jiang Chen's Tao accumulation kept on attacking. It had greatly suppressed Long Shersan. However, Long Shersan still didn't care about his life or death. He didn't know fatigue and he kept on fighting. Although his body was being pushed back by Jiang Chen, his will to fight never weakened. On the other side, the battle between Han Yan and Tyrant was getting more and more intense. Tyrant relied on his boundless Buddha charm to suppress Han Yan. However, as time passed, he knew that Han Yan would definitely make a comeback. At that time, Tyrant wouldn't be able to do anything anymore. Jiang Chen discovered that his heaven-conquering Tao accumulation had greatly suppressed Long Shersan. It even made Long Shersan exhausted. His heaven-conquering Tao accumulation had completely suppressed his aura. It was hard for him to fight back. Heaven-conquering Tao accumulation. He seems to be afraid of my heaven-conquering Tao accumulation. Jiang Chen was delighted. If his heaven-conquering Tao accumulation could suppress both of them, it would mean that his Tao accumulation was absolutely useful. Profound Heaven Seal. Jiang Chen attacked Han Yan with a seal. At this moment, Han Yan and Long Shersan both retreated rapidly. They didn't dare to confront Jiang Chen head-on. Scarlet Heaven Seal. Jiang Chen continuously attacked with the heaven-expanding seal. Layers of Tao accumulation power forced Long Shersan and Han Yan to retreat. They didn't dare to face it head-on. However, in the end, the effect was minimal. As long as they avoided the attack head-on, Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to do anything to them. On the other side, the situation of the 4 divine extremes was also very dangerous. Jiang Chen knew that they had to end the battle quickly. However, Long Shersan and Han Yan were his blood brothers. Now, Jiang Chen didn't dare to use his Tao accumulation power to suppress them. Otherwise, he might regret it for the rest of his life if he hurt Long Shersan and Han Yan. Little Chenzi, what should we do? If this goes on, both of us will definitely be delayed by them. As long as the 4 divine extremes are defeated, both of us, even the entire Buddhist sect and the entire West Pole will be enveloped by the demon ancestor. Tyrant said in a deep voice. We can only fight with our lives on the line. Jiang Chen clenched his teeth and said, "What do you want to do?" Tyrant looked at Jiang Chen and had a bad feeling in his heart. "Integrate the two of them into my Tao accumulation and assimilate them. As long as my Tao accumulation is strong enough, I can completely purify their spiritual souls." Jiang Chen said. "No, this is like walking on a single log bridge for you. Once you lose, not only will they die, but you will also die. The Taoist connotation belongs to a person's comprehension of the great Tao. You want to bring both of them into your Taoist connotation? This is completely nonsense." Tyrant sternly rejected Jiang Chen. "But I have no other choice," Jiang Chen said and shook his head. If he won, he might get his two brothers back. However, if he lost, he would be the first one to die. Whether the Tao accumulation power could integrate the two of them would depend on Jiang Chen's ability. This was a path of no return because no one had ever tried it before. Jiang Chen's Tao accumulation power was indeed strong enough to fuse two completely different paths together. However, it was very likely that it would have the opposite effect. By doing this, Jiang Chen had already disregarded his own life and death. "Tyrant, don't say any more. This is my only choice." As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, a terrifying Tao accumulation power descended from the sky and completely trapped the two of them. The Ashura sword formation was instantly formed. Generations of terrifying sword chi forced the two of them into a dead end. Jiang Chen used his heaven-conquering Tao accumulation to envelop the two of them. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and looked solemn. At this moment of life and death, if his Tao accumulation collapsed, then the three of them would probably die. At least, he would be the first to die. As for Long Shisan and Han Yen, it was unknown whether they were alive or dead. Jiang Chen had no other choice. This was his only method, his only choice. Success or failure depended on this. Layers of heaven-conquering Tao accumulation suppressed Long Shisan and Han Yen. Jiang Chen was sweating profusely. Jiang Chen had used all his Tao accumulation power to trap the two of them in his heaven-conquering Tao. This was the first time Jiang Chen had done something like this. If it wasn't for Long Shisan and Han Yen being in a desperate situation, he wouldn't have taken his life as a joke. Chapter 38-43. Heaven surmounting Tao accumulation. The heaven and earth are nothing to me. I am the heaven, and the heaven is me. Surmounting the heaven and earth, surmounting all living beings. Jiang Chen's heaven surmounting Tao accumulation was finally exhausted. Long Shisan and Han Yen had also fainted. Being suppressed by the layers of heaven surmounting Tao accumulation, the two of them had fallen into a passive position. Therefore, Jiang Chen's heaven surmounting Tao accumulation began to baptize and purify Long Shisan and Han Yen. His hard work paid off. Jiang Chen had already exhausted all of his Tao accumulation. He sat on the ground. Fortunately, he didn't die and the Tao didn't collapse. At this moment, Long Shisan and Han Yen had also slowly regained consciousness. "Where am I?" Long Shisan knitted his brows and asked in a deep voice. "What's going on?" Han Yen was also dumbfounded. He looked into the distance silently. Jiang Chen was panting and his face was pale, but the corner of his mouth was wearing a faint smile. "Brother Shisan." Lan Lingji threw herself into Long Shisan's arms. Han Yan looked at Jiang Chen and Tyrant as if he didn't know what had happened just now. "You and that stinky monkey have been controlled by the devil ancestor. Little Chenzi has enveloped both of you with his Tao accumulation. His Tao accumulation almost collapsed, but he managed to pull both of you back from the gates of hell," Tyrant said in a deep voice. At this moment, Long Shisan and Han Yen looked at Jiang Chen with incomparably gentle eyes. There shouldn't be words of gratitude between brothers, but they knew that Jiang Chen had saved them just in time. If the two of them weren't saved, they might become the executioners of the devil ancestor. Are you all right, little Chenzi? Long San looked at Jiang Chen with fiery eyes. I won't die. Jiang Chen laughed, feeling very comforted. What are you waiting for? Let's get rid of this bastard demon ancestor first. We can reminisce later. Han Yan looked at Long San. Jiang Chen had used up more than half of his strength. Now, they exchanged glances with Tyrant and joined forces to attack the demonic ancestor. The 7 of them were all elites among the heavenly kings. Even the demonic ancestor's divine soul shadow could do nothing against them. As he retreated step by step, his situation was extremely worrying. Since you're so impatient, I'll send you to hell. The demon ancestor let out a furious roar. 9 figures descended from the sky and gathered together. At that moment, Tyrant's expression changed drastically. In the sky, the wind and clouds surged, and the world shook. He's here. Tyrant's words stunned everyone, and their expressions changed drastically. The demonic ancestor's giant skeleton gradually fused, and in the end, it became a skinny figure wearing a black battle robe. He had red hair and red eyes, and his killing intent was like a rainbow. He stood above the 9 heavens and looked down on everyone, but his appearance was no different from Tyrant. The demonic ancestor threw a punch, and the 7 heavenly kings were all forced back. The situation was extremely passive. This was the true power of a rebirth state expert. The crowd was in an uproar, but especially the people of the Buddhist sect. They all understood that this was not the Gautama Buddha, but their enemy, the demonic ancestor. After so many years, you still refuse to stop at the brink of death. In the end, you still want to become the enemy of the world. Tyrant said in a deep voice. The demonic ancestor in front of him was born from his evil thoughts, but in the end, he became his greatest enemy, and also the greatest enemy of the great calamity of the world. Your era has passed. Now, it's up to me to make the decision. An era has passed, but you still refuse to let go. You're the Buddha ancestor. I think the one who can't let go is you, right? The demonic ancestor sneered, as if he was the ruler of the world. Now that his main body was here, it was completely different. Amitabha, don't be a thief crying thief. You should understand that between you and me, only one of us can survive. Tyrant said. That's why it's me, not you, because you don't have the qualifications. The demonic ancestor said. He had already sentenced Tyrant to death, as well as everyone else. Even if we fight to the last moment, we must kill you. Otherwise, how will I, the Buddha, have the face to see the world? Tyrant took the lead and rushed towards the demonic ancestor again. The 7 of them fought, knowing that the situation was bleak, but no one retreated. Once they retreated, they might fall into despair. The strength of the demonic ancestor, the terror of the rebirth realm, was not something they could compare with. Almost in an instant, Tyrant was forced back by the demonic ancestor. He was defeated with every move, and he was in a sorry state. Here I come. A purplish golden red light shot up to the sky and landed behind the demonic ancestor. A terrifying wave swept over. The demonic ancestor frowned, but he was still indifferent. He sneered and threw a punch, forcing the ancestral dragon emperor to retreat. The 8 of them were still not the demonic ancestor's opponent. Even with the addition of the ancestral dragon emperor, they were only slightly better off. It was still extremely difficult to defeat the demonic ancestor. Jiang Chen frowned, looking at his brothers and friends being forced back by the demonic ancestor. He felt bitter in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. Let's see if you're of any use. Jiang Chen flipped his palm, and the bronze throne appeared in his hand. This was his only trump card. Let's see if the bronze throne could suppress the demonic ancestor. Suppress. As soon as the bronze throne appeared, the demonic ancestor's eyes shone brightly. There was even a hint of fear in his eyes. However, he still did not want to retreat, and pressed forward. Suppress again. Jiang Chen took out another 4 bronze thrones, and all of them landed on top of the demonic ancestor's head. The demonic ancestor's face turned serious at this moment. Great move. The disciples of the Buddhist sect cheered from time to time. With the 4 bronze thrones, the ancestral dragon emperor and the other 7, they managed to suppress the demonic ancestor, who was in the rebirth realm. However, the situation was still very difficult. After all, he was in the rebirth realm. It was impossible to defeat him. Unparalleled demonic shadow, heaven and earth burning. The demon ancestor clenched his fist and punched the air. The 4 divine extremes, Dragon Shirsan and the others were instantly pushed back. Their faces turned pale as they retreated step by step. The only one who could stabilize himself was the ancestral dragon emperor, who was half a step away from the rebirth realm. Puff! At this moment, even the bronze throne in Jiang Chen's hand was pushed back, looking extremely battered. The rebirth realm was simply too powerful. The entire place was dead silent. No one dared to say a word. Because to them, it was a land of death. Is it over? Is our Buddhist sect finished just like that? Yeah. Not only the Buddhist sect, even the West Pole Divine Land will fall into the Divine Pagoda's hands. This is too scary. The rebirth realm makes people feel hopeless. Is this the power of the strongest expert in the world? Everyone was worried, and no one dared to speak loudly. Tyrant and the others also had bitter expressions. In this world, there was no one who could suppress the demon ancestor. Even the Gautama Buddha could not do anything about it. In the rebirth realm, he was invincible and unstoppable. Chapter 38-44. The entire sky had completely darkened. The rainbow figure was like the dark clouds in the sky, completely enveloping the entire Buddhist sect's old grounds, causing it to turn dusky. What's that? What a terrifying shadow. There's such a huge demonic beast in the world. I can't believe it. What kind of existence is that thing? Everyone was incomparably shocked. Even the demon ancestor's eyes were blazing. The horrifying rainbow shadow that covered the sky had brought great pressure to everyone present. It's him. Jiang Chen's body trembled. He seemed to have seen the gigantic rainbow shadow. A pair of eyes stared at him. It was filled with a feeling of crossing through the past. Jiang Chen could not understand what was going on. Roar! A furious roar forced the demonic ancestor to retreat. At that moment, the entire West Pole Divine region was in an uproar. Everyone in the Buddhist sect's ancestral ground kept quiet out of fear. Is that Kuan? Is it really Kuan? Does such a super demonic beast really exist in the world? There's a fish in the northern underworld called Kuan. The size of Kuan is unknown as to a few thousand miles. When it transforms into a bird, it's called Peng. The back of the Peng is unknown as to a few thousand miles. If it's really Kuan, then is this Kuan good or bad? No one knew. But after that roar, everyone knew that Kuan seemed to have come to save them. Even the demonic ancestor was pushed back by Kuan. His eyes were filled with astonishment. It's really him. At this moment, Jiang Chen was certain that this fellow was Kuan. It was the Kuan that had devoured the divine emperor realm expert Yuan Qing in the Thunder Rush Sea. It's really him. It's Kuan. Tyrant was extremely certain. Because he had witnessed the terror of Kuan in the past. Even he did not dare to say that he could fight against it. In the entire world, there were only 3 people who could defeat it. Bastard! Why aren't you dead yet? The demonic ancestor clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Get lost. Kuin's roar caused the entire Buddhist sect's ancestral ground to tremble. It was a shocking scene. Good. Good. The great calamity of the world is coming, we will meet again. The face of the demon ancestor was extremely ugly. However, the sudden appearance of the Kun was too terrifying. Jiang Chen had a premonition that this fella seemed to have come for him. Back when he was in the Thunder Rush Sea, if it wasn't for it, he might not have been able to escape safely. After the demonic ancestor left, the entire West Pole Divine region had just calmed down. However, the appearance of Kun had caused the entire world to be in turmoil. Countless people were looking forward to it, but the massive figure of Kun had already disappeared without a trace. Jiang Chen stared blankly at the figure that covered the sky as it gradually receded. The sky once again became colorful and the sun was shining brightly. Little Chenzi, this time it's all thanks to you. Long Shersan patted Jiang Chen's shoulder heavily. The deep affection in his eyes was self-evident. Get lost, I don't like men. Jiang Chen scolded with a smile. However, the affection in his eyes was not something that could be expressed with just a few words. Han Yan and Tyrant also slowly walked over, each of them had mixed feelings in their hearts. Now that the demonic ancestor has retreated, although the Buddhist sect has suffered a great loss, at least they managed to preserve their seed. The great calamity of the world is coming. I think that the demonic ancestor will not make a comeback in a short period of time. The Northern Liang sovereign said solemnly. Jiang Chen and Tyrant looked at each other and nodded their heads. Both of them knew that at this moment, they were at the brink of life and death. Jiang Chen slowly turned around and walked towards Hanya. Although Hanya had killed many people and her hands were covered in blood, if it wasn't for her, perhaps Jiang Chen wouldn't have been able to kill Sakura and the other Buddhists, and this scene wouldn't have happened. Love doesn't know where it starts, but it goes deep. Hanya, thank you. Jiang Chen murmured in a low voice. Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing looked at him silently, but none of them went forward to dissuade him, because they understood that this wasn't a feeling that anyone could understand. Letting him get over it slowly was the best way. Brother Shersan. Lan Lingji stood quietly beside Long Shersan. As long as he was here, she wouldn't be afraid even if the sky collapsed. Long Shersan hugged Lan Lingji tightly, but at this moment, Jiang Chen's face was filled with guilt. Only true brothers could understand how much pain he was in. Han Yan and Tyrant exchanged a glance and shook their heads. Hanya might not be that important in Jiang Chen's heart, but their friendship in the Jianghu was something that couldn't be cut off. Love doesn't know where it starts, but it goes deep. Only when one's love reaches the deepest point would one understand the ultimate meaning of love. The crowd gradually receded. Jiang Chen hugged Hanya tightly. From afar, Wu Ningzhu, Yan Qingqing, Ling Yun, Long Ying, and Yu Er were looking at Jiang Chen silently, unwilling to leave. Long Shersan, Tyrant and Han Yan also stayed by Jiang Chen's side, waiting for him to stand up. The entire West Pole Divine region had regained its tranquility once again. However, there was an undercurrent behind the tranquility. Who knew what would happen to this familiar land when the great tribulation of heaven and earth was coming? A skinny, cold-looking youth in white walked over slowly and silently. When he appeared behind Jiang Chen, even the ancestral Dragon Emperor didn't notice him. Wu Ningzhu looked at the youth in white and pointed at him. Her face was filled with shock and worry. If he wanted to harm Jiang Chen would have been dead by now. The ancestral Dragon Emperor shook his head and said. He had already guessed who that youth was. Wu Ningzhu, Yan Qingqing and the others looked at each other, feeling troubled. They really wanted to stay by Jiang Chen's side and help him solve his problems. However, it wasn't easy for Jiang Chen to walk out from this predicament. Hanya died because of him. Jiang Chen still had a knot in his heart. This young man is too terrifying. Longshan couldn't help but curl his lips. He had never admired someone so much, but this youth was an exception. Your back. The youth's back was facing Jiang Chen and said softly. His voice was gentle and pleasant to listen to. Jiang Chen turned his head, a hint of surprise and doubt could be seen between his brows. He seemed to have guessed who this youth with a gentle face and a glimmer of brilliance was. You know me? Jiang Chen asked. I used to know you. The youth smiled. How about now? Jiang Chen said. Chapter 38:45. Who am I? Jiang Chen looked at the young Jiang Kuan with a frown. In my previous life, you saved me by the river. In this life, I saved you in the mortal world. Jiang Kuan smiled. Was I the ancient god of war in my previous life? Jiang Chen said with a thought. Jiang Kuan shook his head. You're just a young man, a brilliant young man, just like me. Jiang Chen was a little disappointed, but he was still very grateful to Jiang Kuan. Without him, he and even the entire West Pole divine continent would have fallen. Perhaps, this is fate. Jiang Chen and Jiang Kuan looked at each other for a long time. There was an indescribable familiarity and closeness in their hearts. You don't have time to rest, because you have more important things to do. Jiang Kuan said. Losing someone isn't scary. What's scary is losing yourself. This world needs you. Although I don't know who you are, you're the closest person to me. Jiang Kuan smiled brightly, living up to his reputation as a brilliant young man. There are 4 heavenly souls in the bronze throne. As long as you can successfully refine the 4 bronze thrones and obtain the power of the heavenly souls, you can break through to the heavenly king realm, or even higher. Those are the heavenly souls. Jiang Kuan's words made Jiang Chen wake up from his dream. He looked at him quietly, but his heart was already in turmoil. Yes, losing yourself is the most terrifying thing. Jiang Chen murmured. His eyes moved, incomparably clear, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Can you help me save Bo Ri? There is no limit to heaven and earth, the beginning and end of all things. Flowers will bloom and wilt, tides will rise and fall. Existence is reasonable. Jiang Kuan's words made Jiang Chen finally feel relieved. He glanced at Bo Ri, who had her eyes closed. No matter how reluctant he was, there was nothing he could do. All right, then I'll try and see how powerful the heavenly souls are. Jiang Chen reached out and clenched his fist tightly. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Existence is reasonable. My existence is the truth. Jiang Chen calmed his heart and waited, focusing on refining the bronze throne. With your strength, you still can't do it. Let me lend you a hand. Jiang Kuan said. Both of them looked into each other's eyes. Jiang Chen knew that he wasn't the savior of the world. He just wanted to save the one he loved, so that he wouldn't have any regrets in this life. With the help of Jiang Kuan, Jiang Chen began to refine the bronze throne. At this moment, the heavens and earth changed as the wind and clouds rose once more. Jiang Chen continued to refine the bronze throne, but the 4 terrifying soul powers within were incomparably strong and were constantly resisting. Jiang Chen made up his mind and joined hands with Jiang Kuan without any fear. The 4 strands of soul power were completely extracted from the bronze throne and he began to devour them with all his might. Heavenly soul. In my eyes, there is simply no heavens in this world. Jiang Chen's eyes were sharp and he was incomparably determined. Time flew, and 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Chen was in his own world, constantly devouring the 4 heavenly souls. At this moment, the heavens and earth began to tremble violently. Jiang Chen's devouring of the heavenly soul seemed to have caused the heavens and earth to be dissatisfied. At this moment, the sun was covered by dark clouds. Between the heavens and earth, it was like chaos. East, west, north, south, center, 9 prefectures and 18 counties, everyone was panicking. They were afraid and in despair, but in the end, they couldn't avoid it. The calamity of the heavens and earth has actually descended in advance. Tyrant said solemnly. Perhaps it's because of him. The ancestral dragon emperor stared at Jiang Qin. For 100 years, he had been standing on that piece of land, not moving at all. In these 100 years, the 4 divine forms, the ancestral dragon emperor, even Tyrant, Longsher San, Han Yan and the others had all broken through to the rebirth realm. Between the heavens and earth, Yuan Qi leaked out, blotting out the sky and covering the earth, filling every space. Countless expert strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Even Wu Ningzhu, Ling Yun and the others were no exception, they had all reached the heavenly king realm. This was an unbearably chaotic era. It was also an era filled with unimaginable heroes. Between the heavens and earth, the wind and clouds surged, the heroes of the chaotic era had all soared into the clouds at this moment. Jiang Qin could feel that after devouring the 4 heavenly souls, perhaps the heavens were truly enraged. First, it was the heavenly lost pearl, and now, it was the 4 heavenly souls. Jiang Qin felt himself getting more and more excited. The calamity of the heavens and earth was approaching. His situation was extremely difficult. To think that these 4 heavenly souls have already made the heavens and the others unable to sit still. Jiang Qin said in a low voice, his gaze was sharp as he looked at the dark clouds in the sky. From this moment onwards, the heavens and earth had completely entered a time of darkness. Jiang Chen's heart was not distracted. The dragon runes in his body continued to grow and evolve along with the breakthrough of the heavenly souls. In the end, there were billions of dragon runes. Every part of his body was covered with dragon runes. At this moment, the dragon transformation skill had completely transformed. After devouring the 4 heavenly souls, Jiang Chen's strength had once again increased by leaps and bounds, directly reaching the rebirth realm. A terrifying aura was emitted from his body, the terrifying energy pierced through the heavens and earth. Jiang Qin abruptly raised his head. At this moment, his heart was filled with thousands of ravines, wanting to fight against the heavens and roam the 9 heavens. Rebirth realm, not bad at all. Jiang Qin slightly nodded his head, his expression solemn. However, the drastic change of the heavens and earth was still ongoing. For a few months, the heavens and earth had sunk into darkness. Countless experts took advantage of the situation to rise, and countless powerful enemies came from all directions. Countless massacres were happening endlessly between the heavens and earth. Jiang Qin has finally woken up. Ha ha ha, that fellow's strength has actually reached the rebirth realm. This is simply too exaggerated. So you're allowed to reach the rebirth realm and not lose to Jiang Chen's strength? That's true. Little Chenzi's strength has always been the most monstrous among us. I hope that he can restrain himself a little this time. Ha! The eyes of Longsher San and the others shone brightly. Now that Jiang Qin had woken up, they could once again fight side by side. Not to mention the West Pole Divine region, the entire divine world had already sunk into darkness and chaos. The great calamity of the heavens and earth had already appeared. Their situation had once again become worrying. Everyone, sorry to keep you waiting. Jiang Qin looked at Longsher San, Wu Ningzhu and the others. Everyone smiled knowingly. As long as he was safe and sound, everything would be fine. The great calamity of the heavens and earth was about to arrive. They would definitely fight until the end. In this desperate situation, no one could separate them. As long as you're here, everyone's heart will be there. Han Yen stared at Jiang Qin. Brothers of one heart, their sharpness could cut through metal. Jiang Qin, the Central Region Divine Land has already become the nightmare of Emperor Realm experts. Countless sects and Emperor Realm experts have already been annihilated. The Northern Liang Emperor's eyes were cold and his heart was filled with sorrow. The people of the world had already been plunged into misery. Chapter 38-46. Today, all of you will die. A blue-clothed woman stood in the void, holding an ice sword in her hand. Her killing intent was chilling and she looked majestic. Behind him, countless experts had gathered. Merely the Heavenly King experts numbered more than 30, and there were more than 10 Rebirth Realm experts. All of them were war gods of the ancient world. The great tribulation of the heavens and earth caused everyone to be on high alert, and they didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. The woman's expression was like a hook, her beauty unparalleled. She led many experts and gathered above the Central Region Divine Land, completely enveloping many sky patrollers. Yen Chen, you can't escape from the palm of our heavenly monarchs. A black-clothed man from the Rebirth Realm said in a deep voice. Facing Yen Chen's terrifying formation, his face was extremely ugly. They only had 8 Rebirth Realm experts, all sky patrollers. They had just killed more than 100 great Emperor experts, but at this moment, they were being tightly held by Yen Chen. If Jiang Qin was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that the blue-clothed woman was Yen Qinyu. You're not qualified to say these words to me, unless heaven or clear sky is here. Yen Qinyu said coldly. She waved the sword in her hand, and the experts behind her were like an army of thousands of horses. They instantly attacked the 8 sky patrollers, their killing intent soaring to the sky. Behind Yen Qinyu, a Heavenly King expert held a huge flag in his hand, fluttering in the wind. The 3 words Heaven D Fire were engraved in everyone's heart. They were the Heaven D Fire Alliance. Only experts who had reached the Heavenly King realm were qualified to join the Heaven D Fire Alliance and fight against the 9 heavens. These 8 sky patrollers were a large group of ruthless people. In the past few months, Yen Qinyu had only killed 5 sky patrollers from the Rebirth realm, but this time, she had directly captured 8 sky patrollers. Facing a pincer attack from the front and back, these sky patrollers were in extreme despair, because Yen Chen's strength was not something they could contend against. If you have the ability, wait for our Lord Heavenly Monarch to come and fight him. Killing us to vent your anger, what kind of hero are you? Yen Chen, you will die a horrible death. The patroller roared in anger. He was filled with hatred and anger towards Yen Qinyu. What's the difference between killing one person and killing millions? You've killed millions of people. Have you ever cared if they were deity realm experts? No, if they were at the deity realm, would you still dare to touch them? Hee hee. Yen Qinyu sneered and said disdainfully. She waved her jade-like hand and all the experts behind her rushed towards the sky inspectors. The 8 sky inspectors had ugly expressions on their faces. This battle was a life and death crisis. Without a heavenly monarch, no one could touch Yen Qinyu. Because she was in existence in the deity realm. Yen Chen, you're still so reckless. You really don't know what's good for you. If you want to touch my people, you'll have to see if you have the ability to do so. A man who was shrouded in mist said with a gentle voice. However, his voice was unquestionable, making people feel pressured. Even Yen Qinyu's face turned serious. Xian Tian. Looks like you've already made your move. Yen Qinyu said in a deep voice. If I don't make my move, won't you all rise up against me? A bunch of people who overestimate themselves. You want to fight against the heavens and earth? I am the heavens and the heavens are me. What can you do to me? There are no rules in this world. I am the one who controls the rules. Xian Tian, one of the 9 heavens, was also one of the heavenly lords. His strength was the same as Yan Qinyu's. The heavenly lord is here. Let's see how long you can be arrogant. The sky inspector said in a deep voice. He was no longer afraid of Yan Qinyu. Behind Heavenly Lord Xian Tian were 10 super experts at the rebirth realm. In this battle, the heaven-defying alliance had lost their absolute chance of winning. At least in the battle between the rebirth realm experts, they were in an absolute passive position. I, Yan Chen, never planned to leave this battle alive. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Yan Chen stared at Heavenly Lord Xian Tian coldly. Her eyes were sharp and filled with killing intent. All right, I'll fulfill your wish. Let's see who will have the last laugh. Heavenly Monarch Xuantian's figure moved. Amidst the swirling clouds, he dashed towards Yan Qinyu. Yan Qinyu held her sword in her hand and flew forward, constantly fighting with Heavenly Monarch Xiantian. Streaks of rainbow light and Tao accumulation shook the sky. The 2 peerless deity realm experts began their final battle of life and death. Yan Qinyu's strength could not be underestimated. She was completely fearless when facing Heavenly Monarch Xiantian. Their silhouettes kept crossing each other, appearing in the sky. No one could see how they were fighting, but they could see that Yan Qinyu and Heavenly Monarch Xiantian had already started a great battle. The number of rebirth realm experts in the heaven-defying alliance was nearly double that of the sky inspectors. Fighting 1 against 2, the heaven-defying alliance was in a worrying situation. The rebirth realm experts had already decided the direction of this battle. The situation was becoming more and more disadvantageous for Yan Qinyu. My war song is loud and clear. My heart will never die. Kill all evil and return my mountains and rivers to me. Yan Qinyu's killing intent surged as she clashed with Heavenly Lord Xian Tian again and again. The terrifying shockwaves caused the entire sky to constantly distort. A battle between deity realm experts usually only took a single thought. Although Yan Qinyu's strength had reached the deity realm, she had just recovered not too long ago. On the other hand, Heavenly Lord Xian Tian had the battle strength of a deity realm expert from billions of years ago. It was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. You want to defy the heavens. You won't be able to succeed. The profound Heavenly Monarch continued to make his moves and Yan Qinyu was being held back. She was in an extremely passive situation and her heart sank when she saw the rebirth realm experts around her being pushed back. You dare to touch my woman. No matter who you are, I will make you pay with your blood. A furious roar resounded. Sword chi swept across 800 miles, and a sword light shone across 14 prefectures. Husband. Yan Qinyu's eyes lit up with worry and joy. She had mixed feelings. She did not want Jiang Qin to appear here, but she also wanted to see her lover. Her heart was extremely conflicted. Rebirth realm. You dare to fight with me? What a joke. Ha ha ha. Heavenly Lord Xian Tian sneered. Jiang Chen's limitless sword swept over. A terrifying aura spread between the heavens and the earth. Jiang Chen was not afraid of death as he charged forward. The 25th sword was already like an arrow on the bowstring. The sword shadows were endless. Facing Heavenly Lord Xian Tian who was in the deity realm, Jiang Chen did not care how strong his opponent was. If he wanted to understand his woman, he would have to step over him. You're overestimating yourself. Get lost. Heavenly Lord Xian Tian roared. A huge hand descended from the sky and pressed towards Jiang Chen. Heaven Expansion Seal, Black Heaven Seal. The Profound Heaven Seal was evolved from Heavenly Monarch Profound Heaven. When the seal collided with Heavenly Monarch Profound Heaven, Jiang Chen was forced to retreat. However, Heavenly Monarch Profound Heaven's expression was extremely ugly. Chapter 3847. You actually know the sky-expelling seal. Heavenly Monarch Mystic Heavenly's attack failed to kill Jiang Qin, and was even blocked by the sky-expelling seal. Although Jiang Qin was also in a difficult position, he felt extremely embarrassed at this moment. Are you alright, my husband? Yan Qinyu directly helped Jiang Qin up. Her eyes were filled with tenderness and endless longing. However, as the ancient sage nun and an expert of the three-deity realm, Yan Qinyu was duty-bound. The heaven-defying alliance needed a leader, and the heaven patrollers needed her to be personally eradicated. I'll be fine with you around. Next time, don't leave me behind. If you die, how can I live alone? Jiang Chen and Yan Qinyu looked at each other, their eyes filled with tenderness. Little you, we're here. Wu Ningzhu smiled elegantly. Yan Qingqing and the others, the four extremes divine technique, Longshe San, Tyrant, and Han Yan all rushed over and stood beside Jiang Qin. Their strength had also been greatly enhanced, and they were not afraid of Heavenly Monarch Mystic Heavenly. Good, good, good. Then all of you will stay here. Even if you know the sky-expelling seal, don't think of escaping from me. Go to hell. Heavenly Monarch Mystic Heavenly charged straight at Jiang Qin. No one could stop him. Even Yan Qinyu did not expect that Heavenly Monarch Mystic Heavenly's killing intent towards Jiang Qin would be so tenacious. Sky-suppressing seal. Jiang Qin casted the Tao accumulation seal and struck out the sixth seal, instantly intertwining with Heavenly Monarch Shantian. Although Heavenly Monarch Shantian was in a difficult situation, he was still able to withstand two strikes from a divine realm expert. Countless people were dumbfounded and dumbfounded. Heavenly Monarch Shantian. Bastard, get out of here. Yan Qinyu was furious. Jiang Chen had been forced back twice by the Heavenly Lord of Profound Heaven, and she had completely fallen into a state of rage. Heavenly Monarch Profound Heaven's eyes were sharp as he fought Jiang Qin and Yan Qinyu with ease. On the other side, with the addition of Longshe San, Tyrant, Han Yan, and the four extremes divine idol, the heaven patrollers were in a worrying situation. Heavenly Lord Xuantian's strength could not be said to be weak, but Jiang Chen's timely help, fighting with Yan Qinyu and her husband, completely overwhelmed Heavenly Lord Shantian. Jiang Chen's limitless sword played a crucial role. The 25th blade had been constantly transforming, and its power was unstoppable. Coupled with his heaven-dominating Tao connotation, Heavenly Lord Shantian simply could not withstand it. Yellow Heaven Seal. Jiang Chen's eyes were fierce. The terror of the sky-expanding seal came one after another, making it difficult for Heavenly Lord Shantian, a deity realm expert, to move forward. Big brother, save me! Heavenly Lord Shantian exclaimed. Yan Qinyu and Jiang Qin did not dare to be negligent, and they retreated while fighting. Three terrifying forces descended from the sky, directly forcing Yan Qinyu and Jiang Qin to retreat, making them look very embarrassed. One gray, one green, and one yellow, three shadows shrouded in the clouds, spanning between the heavens and the earth. The prelude to the war with the heavens had finally begun. The four shadows were all existences in the deity realm, especially Zhangtian, Qingtian, and Huangtian, whose strength was far more terrifying than Xuantian's. Standing there, they seemed to have merged with the heavens and the earth. Zhangtian, Qingtian, Huangtian, you're finally willing to come out. Yan Qinyu sneered, her eyes were extremely sharp, and her killing intent was still not reduced. Yan Chen, where are your two elder brothers? Don't tell me they only sent you here. Billions of years have passed, and yet you still dare to make a comeback. You really don't know what's good for you. Huang Tian said faintly, not taking Yan Qinyu seriously at all. That's right. Big brother, second brother, if you don't take action now, I'm afraid Sangtian and the others won't be able to recognize you. Yan Qinyu smiled faintly and raised her head to look at the sky. Two figures slowly appeared in front of them. Ice Enchanter. Zhang Feng. Jiang Chen frowned, he did not expect these two to be Yan Qinyu's brothers. We finally meet again. Zhang Feng looked at Jiang Chen and said with a smile, the sharpness in his eyes becoming more and more terrifying. The super experts in the deity realm brought great pressure to Jiang Chen. The Ice Enchanter took a glance at Jiang Chen, and finally, his eyes fell on the four heavenly lords. This time, they swore to defend the last line of defense in the great trial of heaven and earth. As long as they could kill the four heavenly lords, then the heaven and earth would become incomparably clear, the sky would turn blue, the sea would turn clear, the clouds would turn white, and time would become like a long river, endless and endless, until eternity. I didn't manage to kill you back then, Gu Gu. Now, you can finally come to die. Sangtian said faintly, looking at the Ice Enchanter with a smile, the sharpness in his eyes made people's hearts palpitate. Countless people were looking forward to this battle of life and death, the great trial of heaven and earth. Whoever wins will be the ruler of the heaven and earth. It's useless to say more. We've been waiting for this moment for too long. Countless seniors and experts have fallen because of this. This time, no one can stop us. The so-called heavenly lords are just deceiving themselves. If you have a clear conscience, why do you need to send sky patrollers to kill experts above the Emperor realm? To ensure that your position will never be shaken. It's just a one-sided story. It's impossible for you to take this heaven and earth for yourself. Gu Gu said with a cold smile. Sangtian and the others were also filled with murderous intent. Among them, only one side could survive. Gu Gu and Zhang Feng did not want to be controlled by the heaven and earth, while the 9 heavenly lords wanted to control the heaven and earth, disregarding human lives. Therefore, this destined battle would never end. It had never stopped for hundreds of millions of years. Let's begin. From today onwards, the 9 heavens will become eternal history. Zhang Feng looked at Sangtian, Qing Tian and the others and said indifferently. Alright, I'll fulfill your wish. Everything should end now. Sangtian said coldly. With a raise of his hand, sorcery clouds covered the sun and the heaven and earth changed. Gu Gu also rushed to the peak of the 9 heavens. Zhang Feng and Yan Qinyu rushed up with all their might. Facing the 3 heavenly lords, Jiang Chen's eyes were like torches. He could only fight against the last heavenly lord Xiantian, who was slightly weaker. Count me in. Long San took a step forward and stood side by side with Jiang Qin. Han Yan and Tyrant were not to be outdone either. The 4 brothers' eyes were like torches, filled with battle intent towards the heavenly lord Xiantian. It's a pity that we don't know where De Huang is. Otherwise, if the 5 of us joined forces, we wouldn't have to worry about not being able to defeat the heavenly lord Xiantian. Long San sighed. Who said that I'm not here? The divine tomb has opened, the gods have returned. A deafening roar resounded. All the sovereigns appeared in the heavens. De Huang held the violet golden spear in his hand and wore a snow-white robe. He looked down at the heavens with an extraordinary handsomeness and an unparalleled aura. Behind him, thousands of heavenly lords returned. There were even dozens of rebirth realm existences. Although they were all in the form of skeletons and souls, they were a force that should not be underestimated. Even Sangtian and the others became extremely solemn. You are the tomb guardian, Zhang Huang. Yan Qinyu's eyes narrowed. She seemed to have recognized De Huang. The tomb guardian that escaped endless wars millions of years ago was De Huang. Now, he had returned with the divine senses of the supreme experts in the divine tomb just to overthrow the sovereigns. Chapter 38-48. The return of the all-heaven sovereigns and the tomb keeper Tsang Huang was like a shot in the arm for the heaven-defying alliance. Although the countless experts of the divine tomb only had a trace of divine sense left, they still vowed to fight to the death to protect this world. Below the abyss of the heavenly river path is the entrance to the divine tomb. It is also the place that I have guarded for countless years. De Huang said emotionally. The guardian of the divine tomb is me. This time, I definitely won't choose to retreat. No brothers, no fighting. De Huang held the spear in his hand, his aura like a dragon. Ever since he had fused the memories of his two lives, De Huang's eyes were filled with guilt. Back then, he had great strength, but he always hid at the back. In the end, he would rather die in the divine tomb than fight against the all-heaven sovereigns. Now that the experts had returned, he finally abandoned the cowardice of his previous life. In this life, he must regain his glory and let the entire divine world see his existence. Good. Then let's fight side by side. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand. Long San, De Huang, Tyrant, and Han Yen tightly clasped their hands. The brothers were united, and they would fight heavenly monarch Xiantian. A motley crew, you're courting death. Heavenly monarch Xiantian was completely unafraid of Jiang Chen and the others. Previously, it was because of Yan Chenyu that he was forced to retreat by Jiang Chen and Yan Chenyu. Now that he was facing 5 experts in the rebirth realm, what did he have to fear? Everyone, this battle is a matter of life and death. We can only succeed, we cannot fail. Jiang Chen roared. Under the dragon transformation, he took the lead and charged at heavenly monarch Xiantian. Holding the heavenly dragon sword, the 25-layered waves attacked heavenly monarch Xiantian once again. De Huang's divine spear dazzled the world. In the rebirth realm, he was invincible. Tyrant held boundless Buddhist charm and a peerless Tao seal as he rose in revolt. Han Yen held the life-extinguishing divine sword, slaughtering his way in and out of the chaotic army. Long San wielded the peerless divine staff, an unrivaled venerable, going all out against heavenly monarch Ao Zhan. Jiang Chen led the others and started their counterattack. 5 rebirth realm warriors fighting against Lord of Heaven Xiantian, who was in the deity realm, was extremely difficult. At this moment, except for Google, both Tsang Feng and Yan Chenyu were at a disadvantage. Even though they were all in the deity realm, the gap between them was something that could not be bridged. Watching Yan Chenyu being pushed back by Huang Tian, Jiang Chen's heart was burning with anxiety. He had to get rid of heavenly sovereign Xian as soon as possible. Only then would he be able to solve Yan Chenyu's urgent problem. Otherwise, once she was suppressed by Huang Tian, her life would be in danger. Brothers, let's fight with all our might. Life or death is not an option. Jiang Chen was still at the forefront. The Ashura sword formation was displayed in an instant. 108 primordial origin treasure weapons instantly formed a formation and surrounded Heavenly Lord Xiantian. The other 4 followed closely behind and attacked with all their might to fight against Heavenly Lord Xiantian. However, the opponent's strength was still unstoppable. After all, he was an expert in the deity realm. Everyone, for the sake of protecting the formation, I will kill Xiantian. Jiang Chen's voice was incomparably deep and cold. The Ashura sword formation was displayed. De Huang, Long San, Tyrant, and Han Yen surrounded and protected Jiang Chen. When Jiang Chen activated the Ashura sword formation, he also activated the 7 stars battle formation technique. The current Ashura sword formation could be considered as the strongest version. With the protection of De Huang and the others, the attack of the Ashura sword formation was multiplied. Under the effect of the 7 stars battle formation technique, the 7 attacks were multiplied continuously. The Ashura sword formation had already sealed Heavenly Lord Xiantian within it, making it difficult for him to move. What a strange formation. Heavenly Lord Xiantian frowned and his face was gloomy. However, at this moment, he knew that he couldn't afford to be negligent. Otherwise, his life might really be in danger. Heavenly Stars Battle Formation. Heavenly Lord Xiantian formed a seal with his palms and moved the stars. The sky changed dramatically, but Jiang Qin defended the Ashura sword formation with all his might. Under the combined strength of the 5 people, the Ashura sword formation was as stable as Mount Tai. Heavenly Lord Xiantian continued to attack with thunderous moves, and the 1,000 Stars battle formation collided with the Ashura sword formation. However, with the support of the 7 Stars battle formation technique and the protection of Jiang Qin and the others, the Ashura sword formation became stronger and stronger. Finally, it completely suppressed Heavenly Lord Xiantian. Big brother, save me. Chang Tian and the others' expressions changed. They wanted to rescue Heavenly Lord Xiantian, but it was already too late. The 108 primordial origin treasures in Jiang Chen's hands were all shattered by Heavenly Lord Xiantian. However, he also died along with the destruction of the Ashura sword formation. His body and soul were completely destroyed. Heavenly Lord Xuantian's soul still wanted to reform. After all, he was an expert in the deity realm. However, Jiang Qin would never give him the chance to do so. He held the great Yu soul-forming light in his hand and crushed the Heavenly Lord Xiantian in an earth-shattering manner. Extinguish the soul, light up. Devour it. Jiang Chen's killing intent was revealed. He directly used the great Yu soul-forming light to devour the remnant soul of Heavenly Lord Xiantian. Between the heavens and the earth, there was extreme sorrow. Chang Tian, Huang Tian, and Qing Tian roared furiously. Because Jiang Chen's 5 insignificant rebirth realm cultivators had killed their brother. Now, there were only 3 heavens left, Chang Tian, Qing Tian, and Huang Tian. Even Yan Qinyu, Zhang Feng, and the others did not expect that Jiang Qin would be able to kill Heavenly Lord Xiantian. It was extremely exciting. Punishing the heavens might not be a difficult task. Jiang Chen's face was pale. He let out a long sigh and his face was gloomy. He had consumed more than half of his strength. As for Long Shisan, De Huang, and the others, they were on the verge of death. After killing Heavenly Lord Xiantian, they had also lost their combat strength. They sat on the ground as if they had completed their final mission. Now, it's all up to you. Little Chinzi, don't let us down. Long Shisan's eyes were burning. He had placed all his hopes on Jiang Qin. However, at this moment, although Jiang Qin had won several battles and killed Heavenly Lord Xiantian, on the other side, Chang Tian, Qing Tian, and Huang Tian had completely suppressed Gu Gu, Zhang Feng, and Yan Qinyu. They were all defeated by Chang Tian and the other 2. Jiang Qin squinted his eyes. The battle between the 6 deity realm experts was much more terrifying than he had imagined. Jiang Qin, die. All of a sudden, a horrifying demonic figure pierced through the heavens and earth, descending from the skies. Demonic ancestor. Jiang Chen's eyes were stern. The demonic ancestor held a heavy weapon and smashed it down on Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin frowned and retreated in order to advance. Be careful of his gate of reincarnation. Jiang Qin dashed past Jiang Qin. The moment the terrifying gate of reincarnation smashed down, Jiang Qin turned into a huge shadow that covered the sky and enveloped Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was pushed back by the gate of reincarnation. Green Sky Seal. Chapter 38-49. Jiang Qin held the gate of reincarnation in his hand and soared into the sky, heading straight for Huang Tian. Yan Qinyu's situation was extremely dangerous. In an instant, Jiang Qin soared into the sky, but even though he managed to block Huang Tian's first attack, Yan Qinyu was already heavily injured and her face was pale. "Little you," Jiang Qin exclaimed. Behind him, Zhang Feng and Gu Gu were also defeated. Chang Tian, Qing Tian, and Huang Tian, three terrifying deity realm existences, stood in front of Jiang Qin. At that moment, Jiang Qin was dumbfounded. All of them were defeated. Heaven-defying alliance. Did they lose just like that? Jiang Qin hugged Yan Qinyu tightly. At this moment, no one could make a sound. Even Gu Gu, Zhang Feng and Yan Qinyu, the three deity realm experts, had been completely defeated. What were the chances of them winning? Not even 10%, because they had already lost. It's impossible for all of you to go against the heavens. And you, since you've killed Xian Tian, all of you will have to die. No one will be able to escape from my palm. The will of the heavens will exist forever, and no one can go against it. Chang Tian pointed at Jiang Qin and bellowed with a sharp gaze. "Kid, I hope you won't disappoint me. Take this." Gu Jiyi's pupils shrunk as he threw the gate of chaos in his hand to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was currently holding the gate of warrior, gate of reincarnation, and gate of chaos in his hand. The triple gate, all of them were in his hands. "Let's see if you can fuse the triple gate," Zhang Feng said while gritting his teeth. He exchanged glances with Gu Gu and Yan Qinyu, and the three of them sealed Jiang Qin within. "You guys," Jiang Qin's eyes narrowed slightly. He had a bad feeling about this. "This is our last chance. Husband, don't disappoint us." Yan Qinyu's three godly realms had locked Jiang Qin inside. Even Chang Tian and the others could not get close to him. The gate of warrior, the gate of reincarnation, and the gate of chaos. "Do you really think that you can go against me with these three gates?" Chang Tian sneered and struck Zhang Feng's body. Zhang Feng spat out a mouthful of blood as he was heavily injured. Following that, not only Zhang Feng, but even Gu Gu and Yan Qinyu were all heavily injured by Chang Tian and the other two. Jiang Qin's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he stared at Yan Qinyu. "Xiao Yu." Jiang Qin's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Not only him, everyone else had fallen into despair. Yan Qinyu and the others had placed their last hope on Jiang Qin. He was their only hope. "I believe that you will succeed, husband." Pfft! Yan Qinyu's blood was splattered all over Jiang Qin's face. Her complexion was getting darker and darker. Jiang Qin's heart sank to the bottom. "I won't let you down." Jiang Qin's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His veins were bulging as he clenched his fists tightly and started devouring the triple gate. Gu Gu, Zhang Feng, and Yan Qinyu defended the last line of defense against the attacks of Chang Tian and the others, giving Jiang Qin enough time. However, it was at the cost of their lives. "Big brother, why do you trust him so much?" Zhang Feng looked at Gu Gu and asked in a low voice. "Because I can't see through his life," Gu Gu said in a low voice. "Third sister, what about you? You don't need a reason to love someone." Yan Qinyu's mouth was bleeding, but her face was filled with unprecedented happiness. Jiang Qin knew that he could not afford to lose. Jiang Qin let out a mad roar as he continued to merge the warrior's gate, the reincarnation gate, and the chaos gate. At that moment, the triple gate was completely merged with him. At the same time, his strength had broken through to the god realm. The triple gate had pushed Jiang Qin to the peak. However, at that moment, Yan Qinyu and the others were killed by Chang Tian and the others. Their bodies were badly mutilated. Jiang Qin's eyes flickered with blood. The people he loved the most were killed by the all heavens. His heart had already sunk into the ocean. "All of you must die." Jiang Qin slowly raised his head and stared at Chang Tian and the others. At that moment, although Jiang Qin was in the god realm, his opponents were three people at the same time. Facing Chang Tian, Qing Tian, and Huang Tian, Jiang Chen was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. His heart was filled with rage. Yan Qinyu's death had stimulated his heart. Bo Ri's death filled his heart with guilt once again. Even though he had merged the triple gate and reached the God realm, he still couldn't resurrect Yan Qinyu and Bo Ri. He wasn't even a match for Chang Tian and the others. Heavenly Void Seal. Heavenly Void Seal. Heavenly Envy Seal. Crimson Heaven Seal. Heavenly Profound Seal. Heavenly Towering Seal. Heavenly Yellow Seal. Green Sky Seal. Jiang Chen performed a series of hand seals, activating the power of Tao accumulation. 9 layers of Tao accumulation and 8 layers of seals overturned Qing Tian and Huang Tian. However, Jiang Chen was unable to execute the last seal. Chang Tian was still standing in the sky, completely ignoring his Heavenly Void Seal. Trying to execute the Heavenly Void Seal to kill me. Dream on. I'm Chang Tian. I'm the only heaven. I'm the ruler of the God realm. No one can go against me. Chang Tian wore a proud expression. Even though both Qing Tian and Huang Tian were defeated by Jiang Chen, he was still calm and collected. He even managed to force Jiang Chen into a desperate situation. Why did it turn out like this? Jiang Chen murmured. I can't lose. With the heavenly Tao accumulation and the impermanence of the heavenly Tao, I can't lose. I must avenge little you and clear the name of the heavens and earth. Little you, I can't let you die just like this. I must defeat Chang Tian. I must kill all of them. I must save you. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with tears. His heavenly Tao accumulation was constantly evolving and growing at this moment. As Jiang Chen raised his hand, he saw the old man once again. The old man who once appeared in the starry sky of the 9 prefectures' immortal world. The impermanence of the heavens and earth, the flow of time, the infinity of the universe, and the desolation of chaos. The great Tao returned to one. In Jiang Chen's mind, there were many silhouettes flashing across his mind, as if they had always been there. With the heavenly Tao accumulation, the heavens and earth are in my hands. My Tao is the heavenly Tao, and my heart is the heavenly will. Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes, filled with murderous intent. At that moment, his heavenly Tao accumulation had completely broken through the shackles. He knew that his Tao accumulation had finally broken through the limit. His Tao had evolved into a broad great Tao, a great Tao that ignored all living beings in the heavens and earth. Chang Tian Seal. Heavenly Tao. Go to hell. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. He moved his palm and gently touched the ground. An incomparably huge palm print descended from the sky. At that moment, it completely obliterated the heavens and earth. No, this can't be. Qing Tian and Huang Tian looked at each other, filled with despair. However, with a wave of his hand, the 2 deity realm experts were completely annihilated and turned into dust. Jiang Chen, it seems like, he has surpassed the deity realm. Long Shisan murmured. Jiang Chen's eyesight reached 1,000 miles. With a glance, he could see the mountains and rivers of the divine world. Looking back, Jiang Chen slightly raised the corner of his mouth. When he raised his hand, his eyes were filled with Xiao Yu's fatality. With a wave of his hand, Yan Qinyu appeared in front of Jiang Chen like a convergence of starlight. Gu Gu and Sang Feng also appeared. Hanya walked over from afar, her eyes full of hope. You're back. Jiang Chen looked at the confused Yan Qinyu and smiled. The deity realm is not the end. Then, what are you now? Before Yan Qinyu could recover from the shock of being reborn, Jiang Chen had brought her back to life with just a wave of his hand. You can call me Saint Dian. Every blade of grass and every tree is in my eyes. The three realms are also in my eyes. My heavenly Tao has been completely completed, and the deities are no longer in my eyes. Jiang Chen smiled and said calmly. Chang Tian and the others are all dead. Zhang Feng said in disbelief, but it was indeed so. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Gu Gu silently looked at Jiang Chen, his eyes incomparably complicated, but in the end, he still nodded. Husband, from now on, we can be together forever. Yan Qinyu cried tears of joy. At this moment, she was no longer an expert in the deity realm, but a little girl with tears on her face. Hanya looked at Jiang Chen from afar, the smile on her lips full of warmth. She just looked at him from afar, as if she did not want to disturb him. Jiang Chen nodded and opened his arms. Wu Ningzhu, Yan Qinyu, and the others all hugged Jiang Chen tightly. For a moment, it was a happy and harmonious scene. Jiang Chen slowly raised his head and looked at the starry sky. On Jiang Chen's palm was the river diagram, the inscription of the Luo, the mysterious yellow dragon armor, and on the tortoise shell, the shadow of a dragon emerged, and two lines of ancient characters leaped up. Hongjun turns into sand, turning into smoke, and not seeing the heaven and earth, not seeing the Yuan. From now on, this life is the Genesis era. Jiang Chen murmured. Beyond the deity realm, what he saw was already the entire three realms, but a grain of sand. Third brother, you came a little too late. Ha ha ha. The old man in the starry sky said with a smile. At that moment, except for him, no one could hear him. Pangu created heaven and earth, and Hongjun created heaven and earth. Then, let me, Jiang Chen, suppress heaven and earth. 300 years later, Central Region Divine Land, Linghua Mountain, in the Jiang Mansion. At the peak of the divine world, everyone knew about the Jiang Mansion. Jiang Chen broke the blue sky with one hand, fought the 9 heavens, destroyed the 9 heavens, and finally stood at the peak of the divine world. He was revered by the world, and from then on, there was no more catastrophe. In the courtyard where bamboo and stone walked, De Huang sat calmly on a rocking chair, watching the 10 little guys in front of him cultivate leisurely. All of you, practice hard. If you don't practice well, you will inevitably suffer. Back then, your father bullied me a lot. Now, it's finally my turn. He he he. Big Yellow squinted its smile and held a ruler tightly in its hand. The 10 young men looked serious and meticulous. Jiang Zhua, stand properly. And you, Jiang Xiaoyu, if you don't behave, I will beat you up. De Huang said domineeringly. However, these young men all had extraordinary physiques. Compared to Jiang Chen in the past, they were not inferior. In the future, they would definitely become top experts. De Huang couldn't help but sigh. Like father, like son. However, at this moment, De Huang's eyes moved. He looked at the skinny young man behind the stone statue in the distance. The young man's face was sallow, but his eyes were very tough, and even a little sad. Sigh, the dragon has 9 sons. De Huang couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. When the skinny youth saw that Big Yellow had noticed him, he clenched his fists and quickly ran away. With his back against the vermilion door, tears flowed down from the corners of his eyes. He was stubborn and determined. Father, Uncle De Huang, I will definitely let you know that I, Mu Zi, am not a useless person. The young man wiped the tears on his face and quietly left Linghua Mountain, disappearing into the void. Jiang Chen, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. He searched the 3 realms but still couldn't find Mu Zi. He became uneasy. Ever since he surpassed the gods and became a Dayan sage, Jiang Chen had never been unable to find anyone in the 3 realms. But where did Mu Zi go? Jiang Qin rose into the sky and reached the peak of the starry sky. He looked at the two dazzling stars and said with a serious expression, "Big brother, second brother, my child is actually not in the three realms. What is going on? Everyone has their own destiny. Although we are the masters of the endless void, the universe is too big. Even we can't see through Mu Zi's destiny. Everyone has their own destiny. Although we are the controllers of this endless void, the universe is too vast. Even we are unable to encompass everything. Even we cannot see through our own destinies." Hong Jun said lightly. "Mu Zi, my child, where are you?" Jiang Qin murmured. The endless starry sky stretched thousands of miles, but Jiang Qin still couldn't find Mu Zi. Chapter 3850. For several days, Jiang Qin stood at the peak of Lingyu Mountain. His eyes were as bright as the sun, and his gaze was like an ancient sharp blade, piercing through the void. With Jiang Qin's current strength, he had transcended himself and was not bound by the laws of the world. It was too easy for him to find a person in the three realms. However, Jiang Feng seemed to have evaporated into thin air, as if he had never existed. "How is it?" A silhouette quietly appeared beside Jiang Qin. Her beautiful face was filled with worry. The person who appeared was Yan Qinyu, Jiang Feng's mother. Jiang Qin looked at Yan Qinyu with guilt in his eyes. "I'm sorry, Feng might not be in the three realms. Even Qin Gij, you can't find Feng, or my poor child." Sigh. Yan Qinyu's eyes were slightly red. Even a supreme expert would become soft when he became a mother. This child was born without a qi si. This child was born without a sea of qi. Compared to his talented older brothers and sisters, he thinks of himself as weak and unsociable. With your methods, you must have a way to solve Feng, or sea of qi. You said that you would help Feng when he becomes an adult, but you didn't know that among all the children, only Feng, or's temperament is the most similar to yours. His bones are unyielding and unyielding. Feng doesn't want to submit to fate and uses his own way to prove himself. Yan Qinyu murmured, her words were filled with blame for Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin's ability was great, and he could change the world. Solving a person's qi si was not a problem. If Jiang Qin had been helping Jiang Feng since he was young, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Don't worry. My, Jiang Qin's, children will never be weak. But now, I want to know where Feng is. Why is there a place in this world that I can't see? Jiang Qin patted Yan Qinyu's shoulder and sent out a message with his divine sense, "Big brother, second brother, please show yourself." Endless light flickered in the sky, and two dreamy silhouettes appeared. In the blink of an eye, two old men appeared not far from Jiang Qin and Yan Qinyu. Yan Qinyu looked at the two of them, and her expression changed slightly. These two people were too strong. When they first appeared, they were still old men. When their bodies solidified, they had already become two domineering middle-aged men. Yan Qinyu sensed an indescribable aura from the two of them. This aura could only be felt from Jiang Qin, who had reached the great evolution realm. Could it be that these two people were also like Jiang Qin, dying existences? "Little you, this is big brother Pangu and second brother Hongjun." Jiang Qin made an introduction. Yan Qinyu's delicate body trembled, and she was petrified on the spot. These two people in front of her were actually peerless existences that could split the heaven and earth apart. These were the legendary almighty beings who truly existed in the legends. They were on par with the heavens, and even the heavens and earth were created by them. No wonder their auras were so unfathomable. No wonder Jiang Qin had to address them as big brother and second brother even though he was so capable. Pangu and Hongju nodded to Yan Qinyu, then turned to Jiang Qin. "Third brother, you've been busy for a few days, but it's all in vain. You don't have to look anymore. Hongjun said. Big brother, second brother, there's something I don't understand. Now that I've reached the Dayan realm, I'm one with the heavens and earth. I'm the heavens, and the heavens are me. This Lingyu mountain is connected to the heavens, so why can the wind escape from my senses? Jiang Qin was puzzled. Not to brag, as long as he wanted to, he could see every flower and every tree in this world, including the Saint Origin world and the immortal world. Pan Gu and Hongjun didn't answer Jiang Chen's question. Instead, they looked at each other and sighed. Fine, there are some things that I didn't want to tell you, but you're so persistent. With your temperament, if you don't find out the truth, I'm afraid you won't stop. Pan Gu said. Could it be that there's really something in this world that I don't know? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. To be honest, ever since he reached the Dayan realm, he suddenly had no pursuit in life. Being able to stand at the top and look down on all the other mountains, that feeling of loneliness had made Jiang Chen lose his fighting spirit. Now that he heard Pangu say that there were things he didn't know, Jiang Chen's interest was immediately piqued, putting aside the matter of Jiang Feng. Third brother, have you heard of the great cosmos? Hongjun looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. The great cosmos. Jiang Chen shook his head. It seemed that there was always someone better than him. The cosmos is the highest existence, the first existence when the real heaven and earth appeared. No one knows how big the cosmos is. What you control is just a plane in the cosmos. You can see everything in the plane that you control, and even see everything in the plane that you control, but you can't see through the higher planes. Pan Gu said. What he said completely opened a new horizon for Jiang Qin. Yan Qinyu, who was at the side, was even more stunned. Swish. Pan Gu waved his arm, and a variegated pattern appeared above his head. This is the star chart of the cosmos. Third brother, look. Pan Gu pointed at the star chart of the cosmos. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. In this star chart of the cosmos, countless stars were intertwining. There were so many stars that even with Jiang Chen's eyesight, he couldn't count them all. Countless stars intertwined to form planes of different heights, balanced and intertwined. Look at those white lines, each of them is a plane. The stars near the lines are the small worlds that make up the plane. The great cosmos includes countless planes and worlds. It's so huge that it's beyond your imagination. Hongjun said. Jiang Chen was completely shocked. He had achieved the great cosmos evolution, and he thought that there was nothing he could surpass. Now, it seemed that he was indeed a frog at the bottom of a well. At this moment, Jiang Chen's heart, which had been silent for 300 years, was restless again. His soul seemed to be dancing in the star chart of the cosmos. Why is that line golden? Why is it different from the other lines? Yan Qinyu asked. That's the plane we're in right now. It's also the major plane that third brother controls. This plane is already considered one of the more advanced planes. Do you see the dazzling sun-like star above the golden line? Pan Gu said. Jiang Chen and Yan Qinyu nodded. That star was incomparably dazzling and eye-catching because it was at the top of the star chart of the cosmos. It was unique and different from the others. Its dazzling light made all the other planes and stars lose their splendor. What's that place? Jiang Chen asked. The everlasting world. Pan Gu and Hongjun said at the same time. It's the top existence in the great cosmos, the only world that has the source energy of the universe. It's supreme and the only place that you can't see through. Pan Gu's voice was solemn. He looked at the everlasting world with a complicated expression, mixed with a hint of sadness. You mean? Feng has gone to the everlasting world. Jiang Chen's eyes started to shine brightly. At this moment, his heart was completely restless. The door to the everlasting world seemed to be opening for him. More importantly, if Jiang Feng had gone to the everlasting world, then Jiang Chen had to go there. Chapter 38:51. We've existed for hundreds of millions of years, but we've never heard of it, nor seen anyone from the eternal world descend here. Yan Chenyu was surprised. It's normal, because the eternal world is the origin of the entire universe, and it cultivates the source energy of the universe. The people there can't leave the supreme source energy and descend to a lower plane. Naturally, you've never heard of it. Similarly, even if a person from a lower plane cultivates to the supreme great Yen realm, it's as difficult as ascending to the heavens to enter the eternal world. To put it bluntly, there's a fundamental difference between the other planes of the universe and the eternal world. It's so different that it's almost impossible for them to cross paths. Pangu said. To put it bluntly, if you want to enter the eternal world, you have to be born in the eternal world. It's too difficult to go from a lower plane. Hong Jun said. Hearing this, a trace of despair appeared on Yan Chenyu's face. But soon after, Yan Chenyu thought of something doubtful. Since people from the lower planes can't enter the eternal world, what's Feng Er's situation? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up as he looked at the two eagerly. Yan Chenyu's doubts were exactly what he couldn't understand. I've already said that it's as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, even if it's as difficult as ascending to the heavens, it doesn't mean that it's impossible. For example, third brother, you've reached the great Yen stage. The difficulty of reaching this step is also as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, haven't you done it? Pangu said with a smile. If I'm not wrong, Feng should have coincidentally arrived at the cosmic tide that occurs once every 10,000 years. There's only one way to go to the eternal world from a lower plane, and that is when the cosmic tide erupts. You can enter the eternal world through the cosmic tide, but Hong Jun wanted to say something but stopped. But what? Jiang Chen asked. But the cosmic tide is extremely powerful, and it contains a strong law of the universe. Not to mention Feng Er, who can't cultivate. Even the three of us, who have reached the great Yen realm, have a certain chance of dying in the cosmic tide. Pangu said seriously. What? Yan Chenyu cried out in alarm. The cosmic tide was so strong that even the Grand Yen sage couldn't guarantee his safety. Jiang Feng, who couldn't even cultivate, could easily imagine the consequences if he entered the cosmic tide. Don't worry. I've already set up soul jade slips for them. Now that the jade slips haven't shattered, it proves that Feng Er is still alive and well. Jiang Chen put his arm around Yan Chenyu's shoulder and said. Only then did Yan Chenyu's emotions calm down a little. As the saying goes, being overly concerned makes one confused. She had actually forgotten about the soul jade slip. If that's the case, then it's strange. Pangu and Hong Jun glanced at each other. According to their imagination, if Jiang Feng was sucked into the cosmic tide, he would definitely die. However, the soul jade slip could not be faked. Since the soul jade slip was intact, it was enough to prove that Jiang Feng's life was not in danger. Could it be that this child has some sort of connection to the eternal world? Pangu thought to himself, but he didn't say it out loud. Since that's the case, I'll pay a visit to the eternal world. Big bro, second bro, when will the eruption of the cosmos tide end? Where will it be? Jiang Chen said. His tone was firm and unquestionable, not concealing it at all. Third bro, do you really want to go to the eternal world? Big bro, let me remind you. Don't think that you're the absolute ruler of this plane, supreme and on par with the heavens. But in the eternal world, you might be nothing. Moreover, the divine power in your body can't be used in the eternal world. You still need some time to convert it into cosmic source energy. Pangu reminded him. I've made up my mind. Jiang Chen's aura shook. His heart, which had been silent for more than 300 years, began to beat violently at this moment. Whether it was Jiang Feng or the existence of the eternal world itself, the attraction to Jiang Chen was too great. The path of cultivation was endless. At this moment, Jiang Chen truly believed in this saying. He didn't care about being the ruler of this world. He still preferred the exciting scene of fighting for supremacy. Perhaps the journey to the eternal world was full of dangers, but Jiang Chen had never retreated even half a step in the face of difficulties. Just like when he ascended from the saint origin world to the immortal world, and from the immortal world to the divine world, he was surrounded by dangers and had a narrow escape from death. But wasn't he, Jiang Chen, standing high and mighty here? Currently, Jiang Chen was only standing at the peak of this plane. But who could say whether he would stand at the peak of the entire universe one day? Pangu and Hongjun didn't say anything else. Given Jiang Chen's character, such an outcome was within their expectations. In fact, they didn't intend to reveal the existence of the eternal world. If it wasn't for Jiang Feng, they might have kept this secret forever. Some things are destined to be faced again. Pangu sighed. He raised his head and looked at the star that represented the eternal world. His eyes that had been silent for countless years became incomparably bright at this moment. Big bro, we've been silent for too long. It's time to go back and have a look. Hongjun said. What? Big bro, second bro, could it be that you're from the eternal world? Jiang Chen was shocked. It's been too long. Whether we are or not, it doesn't matter. I don't have the slightest aura of the people from that world. Pangu's gaze was distant, his expression was indifferent and sad. Third bro, this time, we'll accompany you to the eternal world. As for the matter between us and the eternal world, we won't talk about it. Don't ask either. When the time is right, you'll naturally know. Hongjun said. Jiang Chen nodded heavily. Pangu and Hongjun had existed for too long. They had their own secrets. Everyone had their own secrets. Jiang Chen wouldn't force anyone to reveal their secrets. Big bro, take out the universe star compass. Hongjun said, looking at Pangu. Pangu waved his arm and put away the universe star chart. A pale yellow compass, only the size of a palm, slowly appeared. Then, it slowly enlarged into a huge compass that was 10 feet in size. Pangu shot out a beam of divine light and projected it into the compass. The compass shone brightly, and a river-like passage appeared in the middle. Even though it was just a picture of the compass, one could feel the turbulent waves in the river. This cosmos star compass can accurately pinpoint the location of the cosmos tide. The cosmos tide only appears once every 10,000 years, and each one lasts for a month. From what you can see on the compass, the cosmos tide will be relatively weak in 3 days. In 3 days, we'll head out to the eternal world. Pangu waved his sleeve and put away the universe star compass. Chapter 38-52. Pangu and Hongjun had disappeared. With their strength, only Jiang Chen would be able to see them unless they did it on purpose. Even Yan Qinyu, an expert who stood at the top of the world, would not be able to sense the aura of these two supreme experts. Chen Gij, I'll go with you. Yan Qinyu looked at Jiang Chen, her face full of expectation. No, the cosmos tide is extremely terrifying. Big Brother has already said that even if it's us, we will be in danger if we enter the cosmos tide. Furthermore, the eternal world is different from our plane. If we go there, it will definitely be filled with danger. I'm going there to search for Feng Er. If you follow me, I will definitely be distracted. Furthermore, I still need you and Sister Ning to take care of my family. Jiang Chen firmly rejected the idea. The eternal era was full of unknowns. Even Pangu and Hongjun were in awe of the eternal world. If Yan Chenyu followed him, she would not be of any help. But Yan Chenyu frowned. She understood what Jiang Chen meant. With her strength, she might not be of any help in the eternal world. She might even become a burden to Jiang Chen. This was not Yan Chenyu's original intention, but Yan Chenyu had her own worries. I know what you're worried about. You're worried that if I go there, I won't be able to come back. Big brother Pangu is right. Descending from the eternal world to a lower plane is an extremely difficult thing, but it doesn't mean that there is no way. In this world, there is nothing that can stump me, Jiang Chen. Whether it's the law of the plane or the law of the universe, as long as the law exists, it can be broken one day. One day, if I stand at the top of the universe, then the whole universe will be under my feet. Believe me. Jiang Chen said it lightly, but the confidence and domineering tone in his words infected Yan Chenyu, who was beside him. Yan Chenyu looked at the man in front of her with admiration, who could give her a sense of security in the whole world. From the beginning to the end, in Yan Chenyu's heart, she had absolute confidence in Jiang Chen. She believed that her man could do anything, and one day, Jiang Chen would truly stand at the top of the universe. Moreover, Yan Chenyu understood Jiang Chen's temperament very well. She knew that the existence of the eternal world had already affected Jiang Chen's restless heart. Even without Feng Er's matter, Jiang Chen would still go there without hesitation after learning about the eternal world. 300 years of silence did not erase the raging fighting spirit in Jiang Chen's heart. Then be careful. Yan Chenyu reminded. Jiang Chen flipped his palm, and the Zulong Tower floated out, pulsating above his palm. I will leave behind the Zulong Tower and a clone to accompany you to suppress this plane. Jiang Chen said that although he was going to the eternal world, this place was still his hometown. Once he left, he didn't know when he would be able to return. As time passed, many unpredictable things would happen. He must ensure the peace of this world. The Zulong Tower had already reached its completion. With this tower, the world would be safe. At the same time, Jiang Chen would leave behind a clone to accompany his family. In this way, he could leave without any worries. Similarly, this clone was also to give his family a peace of mind. As long as the clone was still here, it proved that he was doing well in the eternal world. Yan Chenyu nodded. In this case, she felt much more at ease. 3 days later, everyone had arrived at the peak of Lingyu Mountain. In order not to affect everyone's mood, the news of Jiang Chen's departure was only announced at this moment. Dad, I want to go too. I want to look for my brother. A handsome young man took a step forward and arrived in front of Jiang Chen. He was full of heroic bearing and had the style of Jiang Chen in the past. Jiang Zhua, don't mess around. Wu Ningzhu pulled Jiang Zhua back. The young man was young and frivolous, so he didn't know what was going on. However, Wu Ningzhu knew what Jiang Chen was going to do. Beside Wu Ningzhu, Yan Qingqing, Yuki Chihyun, Ling Yun, Long Ying, Yu, Moling Dongqin, Prajna Futu, Tantai Jingzang, Yu Jingxian, and Luo Qing. Jiang Chen's wives and children were all looking at Jiang Chen, who was standing in front of them. They all knew what Jiang Chen was going to do. Other than having a heavy heart, no one said a word. As the closest people to Jiang Chen, they knew Jiang Chen too well. They knew that once Jiang Chen made a decision, it would be impossible for him to change it. Son, go and explore the world. Jiang Zhenhai patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. No one knew his son better than his father, and he knew that Jiang Chen hadn't been as happy as he looked these past 300 years. His son was a true warrior, and a life without passion and passion wouldn't fit a warrior's status. Dad. Jiang Chen's eyes were gentle. He had been through a lot of hardships, but his father was still by his side in good condition. This was probably the most gratifying thing for Jiang Chen. Little Chenzi, I don't care about others. I will definitely go with you. Don't even think about getting rid of me and conquering the new world alone. De Huang appeared and came to Jiang Chen's side. His tone was very firm. Me too. This world is so boring. My iron rod is about to rust. Long Shersan also walked out. He had a faint fighting spirit that he hadn't felt for a long time. Of course I can't miss this kind of thing. Han Yan was not to be outdone. The new world was too attractive to them. Just thinking about it made them feel excited. Seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but frown. These brothers had followed him to conquer the world from the very beginning. They had long established an indescribable relationship with each other. This was a true friendship of life and death. In the past 300 years, Jiang Chen had been missing the passion of the past. He knew that these brothers were the same. They had lived a boring life for too long. Now that they heard about the existence of the eternal world, they were as restless as he was. However, the cosmic tide was too powerful. With their strength, entering the cosmic tide would probably be extremely dangerous. At that time, even he wouldn't be able to take care of them. Jiang Chen hoped that his brothers could continue to fight side by side with him. He hoped to see his brothers conquer the universe with him. As the saying goes, there is no battle without brothers. But Jiang Chen didn't want to see his brothers not even able to pass the cosmic tide. Helpless, Jiang Chen turned his head to look at Pangu and Hongjun, who had just appeared. You and I can work together, and with the help of the cosmic star compass, we can take 2 people there. Pangu said. As soon as Pangu's voice fell, De Huang and Long Shersan grabbed both of Jiang Chen's arms at lightning speed. Then, they bared their teeth at Han Yan, who was a beat slower. Fine, I lost. Han Yan raised his middle finger at the two, his face full of disappointment. Since there were only 2 places, there was no other way. As brothers, Han Yan could only choose to give in. Ah Yan, stay here and look after the house. When the time is right, I will find a way to let you go. Jiang Chen patted Han Yan's shoulder and comforted him. Brother, take care. I will miss you. De Huang and Long Shersan grabbed Han Yan's shoulders, one on the left and one on the right. Get lost. Han Yan grabbed the 2 fellows' thighs and twisted them with all his strength. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.